James K, are you guys Superman fans?
Okay, I knew this was gonna be a thing.
No.
Let's get it out of the way. I am a pretty big Superman fan. Kay, I have a theory that she is actually Lex Luthor because she hates Superman. I love Superman, and I have got her to watch Death of Superman, All-Star Superman. Yeah, she only likes the ones where he dies. So I'm like, you're Lex Luthor, and then she pulled off her wig and revealed herself as Gene Hackman, and I'm like, nah, I do find Gene Hackman attractive. Okay. I play Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. Like, is that?
Yep, I play it all the time, and I think we just lost James again.
No way.
Yeah, we lost James again. I could hear him going, no way.
I could hear him through your mic. He hears us, but we can only hear him down the hall through Kay's mic.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, I am here to chew ass and kick up. Fuck, I fucked it up again.
Chew
I meant to
ass?
say kick ass and chew bubble gum. I woke up too early for you, Craig.
Chew ass.
You know the quote? I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum. But yeah, I fucked
I
it up.
knew the one about take ass and kick names from Mantis from Avengers, but
There you go.
Well, no,
Thanks
no,
for having us, Craig.
Yeah, of
listen,
course.
I'm talking like gangster cheese chewing ass.
I was trying to follow the Blabs vibe here. It's like, all right, we're getting the gang talk. Let's go.
Well, let's just go to James and see if he's chewing ass.
Craig,
Uh-oh.
nothing was gonna keep us away. Doesn't matter if it was power outages, plagues by Randy Newman, or whole Twitter blocks, brother. The mega powers are back on the internet. Yeah, you and me, Craig, the mega powers. How's it going?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, James. You get a little spicy right here.
Oh, you gotta snap
Can we
into it.
leave you
Fingers
too
ready to go. Get your fingers moving
I'm
back and
feeling the
forth. Oh
electro
yeah.
charges. Yeah, chat. How's it going?
Listen, it's time. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let's go. All
And the
right.
mega powers taking over the show. Yeah.
Oh, James, it's time.
Oh,
Get your power and drive all the way to Mercury. Find that juice and bring it right back down to planet Earth.
We don't have any women here. It's just the men, the macho men, if you will. Miss Elizabeth, she's gone. She's out of here. Sit back.
No,
Nintendo is
shut the
absolutely-
fuck up. All of you, shut the fuck up. You think Nintendo's gonna butcher one of the #1 IPs? You're
How many
fucking
places
retarded.
have butchered their IPs, Dermy?
We're talking
How many places fuck
Nintendo.
their IPs
We're
over?
talking
was not
legitimate
a
Nintendo right now.
Nintendo is not a
has
perfect god.
protected- He is not has perfect god when it comes to Fire Emblem, which I hate to say
What
this.
the
even
fuck
though
did
I
you just
like
say?
Fire Emblem. Even
No,
though
no,
I hate to say this,
before that. What?
they do not have perfect odds when it comes to Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, which I hate to say this, even though I do enjoy the Fire Emblem story. Fire Emblem is a good example of Nintendo allowing the fucking localizers to localize their shit. Nintendo does not inject
It's
any
not
modern
just the
day shit
localizing.
into it.
We're not
Nintendo
talking
does
about
not
injecting
inject
modern day
a-
shit. We're just talking
That
about
is
making
a
a
big
bad
point.
movie that is a wrong direction, and it
I
starts
mean,
with a
so
choice for
much
going live
bread.
action.
I am so excited and happy and confused and now slightly aroused. Thank you so much for having me back,
You're
Static.
welcome.
I can't believe I was trying to think. I think I've only been on the show once.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
been
correct?
a while.
What? This is one of my favorite shows on the internet. So I am so happy to be back and talk all things Methgate, Gamergate, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. ask
Crawl
me
under
anything.
Static's desk, why don't you?
I will. Only if you are there, Steve.
Just jump up a little bit. Just
Yeah,
move
there
up in
you
your. There you go.
I'm in.
That's right.
I'm in.
And Earthbound came packaged with its own strategy guide.
Back in the day.
Strategy, and you have the internet now. You could have went, ooh, let
I
me go
didn't
on
want to
my
look
phone.
it
How
up
do I do
because I'm
this?
thinking point and click adventure. I didn't want to look it up. So
you're,
here's
you're
what.
complaining
Hold on.
about puzzles, and you don't want to look up the solutions. Okay.
because I didn't want it spoiled, so I thought I wanted to figure it out in the context of the game, like a point and click.
Literally
Turns
played
out
with
that
it
the
when it
game
came
expects you to have the instruction manual, which is fine for back in the day. But when you're porting it to a new system, you should take into that consideration that the game expects you to have the instruction manual, because the solution to that puzzle was literally opening up the instruction manual and be like, talk to this one guy out of 50
It's a
guys in
virtual
that room.
console release. What are they going to do? Mail it to every Nintendo member?
They need to have a little
free,
notification to be like, hey, maybe you
There's
should
a
look at the
QR
instruction
code. I'm
manual.
pretty sure in the virtual
Here-
console there's a QR code that you
Yeah,
can
don't they
scan.
have
It
the
takes you
manual
to
in
it.
that?
If they did, I didn't bother looking. And then after... Brittany, you have a phone.
Whoa! Double
Voodoo!
Brittany!
Voodoo,
Wait,
please
what?
confirm.
Voodoo.
I told you guys.
Which,
no one
which one is
believes
real?
me.
Which one do I shoot?
Ah! Ah!
The one that's on the screen, don't shoot.
But for garlic mayo, yeah, it's a primo for me.
Cast Gina Carano as the Dom Mommy Witch. I mean, they've got all my money. They could charge $100 a ticket, and I
That
would
seems
pay
a loose
one.
cannon.
Prettier than.
Little bit. Every British man, avert your eyes. I just found an article. A British man is going to prison for having fish porn on his phone.
What is
Boy, mate,
Why
you got a
would you
license
have
for that fish.
That
Fish
was actually
porn.
in-
Why?
I swear that was in the town next to us. Called Saint. Is it called Saint Neots, the town, by any chance?
Are the Eagles in the playoffs? Every time I see Fetterman, I think of the Philadelphia Eagles because of that one time.
Oh
where
my
he said,
God, yes.
The Eagles are better than the Eagles. And it's like, that was a
It's like, why
stroke.
is everyone clapping? Why are you people, you
People
fucking
just go with it.
psychopaths?
Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, you got some Twitter lists, did you?
Yeah.
I missed those.
Yeah.
Ah, I've been on a few of
Because,
those.
like,
Those are fun.
what's even the point of those?
You just get surrounded with a cool group of people. If you actually go and check them, it's just like, oh, hey, I actually follow a bunch of these guys. They're pretty great. It's like a little party room, but the host of the party fucking hates you. That's what it feels like.
How many lists have you been? Jeez.
I'm in Canada. I'm on a lot of lists.
He's got a Chris Jericho list. That's what we're learning today.
He's got the list.
You're on a list.
Made the list.
If you have any connection to Charlotte Flair, you're done.
Oh fuck! I hate you. Birthing her should have been a crime. Her mum should be locked up in jail. It should be an actual crime.
Did you see when
Yeah.
She wasn't
Tuck her over the wall at female prison. See ya, bitch. And just see her go. Thank you so much for having me. I will gladly be your Wesley. You know why? Because Wesley has the hottest mom in town. And if that gets me closer to that hot mom, I don't care. We're going down into the South in Star Trek. Deep Space South, baby.
Somewhere else.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Melee is the cheater.
All right, I'm gonna stay back.
What did I do? Did you not see what you were doing?
All right,
What's weird for me was I played Ocarina super late because I was a PS1 kid, not an N64 kid. So I didn't play Ocarina. What? I had whatever.
tomatoes?
Whatever.
Where's the tomatoes, everyone?
I had so much more fun with Crash, whatever. So anyway.
Well, excuse me, princess.
No, I was just saying, let me give you the history of it too, because I think there's a lot of
Keep
people,
talking, I'll be right
if you
back.
look- Yeah,
I can hear it.
I'm gonna talk forever. Don't worry. There's a lot of people that, like for example, dude in chat. That's his first Final Fantasy or his first JRPG, even Final Fantasy VII. A lot of people started out with 7, or maybe they were in like the first 1 through 6. But a lot of people, when it comes to JRPGs, Final Fantasy, Insidious is like, I would leave too. If this was my channel, I'd flip you off. I'm just kidding.
This is where the fun begins.
This is where the controversy starts.
This is where the controversy starts. So
Or gets worse.
You said it was any game that has Mario in it. He doesn't have to be playable. So I decided, why not talk about one of the best, if not the best, co-op game of all time. Kirby Superstar. Kirby Superstar.
I don't know anything about that game, but I just love the look on Kay's face.
Clowns are just people. Clowns are individuals. I don't agree with attacking an entire group of people that want to bring joy to individuals just because of a few bad apples. Like, that aren't even real clowns, mind you.
We're gonna see like Leon at carnivals and circuses and stuff soon with a sign saying "Clown Lives Matter," and he's just gonna be the one person standing.
Not
wait,
all
wait,
clowns.
honk if you like clowns. Honk if you support clowns.
Okay, so Ben, so I was so upset. So I was trying to do a live stream all night long. And then what happened was in the middle of my live stream of Dragon's Dogma 2, I tried to purchase another fast travel microtransaction, my 20th one that night. And as I reached for my credit card, I spilled coffee all over my 2 keyboards. And it ruined those 2 keyboards. And then I got really mad. And then I took out, I own a collection of katanas. And I started taking one of the katanas and smacking them.
Wow.
Violently.
Wow.
And then everyone in my chat was like, calm down, bro. And I'm like, how about you unsubscribe?
Give me a willpower. Give me a willpower wildcard roll.
Welcome everyone to another Melee Town Square. Hey, I'm Melee James.
I'm Melee Kate.
Oh my god.
I'm so hyped to hear what people's bad games are. I want to know. Everyone knows what my bad game is.
To know.
But I want to know what everyone else's bad game is. I say that in quotes because, I mean, it could be a game that actually a lot of us end up liking. But I want to give a special shout out to Insidious for tonight's topic before we jump into it. I just want to say thank you for the suggestion. I think it fits our community really well. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, James, do you want me to explain what Melee Town Square is? And then we can read some chat and go from there.
Let's do it. That sounds great. Do that
Awesome.
thing.
Okay, so for those who don't know, Melee Town Square is a show that we do once a month. And essentially, it's where all of you can come on the show and talk to us. So I'll pick a topic. This month's topic being Defend Your Bad Games. And we're just going to chat about it. I know that these things tend to get chaotic, so it's okay if we veer off a little bit. I'm not going to be like whipping everyone being like, go back to the topic, but we'll do our best to keep it on topic. We're going to keep the window open from 7:30 p.m. PST to about 10:30 p.m. PST to bring people in, and we should finish roughly around 11 p.m. PST, just to give people a kind of rundown of how we'll be bringing people in. A lot of people can show up sometimes, so if you feel like your voice isn't being heard when you show up, just feel free to be loud and proud about your bad game. Don't worry about talking over others a little bit if necessary. Because I have seen some shows where we have like 6-7 people on at the same time and people are like, I didn't get time to say this or that. Don't worry, just cut in. When you're in the show, it's your time to speak. And that's why that's why James and I will like usually start off the show for like 20-30 minutes and do our talking. And then afterwards, it's all about you guys. We sit back, we let you guys talk. So if you want to be a part of the show tonight, all you have to do is be in our Discord, and then you just ping me somewhere, whether it's a DM, in general, wherever. Just let me know that you want on, and then I will whitelist you when we have the space.
We are looking at
Oh no!
Has tipped $50. As Bliss suggested the topic, it's only fitting that another bring on the bear force.
I forgot to open OBS, so I missed. Oh shit!
Oh my god! Who did that? You don't have to say it, but oh my God, Anonymous. Anonymous!
Oh my God.
Kay had this
guys.
wonderful intro. We were so professional. And then, no, I'm taking it over again. I'm taking it over again.
Oh,
Oh
don't
my
worry, I love
God.
it. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. Do you realize what time it is? Do you realize what time it is? It is time for, I got to find the proper place because we're going to fill up. We're filling up here. Let's put this right over here for now. I think this will look good. How's that? There it is. I think that looks good. I think that looks good right there. It is time. Good Lord. Anonymous, you freaking madman.
Town Square.
If you didn't hear the message, it was from Anonymous. And if you let yourself known in chat, I will give you credit. But if you want to say Anonymous, all the power to you. He said, as Bliss suggested the topic, it is only fitting that another bring on their bear force. So, whoever you are, it's time. No introductions. No
I
explaining
just love
anything.
that you have to now defend your bad games for the rest of the night. Like,
Shirtless.
half naked.
You know what? That gives me power. That gives me power. That gives me the power of the Bear Force Army. It's time for the Bear Town Square. Crank that fucker up. It's time. Oh, God. Almost tipped over.
As if these headphones are already broken enough. Come on.
Defend the bad games, my bears. These are, oh my God. As requested yesterday, we're whipping it. Get sweaty, everybody! Woo! It's nice and bright out there. I think it's bright enough to throw on the bear shades. Defend those bad games! Get in our Discord! Defend them for us! Defend the good games! Defend the bad games! The industry is shit, and we're making it great again, like a rising phoenix with shitty games. LJN bros, rise up! That's right. Who's got the worst game? Who's got it? I was this close to falling. Let's go. Oh, yes. I'm breaking down the chair with no survivors. I'm breaking it down for you. That doesn't mix. I want all of you to defend your bad games. I don't care if it's Final Fantasy. I don't care if it's Duke Nukem. I don't care if it's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't care if it's Castlevania Simon's Quest. All the games will get defended today. We're walking down that aisle. Defending the shit. Defending the endless trash. Do the finger dance with me, Kay. Come on now. Come on now, Kay. There you go. Go harder now! Yes! Shit! T Games! Bear Force Army! Time to get sweaty. Time to get in the shit. You already know what I'm defending. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. Both of them. All the shitty games. They deserve our love, folks. They deserve it.
have left the building.
I was legit an inch away from falling and breaking the chair, by the way. I'm just saying.
I genuinely thought you were gonna fucking fall. I'm like, Jesus Christ, James.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I was this close to falling, and I realized it. If you freeze frame, you can probably see my face go like... I felt dread. I felt pure terror for a fraction of a second there. I had the 2 3/4 count there right on the mat, and I kicked out. We kicked out, and we stuck the landing for the Bear Force one. Thank you so much, Anonymous. You're the frickin' best. And shout out to Insidious Bliss for coming up with the topic. And so some honorary man decided to make me shirtless tonight. Oh my god. So, folks, this is the Melee Town Square. As Case said, this is where you're going to come on down and defend your bad games. I'm going to defend my bad games. And I also have a twist for y'all. Here's the thing. All the games I like are bad. You all know it. I all know it. I only like shitty games. I live in the shit. So apart from my one mention, if Kay ever calls on me tonight, call me! I'm not defending my bad games because they're great. There's no denying them. I'm defending your bad games. That's right. That's the twist on my time. If at any point Kay says, James, defend a shitty game, I'm defending you guys. I have a list of what is considered the worst games of all time. I'm going to defend them all tonight. I'm defending them all. I've looked through the list. I have a defense for all of them. No bad game will be bad after tonight. So if you would like to come in and defend your bad games, all you got to do is hop into the Melee Games Discord. You can find that over on our Twitter, and I'm sure Kay will be sharing it into every single chat. Kay will be whitelisting you. And with that, Kay, do you agree? Should we read some chat and get on with the show?
Yeah, if you want to read chat, I'll start popping the links in, and I've got some people messaging me, so I'm going to answer them on tonight's show.
Excelente. Thank you again so much to Anonymous. If I see you, call yourself in chat. I will thank you once more. Bear Force Army is here for the town square. You're the freaking best, buddy. Seriously, thank you so much. I swear I'm shirtless more than shirted now. I might as well burn my clothes. Should I just tell my family that I'm a nudist now, and they just have to accept it? Let's find out. Well, let's start over on Twitch, where we've got McCankle. It's McCankle, brother. And he says, hi, friend. How are you? I am naked and afraid, sir. Thank you so much. We've got Alf, not Alf. We got Alf that says, I will die on the hill that Too Human was fun as hell. I always wanted a sequel. Well, Alf, if you want to come in and defend that, guess what? You've got a fellow Too Human respecter right here. Is the game perfect? No, certainly not if you go back and play it nowadays, but I will defend Too Human. Great idea for a world. It could have been a whole franchise. It could have spun off like BioShock and other games and become this huge thing. I thought the combat was actually pretty unique and fun and promising. If it got like a remaster with like an upped, like just tightening up the gameplay a bit and upping the frame rate, because like I tried playing it a couple of years ago and it's just like the frame rate's really rough now, but such a promising franchise that died on one game. I definitely think there should have been at least a sequel to see like what a polished Too Human game looks like. So I agree with you, man. What is everyone's worst game that they will defend? Defend your bad game. Come on and let us know in the show. We got Mr. JB in here. Everyone is over in Vegas having a good time, so there's lots to watch tonight. I hope wherever you guys are hanging out, I hope you guys are having a freaking blast. And hey, if you're going to another show, that's cool. Why don't you go tell them you're defending shitty games? That'll be funny, and they won't know what you're talking about. I think that'll be fun. Just go over there and be like, Duke Nukem Forever, and they'll be like, what are you talking about? We're drinking in Vegas. And then you'll be like, Simon's Quest! JB.
Go just yell. If Dermy's live right now, can someone just go yell Simon's Quest at him?
Yell like a random video game titles at him.
Yeah, just go over
No
there.
context.
Pong on PS1. What? Pong on PS1. Okay. JB says, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of gum. Hail to the king, JB. JB also says, I do like the stream here. It's like a non-committal virtual visit to your house. Well, man, we are happy to have you. I'm glad you like the show. JB says, they super fucked Fire Emblem on mobile. Not shocked. I don't really defend any mobile games, to be honest.
Yeah, I purposely don't touch that game. I got like, if there's any mobile game I would ever get addicted to, it's the Fire Emblem mobile game for sure.
Well,
so I started treating it like a Fire Emblem game because it literally is, and I was like, this is just a shitty Fire Emblem. I'm good.
Well, we kind of mentioned this last night on the Melee Madness podcast. I'm a big Star Wars consumer, if you couldn't tell from the headline article. And they're porting Galaxy of Heroes, which is like the Star Wars consumer game on mobile, but they're porting it to PC with updated gameplay and graphics and frame rate. And I'm like, I will never touch Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes on a phone. Steam, I might give it a free download. I've downloaded a free Star Trek mobile game that got ported to PC that seemed promising. The only reason I deleted it was it like had spoilers and shit because it's all time travel-y, so I need to like watch more Star Trek before I get into it. JB says, so I got Shining Force 1 to 3 for free from Sagab. Oh shit, that's fucking awesome. I've always wanted to try Shining Force. And he says Fire Emblem was like Shining Force Plus, OG Fire Emblem. And Alpha Evre is here, and he says happy Friday, all y'all. Happy Friday to you, Al. And Black Belt's in here screaming. Aah! Wait says Shining Force was Fire Emblem Light. Wait was, I say this as someone who loves Shining Force. Interesting. I still need to properly play both of them, but thank you for letting me know. Wait,
Shining Force is pretty decent too. I just haven't played enough of it to like be, super fan, but I didn't mind Shining Force. Fire Emblem at the end of the day for me, that's always the one that's got my heart. I can't help it.
My heart, my soul. Let's see here. Insidious Bliss is dropping them frozen puddings and also laughing along with the Power Rangers here. Wait says, was required Bliss. Was it you, Wait? Was it you? If it was, thank you so much, man.
I have a feeling based on that wording it is, so I'm going to thank you, Wade. Thank you.
There we go. Wait's the freaking best. Thank you, man. I hope you're having a good night. Amon Raw says, moo! Insidious Bliss is dropping every kind of bear imaginable. Amon Raw drops the puddings. Wait's dropping the puddings. Thank you again, Wait, so much, because we are having a Jedi detection right here that it was you. So thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you have such a good time here. I love getting drunk with you, pal. We got Jason here saying, wow, I'm so impressed that he didn't fall over right there. I've studied enough of Jeff Hardy's falling tactics, Jason. I now know how to properly fall and how not to fall. Amon Raw is dropping my sexy automobile gift shop wife. Kay says, I thought we were going to see him fall too. I was so fucking close, honestly. If you freeze frame that, I was this close. I was originally going to peel back and then take off the shirt like when I was out of frame and then like swing back up. But then I realized I couldn't go low enough to be out of frame. And then I was like,
did we still hurt your neck yesterday, or are you okay now?
There's some pain. Wait says James's problem being that game isn't shit. Wait, the one I'm defending, it's not shit? It's not shit! I agree. Kay says, but I still have a controversial take about it. Kay says streaming, running fine.
You can ignore that. I was just making sure the stream was fine. It was choppy on my end.
Wait says, what a horrible night to need a drink! What a horrible night to need a drink. I genuinely want that on a shirt. Wait. Paul saying, hi-de-ho. Hi-de-ho, Paul. Jason is saying hi to Paul. Paul says, I saw Primus was touring with Koei this summer. We got to go. Oh, my God. Look at you guys hanging out. That's so fucking cool. Hell yeah. Paul says, I think, okay, they're doing concert talk here. I'll let them go to the concert. Take pictures. And then Wait says, you got me. Oh, it was him. Wait! Thank you so much, buddy. He is the leader of the Bear Force Army today. And also, Alpha Evre coming in with a $20 super chat. Al says, backing me up. Oh,
That's hold on, I'm reading this wrong. Backing me up on Too Human. Knew I loved y'all. Oh, that was you over on Rumble? I didn't even know that. Backing me up on Too Human. Knew I loved y'all. I genuinely want to give like Too Human the good college try. By the way, I would love to stream it and just see because I love the 360.
You should.
I love the 360 era. I don't think it's got like a better version than the 360 version. I don't think it ever got like, you know, a next gen treatment at all or even a port. I would be very curious if it works on the Series X. Highly doubt it, but the Series X does a great job with its backwards compatibility for the games that do work in that it will upscale games to 60 FPS and they work beautifully. Actually, my preferred way to play Fear now is on the Xbox using the disc. And for a lot of games, if there's a game that you loved on the 360 and it's backwards compatible on the Series X, play it on the Series X. It plays wonderfully. And he says, Blade 2 on PlayStation 2. Oh, fuck. I'm a huge Blade fan, Al. I have never played Blade 2 on the PS2. Now I really want to. I love Blade. I would love a good Blade game. Is it actually good, man? I would. Fuck, damn it. Okay, write that down. I want to play that. Looking back, it was like a prototype of Arkham Combat. Interesting. Yeah, because Blade and Spawn are two of my favorite comic book characters ever. Blade and Spawn, neither of them have had an excellent game. There's Soul Calibur too, but like I want a game, like, you know, an adventure story-based game starring those characters. Blade especially is lacking. My favorite Blade game currently is Marvel's Ultimate Alliance. I've done so many playthroughs just playing as Blade, and I just pretend, and it works great, honestly.
It's pretty decently priced, actually.
Oh, fuck,
let's do it. You can get a copy for like $15. You want me to get you one? Let's do it.
I'm pretty fucking tempted.
That is what Alpha Ever's 20 buckaroos is going towards.
There you go,
playing
Al.
a good game. Thank you, Al.
We just took that $20
right
and now we're going to play some Blade 2. Maybe I'll stream it. Maybe I'll do a first impressions. I'm fucking excited, man. I love Blade. Looking back as a prototype of Arkham Combat. Fuck yeah, I'm excited. Nerdy Neo says, fuck Too Human. Oh, no. I haven't played it enough to defend it. Al, if you want to come on stream and defend Too Human against Nerdy Neo's rage, feel free. I am just saying it was promising. I'm saying it was a promising game, and the world they built was super fucking cool. It was like 40K-esque. Like, it was awesome. And the gameplay things that they did in it, they seemed really great. Does it run great? No. But, like, I am all for interesting, great design ideas. Jason says they're going to put Blade. They are going to put Blade in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Fuck, I've barely touched Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think I rented it. I swear I rented it because Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is older at this point, right? He says they are, or maybe they were. But, yeah, I rented it. That's how long ago I think it came out. And I rented it mainly so I could play as Phoenix Wright and throw papers at enemies to do damage, which is the funniest thing ever. Obviously.
It says it'll be here by April 25th. So there you go.
Let's go!
Thank you again, Alpha Every, for the suggestion and for the $20 that we just put towards that game.
Perfect.
I'm excited to play it.
And Black Belt says, please. Oh, mods. Jason says, mods. Oh, shit, man. I did not know that. I thought you were talking about official. That's why I was so confused, because the game's quite old. That's super fucking cool. I'm curious what other characters are in it. But with that, we're caught up with chat. Kay, what comes next?
Well, I told the lads 7:30, but we'll give it a few minutes so you can talk about your bad game, because one of those people wants me to talk about my bad game while they're here. So
Okay, I will do mine super quick because I have done it so many times on stream anyway, but just to get the ball rolling and so we can set an example of kind of how it's going to go, I present my case. So, as I said, my favorite bad game of all time is Hail to the King, baby. Duke Nukem Forever, which for some reason I own 2 copies of, actually 3 because I own it on Steam as well. And this is actually the collector's edition, and I don't know where all of my stuff is, but I still have some of the stuff here. So I've got the big Duke check, which that code is used, fellas, don't worry. So we got the nice big money here, big Duke money, and we got photos of Duke's adventures. There he is. They're playing some poker and obviously winning because he's the king. We got the balls of steel in space here. And then, Hail to the King, Everest. Fuck yeah. We got Duke winning acting awards. And then we have Duke bagging the Great White. Look at that. What a fucking king Duke is. But, okay, let me give a quick summary of this game here. Obviously, Duke Nukem Forever, if you don't know, it was the long-awaited main sequel, because there was other Duke games in between, to Duke Nukem 3D. This was a true, proper first-person shooter sequel to Duke Nukem 3D. It is infamously the game that ended up in development hell for well over a decade, and it went through several different iterations. There's actual multiple versions of this game that exist, which is just fucking wild. And a lot of people have said the older versions looked better or whatever. Pretty much what happened was the lead designers really wanted to make Duke Nukem Forever perfect. And as the game was getting up to release, as time went on, they wanted to tighten it even more, tighten it even more, tighten it even more. But then, like, the game that they made polished became outdated by the time they were going to release it. So they scrapped it a couple times. Following the entire development is super crazy. By the time they were about to release it, they ran out of money. And I say unfortunately, Randy Pitchford of Gearbox, he acted like he did a good thing, and he got it across the finish line. This was 3D Realms' words, not mine. They got it across the finish line, and they delivered the game. I didn't hate Randy Pitchford at the time of this. Now, I shit you not, in the fine print, Randy Pitchford acted like he was the angel that released Duke Nukem Forever, but afterwards in the fine print, it actually said that he retained the entire rights to now own Duke Nukem Forever, which he's not done really anything since. Go fuck yourself, Randy Pitchford. So he acted like he did a nice thing. Turned out he just wanted to fucking weasel his way into owning an IP. You're scum. I fucking hate you. So this says Gearbox on it. Gearbox really has nothing to do with this apart from actually distributing the game and putting their name on it. I fucking love this game so much. Let's talk about the multiplayer super quick. The multiplayer, while it was broken, had one of the coolest customizations and unlockables of all time, especially at the time. Most games at the time were doing perks and you unlock new weapons and outfits and all this stuff. In this one, when you leveled up, you had a mansion, and in that mansion it was full of things you could interact with, whether it was pinball machines or toilets or cigars or donuts or beer or weightlifting. And every time you leveled up, you would get a new thing delivered to your mansion, and I thought that was super fucking cool. I've always wanted to go back and max out my mansion, but it's very hard to when this game is beyond fucking dead. And also the multiplayer with its lag was super unplayable. But every 10 levels or so, you would get a new girl at the mansion. And they were all stereotypes, and I love them. So you get to level 10, you get a sexy French maid. You get to level 15, you get a girl in a kimono. You get to level 20, you get like an Afro Thunder type foxy girl, like blaxploitation films. It's fucking amazing. And you can go and flirt with them and tickle them under the chin, and they'll jiggle for you. This game is perfect. But let's talk about the single player. This is what most people hate this game for. Duke Nukem Forever. Here's my controversial take. Are you ready for this? Not only is Duke Nukem Forever not a bad game, not only is it, do I think, a great game, I think Duke Nukem Forever is the best Duke Nukem game. I said it! I said it!
Wow. That's a hot take.
I
Holy
said
shit.
it! Duke Nukem Forever. Let's talk about this super quick. The game is so interactable and customizable. There is so much stuff you can do in Duke Nukem Forever that you can't do in other games. The game is effectively a tech demo. The problem is, the only issue with Duke Nukem Forever is two things. The boss fights fucking suck. They suck and they're broken. You can cheese them. The other thing is, it was still outdated for the time it came out in. This is the Duke Nukem Forever curse. Which, by the way, I love this game so much for some reason. I don't own many art books. I own the Duke Nukem Forever Balls of Steel art book, sealed. Why? I don't know. But I own the Duke Nukem Forever art book, sealed. The game is like a wonderful tech demo, but the curse of Duke Nukem Forever is that every version was going to come out too late. If you played Duke Nukem Forever when it came out, people were saying it was outdated and bad and shitty. But the true man, the true artiste, was actually comparing its design and level flow and interaction to another game at the time. Do you know what that game was that it was compared to, Kay? I shit you not. I heard this comparison all the time.
What game?
Half-Life 2. I have heard so many comparisons of Duke Nukem Forever in its level design, its puzzle design, its interaction, and its combat to Half-Life 2, which makes sense because it was developed around the same time as Half-Life 2. It just came out way fucking later.
Yeah, but this is the same as people saying everything is a Dark Souls game.
It doesn't play like a shooter of the time that it came out in. It plays like a early 2000s to early to mid 2000s first-person shooter. There's even quips about them making fun of Valve that are outdated in the game. There's a part where you go and you do a Valve puzzle, and Duke goes, "Oh, I hate Valve puzzles." It's great. Master Chief was big at the time. They make fun of Master Chief in it. The jokes are outdated, but it adds to the fucking charm. There is literally a level, probably my favorite level in the game, after you fight like an insane boss, where you just go into a strip club. Your missions: find a condom, find a vibrator, and find some popcorn. You can interact and go through the entire strip club and do all this crazy shit. And whenever you find those items, that's when it ends and you get a fucking lap dance. In fact, because Duke Nukem can't die, his health meter is his ego. You get shot too much, his ego goes down. You can level up your ego throughout the game by doing various things. It's not just like pick up ego. You will look at shit and be like, that's going to boost his ego. So whether it's like fucking training weights, smoking a cigar, whatever. But the number one thing that boosts your ego is in the strip club. You go into the strip club. If you go into the washroom and you see a hole, you're like, wait a minute. You go up to that hole. You get a fucking glory hole blowjob. Your ego goes up like you wouldn't fucking believe.
Wait, you literally recover health by getting blowjobs in this game?
It permanently increases your health to get a blowjob.
That's kind of amazing.
The opening level of the game is you fight a boss from Duke Nukem 3D, and when you kill him, it pans out, and it's Duke Nukem playing against that boss while he's getting a double blowjob from twins. It's cinema.
It's see cinema. Why you like this game now. Did this game define your personality?
It did. Literally, masterpiece cinema storytelling. You're playing the first game on the couch while getting twins to blow you. Tell me what's better. I fucking love this game. If I can get away with it, I will do a full playthrough of this game. The DLC even makes it better. This is my bad game defense.
Well, James, before I mention mine super briefly, which I'm not even going to dive into because, like I said, someone else wants to talk with me about it. I'm going to read a few comments from chat from your bad take, and then we're going to bring some people in. So Wait says the DLC for Duke Forever was not as bad as well.
It was good.
Sorry, it was not bad as well. And now, after you said that it was the best Duke, you said the fuck James.
Play it again. There's a part where you get small. And then Duke Nukem, the whole level has to be Baby Duke, and he's running around. He's like, it's time to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And you get into an RC car, and you're actually driving it around, and it's amazing. It's so fun. There's a part in the opening, because they were sick of fucking red key cards, blue key cards, and all this stuff, where you have to open a door with a red key card, which is very much like Duke 3D. And Duke goes, key cards? I don't need no fucking key cards. And he kicks down the door. It's cinema. it's cinema.
Oh my god. That is pretty great. Insidious says, oh shit, being shirtless for so long has given him hypothermia. This man is delirious.
You know I will be if I ever defend Castlevania Lords of Shadow.
Wait says, you can troll us to say this is the best, but you damn well know nothing tops 3D.
I'm going to do a full playthrough of Duke Nukem Forever, and you'll see. It's so good.
How do you think this is better than 3D? I'm not even, like, someone who plays all of these games, but, like, I know 3D is, like, peak.
Name me another game where you can fight a boss while getting a blowjob from two hot twins that are based on the Olsen twins.
That is valid. Are they based off the Olsen twins?
Yeah.
I don't know how to react to that. Okay, well.
The whole game is just a peak parody.
Triss is here. She says, we will get you into the milk cup, James.
Milk cup, milk cup, milk cup. She signed me up, unironically, for the milk cup.
Oh my god. Imp also wants you in the milk cup. Wait says, someone call Canadian healthcare for this man.
No!
Wait says that Ego was first done in Manhattan Meltdown.
Was it? Would that come out before? I'm trying to remember my Duke Nukem timeline here.
He also says, it's not fighting a boss, it's a remake of the last level of 3D, you peasant.
That's true. This game is so good that it's wiped my memory of what exists in Duke Nukem 3D.
Wait says they did the small shit in 3D. You must have had this hole in your childhood for
No,
sure.
I remember the small shit, but like the small thing was temporary in Duke Nukem 3D. And I found it more fun in Forever. Because in 3D, like, it's super difficult and you get squished and all this stuff. But in Forever, it's like, I think the whole level, if I remember correctly, you're tiny. And you get into an RC car and it's super fun because you're going yippee and all this stuff. And you have to dodge, like, all the pig cops and all that stuff. So that's why I like it.
To me, it sounds like you not only have to play Forever on the channel, you have to play 3D on the channel, too.
Yes.
Like, full through. Because I'm curious if your opinion would change after playing both, like, close together.
Sure. I'm down. I'm down.
Okay, I'm gonna actually, yeah, I'll find time for that for you. Neo says getting a blowy from triplets would be better.
Well, if they'll ever give us a sequel, but now Randy Pitchford fucking owns it, so it's never gonna happen.
Imp says, when does it stop being a blowy and start being a sloppy toppy?
Oh no.
That sounds like a gentleman's question. I'm out of this.
That's true. That's true.
Wait says, why would you want a whole ass? Sorry. Why would you want a whole level as a gimmick? Short and sweet. I think. Sorry,
I love
cut off,
it.
but I think that's what he's saying.
I am the gimmick queen. I love it. Literally the best level. You're not even shooting anybody in Duke Nukem Forever. You're just going. It's literally just a night at a strip club, and it's a fucking blast. I don't even know if I can stream that level, but it's a great. Anyone that's played that level, it's a fun fucking level. You can literally just spend all your time shooting hoops and like playing pinball because they have all that in the strip club for some reason. It's amazing.
Gonna read 2 more comments before we bring in the lovely lads that have been waiting patiently for us. Nerdy Neo says Lords of Shadow is a good game.
No.
And Imp says tell him to put it on a regular hard drive and not a solid state and see if that changes his opinion. Loading times were the worst cancer dragging Duke Nukem Forever down.
Okay.
And
so,
also Wade says, did you hear yourself, James? Did you just hear yourself?
The fact that I was shooting hoops in the strip club? Is that the issue?
Just in general, your
yes.
opinion on this game, I think, is what Wade is just shocked by. I think he was with you until you brought down 3D.
I didn't.
It sounds like to me.
They can both be great. I love 3D. 3D was a big part of my childhood. I'm just saying this is my favorite Duke Nukem game. This one. Look at the cover. Look at the cover. Literally, I thought for a while when I stared at this that Duke had a dainty hand. Turns out that's actually one of the twins reaching around to grab his dick. This is the best fucking game I have ever played. Like, the attention to detail on this game is incredible. The load
also,
time...
JB says that you still owe him a lap dance, or owe everyone a lap dance.
Meet me at the Duke Nukem Strip Club. The load times are absolutely horrendous on console. If you play them now on Steam with the latest updates, they're totally fine in my opinion. But I guess whenever I stream, I'll see if they're still bad or not. But I originally beat the game on 360. It was a nightmare for the load times, I agree. Then I beat it again on PC, not on an SSD, but on a hard drive, and it was fine. Hi, everybody.
Howdy.
Howdy, how?
I have raided the call with some lads.
There you go. Good. Or else it would be 3 hours of me being on the cross defending Duke Nukem Forever.
Where's my camera? Oh, here's my
Don't
camera.
worry. I might be getting crucified as well for a couple of mine.
Love it. I love it. We're here. We're here to defend everyone's shitty games. Neo, if you want to join and defend Lords of Shadow, I'll try not to bully.
I love Imp's picture.
Oh my god.
I think you can tell which one of the games I want to defend today.
Fuck yes. The best Final Fantasy. Let's go.
And what's funny is it's not the only Final Fantasy it's going to be on here.
Yeah, exactly. And I find it funny too because I wouldn't even attack you on Final Fantasy VIII. I like Final Fantasy VIII as well.
I think 8 has the best character design. So there you go.
Oh my god.
I think 8. Well, I'll let everyone else go first before I launch into that shit because that is a tirade all its own.
I don't even think we gave proper introductions, but this is Dude 1286.
Yeah, all I wanted to do was introduce them, and then I was gonna be like, we can start wherever.
You were thrown off by the autism.
But yeah, so we got Imp Black Belt here today. We've got Dude 1286, and they both were eager to tell us about their games. I can tell you right now that everyone knows mine ahead of time, which is Final Fantasy X-2, and one of those
There it
lads
is.
messaged me about it.
Mhm.
So let's start there, and then we'll work our way to Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh, we own that one. We own it on Switch, right, Kay?
10-2, I have it everywhere. What do you mean?
Oh, okay, because you love it.
Oh my god.
This is the one you could only. This is the one you can only get from the online store.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I don't have that one. I don't
And
have
of
the
course I have the
limited
PS4.
edition one, but I have like the Switch one. I have PS4. I have.
I think I have the
somewhere
Switch
else.
and
I have the
the
original
Vita one.
copies.
I know I have the Vita version, but sadly the 10.2 is a download code.
I hate that.
And why physically package a download code? Just make a disc.
There's no point. It's the same as like having
Well, I
a
said the
disc
Vita,
and then you
not
could
the.
connect to the internet too.
I did
right?
say the Vita, so maybe those cards couldn't hold enough data on them.
It's been
Yeah,
a
but the
trend
Switch
on the
is the same
Switch.
thing.
It's so rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it
Yeah,
for the
same as
Arkham
Switch.
trilogy as well. It's fucking terrible. It's pretty much false. I don't even think it should be sold at that point because like if you resell it, it's like okay, you're only getting half the game. It doesn't tell you that though.
Well,
I have actually gotten the entire achievements for both 10.2 on both Xbox and PlayStation.
Oh shit.
Okay, you're insane. That's difficult to do. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
Adam Renaissance Nerd told me that he beat Final Fantasy X-2 5 times in order to like 100% everything. So
Oh, back whenever
maybe
I was
there
a
is
kid on the
people like it.
PS2, I kept on trying to get that 100%, and I could never get it. On
I
the
gave up on that
the
shit.
re-releases, they actually made it a bit easier because we know how there's that one decision that's made in the middle of the game.
Yep.
Well, in the original PS2 version, it actually reset your percentage based on that decision.
Oh shit. Okay, I've only
But-
beat it on the original like PS2, but
But
I
on
have
the modern
copies on new systems.
on the modern games, you can actually get over 100% because of that. Whenever you play New Game Plus,
Oh shit.
because of,
there you
if you do the other decision,
I
so
actually
it made
can't
the 100%
really.
easier.
I can't really speak too much about 10.2, but I saw that they had a very interesting version of the job system, which is something I really like. Like I actually really like Final Fantasy games that have really interesting customization systems. And 3, 5, and 10.2 all had the job system, so it's interesting to me to see how they kind of evolved that.
Because the only other games that have done it in Final Fantasy is the tactics games, because I think all of them have it, and then the MMOs.
Well, the MMOs kind of needed something like that.
Yeah.
It's the only way to make sense of it, right?
But I think the MMOs you can just make one character and switch between jobs like you can in all the other ones.
You even get bonus experience for jobs for your character that are below your main job. Like you get like 50% bonus experience or something. I don't
Gotcha.
know. I've been
I just
watching a
haven't played
friend
them
play.
because they always require a subscription.
No, 14 doesn't require a subscription. You just
Well,
can't
now it
play.
doesn't.
Well, okay, yeah, but I mean, you can only play up to the last
Newest
two
expansion.
the last expansion or new two is I don't know, but most of the content is available.
We used
free.
to have a lot of content nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth it for the Manderville quests alone.
Yeah.
I've been watching a friend play that, and I'll talk about it crazy.
But
People are
the way
addicted to that fucking
10
game.
the way 10.2 did the job system and the way you could change jobs in the middle of a match was pretty cool. And then you could actually even customize the way you can change jobs in a way that actually can buff your character whenever you change jobs.
I think this is the strongest point of 10-2. Like people give
combat.
that game a lot of shit, and I think the reason why people dislike that game so deeply is because of the story. Ultimately, I think if you look at just the gameplay itself, it's really strong, and I think it's the best use of the ATB system as well. I actually
Yeah.
think it's better than Rebirth because the issue you have with Remake and Rebirth is actually what James complains about, which is that like you get interrupted, you're waiting for the meter to like charge up, all this kind of stuff. With that game, it's just turn. As soon as like your
You can get
ATB fills
interrupted in
up.
that game as well, in the 10.2 as well, but it's whenever your character actually gets hit.
Yes,
So it's like
exactly.
it makes sense. But what's funny is that there is actually one of the super bosses in the super dungeon that if you oversoul it, you can actually just use the thief job on 2 characters and just time it just right so that you're constantly hitting the boss in a way it's flinching at all times. And that's the best way to beat it is just keep it in flinch mode because it has a petrification skill that can hit all your allies, and it even goes through your petrification defenses.
No, it's actually a really fun game to get the gameplay down for. I agree with people on the story. I don't know if it's considered a spoiler at this point, but it reverses stuff that happened in Final Fantasy X, which is why a lot of people are super upset at that game, and it kind of makes Final Fantasy X feel like, why
Didn't
did this
quite
even
mind
happen?
that one because it was like the faith could actually come back and be like, you helped get us out of the cycle. We are willing to use our power for at least one more lifetime
Yeah.
because
it's
you
true,
got the
yeah.
cycle over. It made sense in the storyline.
I
But
think
from what
it
I've
made
heard of,
sense contained within
sadly,
the
what I've heard
story.
of Final Fantasy X-3, they were thinking about having Tidus and Yuna be broken up. It's like, why?
Oh yeah, because that's the other weird thing in this game is that there's like a weird attitude that Yuna has, and it's like in 10 they're like so in love and it's like super emotional the entire time. It's a very heavy game, like just storytelling wise. And then 10-2, you have this like huge flip where it's super like upbeat and like the best I can describe it is like early 2000s Britney Spears vibe. Like I don't know how else to really describe the
I mean,
game.
the way I see 10-2, it's more of an epilogue to 10. It feels like you're actually like celebrating what had happened at the end of 10. And there's still like something that some trouble looming, but like for most of the game you're just enjoying the world and the characters.
Yes, that's what stood out to me too. How many games can you play where you reach the end and you're like, I want to know what happens to these characters afterwards, but the sequel has this like, it's a completely different story or they fall to the kids or whatever. In this game, it's like you get to go back to those towns that you talked about, that you
Like
said you were
3
going
years
to
later.
visit, that like you get to see. And like Yuna's perspective is like, I thought we were going to come here together one day. And now instead I'm seeing this alone. It's like kind of bittersweet. And
Mhm.
I love that you can go and see so many of the characters you saw in 10 and you can see how they're doing and actually keep up. It feels like you're playing directly after what happened. Which I think in game time it's 2 years after 10.
Yeah, there's a
But,
couple years, but I mean,
I
to see
love
Lulu
that.
become an actual MILF.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You got my attention.
James, I think you would actually enjoy certain aspects of this game. Like the really cool thing is the whole dress sphere thing where like you can completely change classes essentially. So during a battle you can be like, oh, I'm gonna, fight this way, and then never mind, actually I'm gonna go this way, and you can hop back and forth, and they're very different styles. And because you're a party of 3 versus like all the other Final Fantasies where you have a way bigger rogues gallery or whatever you want to call it, companions. You're pretty
All
much
the games
like,
that have job systems, they always have all your characters on it at the same time.
yes, and that's the thing. It's like you can adapt each character to the playstyle that you want, essentially. It's like you're kind of creative charactering with them. Like they have their set story and character, but you're choosing how they fight, what their style is. It's very customizable. And I don't know. I get the anger from like the story changes, but everything else about that game feels great. I think people
And
tend
I-
to write it off.
I do like the two factions that are fighting throughout that
Yes.
game because it makes sense. Because by the end of the first game, the main religion that was keeping most people together, was shown to be a fraud and be the reason why the cycle was continuing over and over again. So the fact that some people would actually gravitate towards being like, hey, we're changing too much, and other people being like, we need to change completely because we don't want to repeat that, go back to that cycle. But
Well, and from an outsider's perspective too, it was interesting to me seeing, because I've only seen like parts of it. Like I've seen enough of it from watching a couple friends stream it, but I haven't seen the whole thing. It was interesting to see how even in just what you said was what 2 years.
Yeah,
just
2
about-
years in between. And I think
in
the
just
game
about-
itself came out 2 years later too. So if you were actually playing it like at release, you were directly like living the same amount of time as those characters.
Well, and in just a period of 2 years, like look at how much like technology had started to develop from a period where they were so deathly afraid of technology because their religion said, "Thou shalt not have technology."
Yep.
And then just suddenly this explosion of now you've got all this stuff and it's looking like drastically more modern. It's kind
it
of an
did help.
interesting thing.
And with that, it did help because the Albed were always trying to salvage old technology and try to learn how to remake it. So it made sense that technology could actually improve that much over that time because there was no longer a taboo about it.
100%. I learned recently that there's a book about Final Fantasy X as well, which I had no idea. And apparently, in that book, Tidus kicks a blitz ball and dies because it's a bomb.
What? That's amazing.
Hilarious.
Is that fan fiction?
Apparently, it's a legitimate book. I don't know for sure. I have not read this, but I found out recently about it. I'm like, that can't be real. And
All the attacks he
person watching
survive
is like,
throughout
it's
the main
real.
game. All the attacks he survived throughout the main game, and a bomb just kills him because he kicks the.
It's
kicks it.
literally he kicks a blitz ball, thinking it's a blitz ball and it's a bomb and it blows up.
That's incredible.
I
love
hope
that.
it's real because it's so fucking dumb.
I genuinely love that.
I mean, I know there's
I am
Final
sold.
Fantasy 15 books, but I didn't know there was 10 books.
Apparently, I don't know. I haven't found the book myself yet, but I saw someone talking about it. There's no way. But everything else they were saying checked out about Final Fantasy X and X-2. I guess they were one of those people that really studies it, but I couldn't find the book myself. I'm gonna read a few things from chat, and then
there
we
we go.
can talk about any final statements on Final Fantasy X-2, and we can move on to another game.
Yeah, I thought someone was gonna hate on you for liking this game, but all I've heard are good things.
What's funny is that when we did the movie night, right? And we were
Mm-hmm.
talking about oh, what game I said what game I was gonna do. Everyone was like, "Oh, that game." So
You know
I
what's funny?
expected
With
every
him
time
doing all of those, I might actually change which game I'm going to talk about next.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, see, no, but I thought usually people get mad at me for liking 10-2. I used to call it my guilty pleasure. And now I just consider it no, I'm fully on board with this game. I don't care. So maybe someone will come in later and they'll have opinions, but
It's not like it's Holloway Simulator.
exactly. Which is
Oh,
weird
yeah, I've
because
heard about
they moved on to 13. So I don't know what happened. And
Although
now they're
13 kind of
the team where-
copies 10 because 10 is kind of a Holloway Simulator as well.
Yeah.
When you really think about it. But that was the
I
first.
still like 10, but yeah, it is a bit of a hallway.
Yeah, but at least with 10, it kind of made sense because it was the first game on that new generation.
Yeah.
I think a lot
You
of Final
would think that
Fantasy games
13
end up
would've
kind of being
gone from that.
fairly linear in their story and dungeon design. Weird as that sounds, for what you would think would be open world games. You look at Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah, it's actually 4 also.
Yeah,
pretty
4
linear.
is very much go here, now go here, now go here. You get some moments here and there where you can kind of explore a little bit here and there. And Final Fantasy VIII is the exact same way. I'll talk about that later, but I think the biggest one in my head that sticks out that is very much not a hallway simulator. Once you get to the World of Ruin in Final Fantasy VI, the game just opens up and you can take it at your pace. You could beat the
Yeah.
game with 3 characters, or you could spend the entire game going everywhere and collecting
I
everyone.
almost wonder
including
if that's what they were trying to do with 13, but they didn't have enough time to
Well,
to
13's a weird thing because I felt like they were developing things on the fly. They almost didn't know
Yeah.
what they were doing, and they didn't map it out properly. And you can tell the deeper you get into that game, it's okay, now it seems like you're starting to figure it out, but really the beginning, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like there was much planning involved with 13. To me, anyways. I'm gonna read a few comments from chat here, and then we will continue forward. So Lisa says, "I beat Final Fantasy X-2, and I love the opening." Wait says 10-2 had a great version of the job system. Yep, I agree. I don't agree with your next comment though. Better than the damn sphere grid, anyways. Why do
She
people
loves
hate
the
the
sphere
sphere
grid.
grid?
You
I
love
Sphere
it.
grid
the
allows
sphere
you to
grid.
you can max out your characters pretty quickly with the sphere grid when you know what you're doing.
I love the sphere grid so much.
You could break out of your own sphere grid into everybody else's sphere grid too, and you can really just destroy the game. But then again, a lot of Final Fantasy games let you completely break the game over your knee if you know how.
Yeah,
100%.
exactly. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I love the sphere grid. I think it's a perfect system, personally. Neo says, oh, sorry. Wade says it's a happy ending. And then Neo says, can you defend the seagull laughing? That's literally the only thing I know about that Final Fantasy game.
Yes, because right after they do that fake laugh, they do a real laugh because they realize how stupid it is.
If you're talking about the Tidus laugh, that I understand the context behind that. A lot of people looked at that scene, they were just like, "Oh, hey, look at this really fake ass terrible laugh," and it's no, he's
That's the
trying
entire
to.
purpose.
That's the point. He's trying. They are literally on their way to die, and he's trying to loosen up and lighten the situation. And
Well, he doesn't know it yet at that time.
but he's trying to get her to lighten up and loosen up and everything, and that's the whole point. And then they actually laugh. And you're right. It's like that's the whole point. Is like they're on their way to go die. Like let's
It's a
lose
tense
them.
moment. You're not gonna sound like super perfect when you're trying to fake your way through it. Essentially.
Oh, do we? I need to find that sound effect to add it to the soundboard.
Oh no!
Titus's laugh. God.
It's okay.
I'll defend it.
Jason says, I was the one that wasn't the biggest fan of Final Fantasy Spice Girls. I love it. I don't care. And Jason's going to be joining us later. So if you want to yell about Final Fantasy X-2 at me, feel free.
That's what I'm looking
If
forward
you
to.
bring up... oh, God. If this man brings up Smash, it's over. We're going to be yelling at each other so much.
It's all ogre.
Wait says, that's why 6 is the best Final Fantasy. Do we universally agree that 6 is the best Final Fantasy? I think that's like the
I'm
common
a 7
opinion.
simp.
7 simp? Interesting. Okay.
Somebody
7 is
else
first,
first.
right?
With Final
Yeah.
Fantasy, it tends to be your first Final Fantasy that you simp for.
I don't simp for 7. I think it's a good game. I genuinely think it's a good game. The materia system is fantastic. Like an actual 9.5 or 10 out of 10 on the materia system. I think the story is. This is gonna sound really bad, but I think one of the best things that happened to that story is Aerith's death.
Finally.
Yeah,
But I mean, it adds drama, so
It
yeah,
does,
I think
but-
so.
Yeah, but from what I've
I'll
heard,
get into that when I talk
from
about
what I've
8.
heard, from what I heard, the remake is actually kind of making her annoying when she wasn't annoying in the original.
Can confirm she's fucking insufferable in the remake. So
It's so weird because I'm watching her voice actress also play the game. I'm not watching far because I'm not very far in the game and I'm trying not to get it spoiled, but she's like the most calm, normal person ever. And then you hear Aerith's voice lines and Aerith is so annoying. It's like, why did they make her so fucking annoying?
Interesting.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I do not simp for my first Final Fantasy because it was 7 remake, and I fucking hate it. So I guess if that counts.
Oh my god, that was your first Final
That was
Fantasy.
my first and only.
God.
I mean, I do simp for 8, and I played it, but I didn't understand what a JRPG was, so I just hung around the main world and played Triple Triad, and I had a great time. It's my favorite card game ever.
There you go. You enjoyed the best mini game in all of Final Fantasy. Let's go.
That was such a good minigame that they actually put it into Final Fantasy 11.
And 14.
And
It's
I think
even
it has-
got its own standalone mobile game.
Yeah, one of these days I will beat Final Fantasy just because it was Final Fantasy 8 because it was my childhood one. And
When you do, let me know. I will join you for that because that's my fucking game.
I'm gonna need my handheld so hard.
Wait says the sphere grid ruined any uniqueness to a character. I think the sphere grid made that more interesting though because you could choose whatever path you wanted to go with the character.
To be honest, usually you didn't go off of a character's sphere grid until very late in the game. So for most of the game, they do stay unique until the end game where you can choose which one you want.
Jason agrees with me. Says Brianna White is awesome. She's super cool. I think I watched some of it and I was like, damn, I need to catch up on this game so I can watch her play through it. I love that idea that you can watch somebody who worked close with the game, play the game and see their reaction. I got to see her reaction the first time she heard her own voice in the game. That was super cool.
The voice actor for Michael for GTA 5 has been streaming GTA and it's fucking hilarious. Because he's pretty much just Michael. He got swatted, actually, by the way. And he was he picked up the phone, he's like, these fucking punks or something. And it was so funny. It's like Michael's gonna go out and kill them. It was amazing.
Oh my god.
Great.
Wait says, clearly I will need more tequila for this stream. Back shortly.
So do I.
Actually, I think that's a call for me to get some coffee whiskey.
Perfect. Let's go. Let's go.
It's gonna be a live last one, but yeah.
Any finishing thoughts on 10-2 before we move on, dude? And I'm sure it'll come up again because Jason's gonna come in later. I feel like he'll have a few things to say, but any final words on it before I move
I
to
think
Imp's,
I've said pretty much all of my gist.
I heard no complaints apart from Spice Girls.
Also, of course, Pain is underrated.
Pain is underrated, but Pain doesn't how far do you get in that game where you're like, am I supposed to just assume that I know things about you? Do you know what I mean? She kind of is just there.
She kind of wants her past to be hidden from the main girls.
James, she's an emo girl. This is a great fucking game.
Wait,
Please play the game.
There's an emo girl named Pain in it?
Yes.
Yes, you can make the joke that you're in pain.
I might have to.
Oh,
I
no,
might have to
no.
play
What did I
this
walk
game.
back in
I
on?
might have to play this game. This
You
sounds
have
so
to play
funny.
the game. It's so great.
I'm someone
So
that
great.
loved Penance from Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. Oh, is that her? Oh my God, her
Yeah.
name is Pain. I loved
Yeah.
Penance in
Pain.
Ultimate Alliance 2 because that was a character that was so edgy that he would hurt himself to unleash his superpowers, and so he
Oh
had
my
like
God.
he had spikes in his body, so they would like go into him and he'd be like, ah, and then like shoot it, and I was like, yes, the edge. So this sounds like the female equivalent. I'm in.
But
But they
Pain,
did-
like, how long is Pain in the game? And you're like, did I like miss you in 10? Like, who
She's
are
supposed
you?
to be a new character.
Yeah,
She-
but
yeah.
they just kind of bring her in like she's just a part of the whole thing, and that we're supposed to just be like, oh yeah, it's Pain.
Well, I mean, to be honest, sphere hunting is a new profession, so it makes sense that you would add new characters with that.
That's
And
true.
the way that they wrote her, Barrelite, Gipple, and Nuge into the history of Yevon as well, just showed more of the corruption in that organization.
The fact that they named him Nuge just makes me laugh though.
It's so funny to me.
Nuge.
So what we're gonna do?
Luigi.
What we're gonna do is Imp will do a game. I know, dude, you probably have other games as well, right? That was
I kind of
another
want to do
one.
the next game because Imp actually with those couple of screen changes, I kind of want to talk about this one.
Okay, well, whoever between the two of you wants to talk first,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna add another person in about like 5 or so minutes. So
Gotcha.
we can talk over
I know
while
Final
that person's
Fantasy
here,
VIII
but
is on the roll call here. I don't know what else
Yeah.
is, but
Right on.
have at it.
That was
lads.
what I was gonna naturally segue into, but I'm totally cool with letting
It's
dude
more
take the
that you
first
did
bit.
those. It's that you did those screen transitions, and I was like, I kind of want to do this one next.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Take it
And
away.
Dark
Take it
Souls
away.
2.
Is that a hated game?
It is actually a hated game in the Souls.
It's considered
Souls.
one of the weakest in the series.
Really?
I think generally like because it's like just because it's the weakest in a series of excellent games doesn't make it a bad game.
Yeah,
But
no, I agree with
100%.
the internet tends to
but
deal
because
in
it-
absolutes.
because-
so that's
yeah.
the issue.
The
But-
internet is Sith? Okay.
I will actually say I have played this version and the Xbox One version on
Mm-hmm.
stream. I will say the 360 version is superior.
What? How? I don't know
Because-
anything about this game apart that it's Dark
Even though
Souls.
this says the sins of the first scholar, which has all of the DLC.
Okay.
And the thing is, though, whenever they did the sins of the first scholar on Xbox One, they also changed where a lot of enemies spawned, and they also added a bunch of enemies.
Oh shit.
So most of those enemy spawns were not well designed compared to the original release.
Oh fuck, that's so
So-
weird. God damn.
So
So,
they made it harder in a more unfair way. But the original version that was released was actually much more fair with its difficulty, like most Souls games are supposed to be.
is this a case of most people played like did it come I really don't know much about Dark Souls 2. Did it come out like super close, the 360 and the Xbox One version, so most people just played that Xbox One version and didn't like it for that reason?
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What else do people hate about it? Because I kind of just lump all Dark Souls games like together. The only one I've
actually
ever
really like-
beaten is like the Fallen Order, Jedi Fallen
Yeah.
Order, which isn't.
And I
a
can't
Dark
remember any
Souls
real
game, but,
any
yeah.
of the bosses that I actually hated from that game.
Mhm.
Like there was one that's early on called the Enforcer, that whenever you first fight him, it's actually supposed to be earlier than you're supposed to.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're actually supposed to get killed by him.
I was one of
But-
those bosses.
Yeah,
I've played
but
a
here's
few
the thing:
games
that
like that, yeah.
he only spawns in a specific spot, and you don't have to go up there for that fight. So
See you later, fucker. And you just flip him off. You
Bye.
walk past them.
Bye, nerd.
Yeah.
But if you die, kill him at that point, he won't spawn in his boss arena.
Oh
But
God. Does it break the
so
game?
you pretty,
or-
no, it doesn't break the game. It actually is designed that way.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
So
That ain't bad
and
at
then
all.
but of course, if you die to him there, he won't spawn there, and he'll just go to. You can only spawn in his arena.
Interesting.
So it was really cool for that.
Is the story weak or anything or like?
I mean, to be honest, it's a Souls game. Its story is all hidden.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this.
It's lore. It's all hidden in items and passive environmental storytelling. It's
Yeah.
it's a classic Souls-like.
Okay.
And I did like the how the final boss in that game actually felt more unique than most other Souls final bosses, because it wasn't just a guy with a sword. It was actually a witch with a scythe, and she had some sorcery techniques that she would use.
I am always for characters and NPCs with really unique weapons. All right, sure. Everyone has a fucking sword. Give me the bitch with a fucking spear and shield. Give me someone with a morning star or a scythe or something unique like that. I love unique character design. That's not just like, oh, I got a sword. Like maybe that's part of the reason I like Final Fantasy VIII is because the character designs, like you mentioned, James. Like I'll talk about it later, but
Yep.
unique weapon character design.
Yeah.
Fucking dude with a sword.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's super
Yeah, it's
interesting.
literally the final boss of 1 and 3.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Gwyn.
But
Fair enough.
I didn't know that there was any Dark Souls games that were considered bad because I just
Yeah,
constantly.
this is interesting
news
to
to
me
me.
too. This is Dark Souls 2 specifically, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily trust Metacritic, but this is just the quickest way for me to see like an overview. Universal acclaim is 91, and the user score is 8.0. So I'm surprised. Maybe this was more of like people were vocal.
Yeah, it's more of one of those internet things where it's like it's the worst one, so it has to be the bad.
And it's technically the third one, right? Because you got Demon Souls, then you got Dark
Yeah.
Souls, and then you got Dark Souls 2. So I guess there was at this point it was a huge series and people were expecting a lot from it, I guess, and then it let down in some
I think it was made
ways.
by a different team than the one who made Demons and Dark
Oh,
Souls.
really?
I found a review that gave it a 0. Should I read it?
What?
And you can see
Fucking
how much
0?
Yeah, I'll read this review. This
I bet you someone who
person's-
hates Souls.
Maybe this person's name is Free to Judge and says terrible and archaic and slow gameplay with stunning visuals and environments made useless by the unresponsive and clunky combat system. I tried to like this game, but there's really nothing that makes me understand why it is so loved. Fighting minions is boring. They are slow and too easy to kill. Every boss has a weakness, and you just have to find it. And if you don't die, which means that you have to waste time fighting useless minions again and again, because checkpoints are useless, right? How they managed to make a game of this kind of boring is beyond me, but this is by far the worst Souls game I've ever played.
Oh, so they've played others because it sounded like they didn't play.
Yeah,
any-
at first I was like, have they played anything else? Apparently.
And actually, what's crazy
mean-
that Dark Souls 2 actually has a unique system where you can actually end up killing enough of the enemies so they don't respawn. You can like kill the enemies like 8 times or something like that, and they won't respawn. It's to prevent you from farming in a certain area.
I
too
mean,
much.
to me, it just sounds like that guy. Hold on. It sounds like that guy. He needs to get good.
Exactly.
I've got a friend that reviewed the game on Steam. He says worse than 1, but better than 3. For 2 years of troubled development, this game came out pretty good. And then the other Steam reviews are pretty funny. That sucked, but in a good way. People lied to you. Play this game. Someone said better than Elden Ring. This is a
really?
superior Dark Souls 2 experience. Some person said I love to suffer. This sounds like and this is what I hear about most Dark Souls games. It's a masochist wet dream. Like a lot of people that play Dark Souls, it's like you're living to suffer. It's a fucking miserable experience, but it's addictive and you want to get through it to say that you beat it. It's kind of that feeling. It's kind of like me with Mario Tennis Aces the other day. So it seems like people have come around to it in recent years. There's literally one review saying like they wish they played it sooner and they didn't listen to people back in the day. So like people are kind of going back to this now and they're like, you know what? It's actually good. So
Like I said, it's because the people originally thought it was bad.
right, that makes sense.
And I also liked how they did some of the different bosses because like there was the Medusa boss where if you don't destroy the windmill, the boss room is actually completely covered in poison.
Oh shit.
So and she heals in poison.
Oh God! All right, that's
So-
neat. Actually, I like mechanics like that.
So if you destroy the windmill, which is right next to a bonfire, you can actually pretty quickly you can actually get rid of most of the poison in her room.
If I type
And the only
in
poison is on the edges.
If I type in Dark Souls 2 into YouTube, it comes up with Dark Souls 2 is worse than you remember as the top result, which is interesting. But yeah, no, that's super interesting. I've never heard of people even hating this game or any of them. I've heard various things about. I've heard Elden Ring is usually considered widely the best one. I've heard like a lot of the long-term fanboys still love Demon's Souls. I think the one I've heard is bad. It was what was it, Dark Souls remake? One of them got like a full-on remake, like a completely different, like it wasn't a
Demon's Souls.
remaster. Demon Souls. Yeah, I heard that was terrible from a lot of people. Like, if you're a fan of the original, the new version of it is garbage. I remember hearing that. But apart from
Because
that,
Dark Souls was more of a remaster than a remake.
okay. Yeah, so it must have been the Demon
But
Souls.
what's
full-on
funny is
remake.
that the Dark Souls remaster, because of the frame rate upgrade,
Mhm.
it actually broke some things.
Oh fuck. That's always the worst. God damn it.
I think because the original game was like 30 frames per second, and then the remaster was like 60.
Right.
So it broke some things.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny whenever you think of it that way.
Yeah, no, the game doesn't look bad at all. I'm looking at it right now. We're looking at it on stream. No, nothing.
I would suggest doing the 7th gen version because again, those changes to the enemy spawns are really bad.
Yeah, that's super wild, and I bet you that's why a lot of people complained back in the day. I wonder, looking at the Steam version, if they fix that because everyone's liking it on Steam.
I think there's a
so-
way you can revert back to an older version.
Oh, interesting. I wonder, does this
I'm
have?
seeing someone say that it's just as bad as Lords of the Fallen.
Ooh,
That's brutal.
goddamn.
Brutal.
It says Demon Souls 1 legendary, Dark Souls 1 masterpiece, Light Souls 2 what a piece of turd. Seriously, there are too many enemies and bosses doing shit that is just random, absurd, or jank. Honestly, it's about the same as Lords of the Fallen trash mechanics. Dark Souls 3 amazing.
Interesting. I don't know if I would start with it if I ever play these. I'd probably start with Elden Ring myself because or Bloodborne rather. I love the art style of Bloodborne, but maybe one day.
I started with
Bloodborne
Dark
is-
Souls, so
Bloodborne is a bit more fast paced. Like there is a shield. There is exactly one shield in Bloodborne,
single
and it's
shield.
straight out. It's a joke item. Straight out says on the item like it's not good. Don't use it.
That's fucking great. Oh my god.
And like the entire game is exclusively designed around fast-paced action. Like if you get hit, your health, like you take a chunk of damage, but you have like the shadow health, and if you keep attacking, you restore health up to whatever's left until you meet whatever drains down after.
I really got to try
It's
that
like-
game. I think I own
It's
it.
it's interesting. It's a
I
really
would
fun
st-
one, but good luck.
I would go through that game, but I want to go through the entire Souls game series again on PlayStation. But again, I don't have a way to stream for my PS3. I think you
damn.
said something last time that you do have something for that.
Yeah, I
We
pretty
use an
much
adapter essentially, and then it like
it
goes
tricks
through
it.
and it works.
Yeah, I use a what's it called? I don't use HDMI. I'm blanking on the name, but before HDMI
Component?
the component cables. I use the component cables for the PlayStation, and then I use a component cable to HDMI adapter, and then I plug that into the Elgato, and that tricks it because of the stupid PS3
Interesting.
security. So yeah,
I know there's also a way you can get like an HDMI splitter, one of the really cheap ones from China that removes the copyright.
yeah, that's
I
the
haven't
thing.
actually experimented with the PS. I have my PS4. I haven't tried to stream with it yet, so I don't know.
PS4 you can turn off the copyright protection just like the Xboxes.
And even PS5 has this copyright protection bullshit. It's insane.
Yeah, but you can turn it
Sony
off.
is so you can turn it off. It disables you from using YouTube, but pretty much for the PS3, there's no turning it off. So you have to trick it into thinking it's not being recorded. It's so insane. So yeah, it's so dumb. I'm curious to hear about Final Fantasy VIII. What do you guys?
Well, hold on. Let me
you've
pull
been-
my notes.
you've
Let me
been-
pull my notes. out
You've
again.
got a little hand. He's
All right.
got a
Use it
little
earlier.
hand.
That's adorable.
I love the game. I
Also, hello, patience.
How's it going?
Patience is chatting. I don't see the chat. That's
He's screaming. He's
Patience is she's screaming.
She's screaming.
She's screaming. Okay. Hi, Patience. I was like, hey, Patience, I'm doing the thing. Come scream. And
Perfect. It's your time to scream.
So I actually never played 7 growing up. I actually have only played like half of disc 1 of Final Fantasy 7. But this one I've played and destroyed. I've beaten it like 3 separate times vanilla, and I played it with a randomizer. So I know the game fairly well, including several of the more hidden mechanics. Talk about a game that you could bend over your knee and fucking break in half. That's Final Fantasy VIII. You could do that immediately out of the gate. Soon as you get out of Balam Garden, which is like 5 minutes of gameplay, you could bust the game wide open. 100%.
God damn.
Like if you know what you're doing, because one of the things that's I understand that some of the stuff that's going on is like there's some stuff that's not explained. There's some stuff that's a little bit weird. Final Fantasy VIII does this really weird thing where monsters level up with you. So it's actually not good to level up. Just like because you could go in like 4, 6, 10, and many other games, and you could just be like, you could just be like over leveled and just monstrously just like beat the shit out of everything in the game. But if you try to do that in 8, monsters will level up with you, and it's really not good because you gimp yourself a lot of opportunities. The only bonus there is to leveling up is that some of the monsters, most of the monsters, draw tables and item drops are changed based on what level they are. And that only ends at like level 30. So it really doesn't help. So it really behooves you to just stay at low level the entire game. And then there's a couple of, you see it on my video on your screen right now, and I changed all the names.
Thanks for making me a dumb bitch, Imp.
I don't mean it. I only meant that as the highest respect. The only reason I know, I love you, Kay. I
just like saying that.
The only reason I didn't mean to name the worst character in Final Fantasy after you.
I know, literally, she's like the worst character in like any
fucking
game.
hate her. There's kind of a reason I say that the best thing to happen in 7's story was the death of Aerith. It's because if Aerith didn't die, she'd have ended up like Rinoa, and people would have fucking hated her. The difference is that and I don't want to go off on like why the reasons I don't like 8, but because I genuinely enjoy 8's individual character designs. I think Squall looks awesome. I think the fact that he uses a gunblade is really unique and interesting. Like
one of the best weapons in all of Final Fantasy.
Exactly. It's so good. It's an awesome weapon. It's so unique and interesting. I want one for my wall. Like I want one. And it's not like it's not an actual gun, right? It's a discount vibroblade. So the idea is that when you swing, if you connect and you pull the trigger at the right time, it causes the blade to vibrate violently and it causes more damage on hit. That's the whole point.
Okay.
So it's not an actual gun that fires bullets. It just has a revolver chamber as an aesthetic. But really all it does is it just vibrates the blade.
God damn.
What up, Insidious?
Blitz.
By the way, thank you all of you for being patient as I'm like 10 to 15 minutes behind and bringing people in. I want to give everyone time to talk. So I'm like, oh God, I'm sorry. So thank you for being patient.
Absolutely.
But
but then you also have Quistis' whip and Edia's boob window.
Boob window.
Oh, the boob window.
I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna
windows.
say Selfie's giant and Chaku, but no, the boob window is epic.
By the way, Imp, I just have to say, just as I found a really bad review of Dark Souls 2, I found a really bad review of Final Fantasy 8. If you want to go into rage.
Well, I know a lot of
putting that
people
out
hate
there.
this game. It's like you either love it or hate it. I think the
you
story's...
would be surprised.
The
So,
story is very interesting. Like, there's a lot of problems with the story, but like the first half of the game's story is fantastic. It's an amazingly written. Like the first disc and like the first half of disc 2 are amazing, and at disc 3 you just lose the plot, and then it's suddenly like, well, why are we in space? What's going on? Why is my girlfriend that I'm suddenly madly in love with just unconscious? And why won't she wake up? You better not hurt her.
Isn't there a fan theory that Squall died at the end of disc 1?
I have not heard that theory. No, the theory that I'm a big fan of is that the connection drawing, the romantic connection between Squall and Rinoa is mystical in nature. That there is a mystical connection between a sorceress and the sorceress's knight that draws them together. And there's some credence to that because
God damn, that means that Cypher is a lucky man.
Exactly. Like Cypher was mystically connected not to Edea, but to Ultimecia.
Well, I thought he was connected to Edea.
No, he's connected to Ultimecia through Edea while she was being possessed. Once she was left, then he dropped Edea like a hot rock. The reality is that that's Cid. Cid is Edea's knight, and
Gotcha.
Squall, and they all express in a different way. Like Sid is Idia's wife. Cypher is Ultimisia's simp, and the other two are lovers. But yeah, if you think about it like mystical in nature, it makes a lot of sense, and it actually makes the story kind of feel pretty good. But like, and I personally really enjoyed the junction and draw system. Once you start understanding it, it really opens up how the game plays, because it's really fun how like you can completely customize the game, the characters. You can make one person super potent with magic. You can make another person very high utility and defense, and you can make another person just attack for 4 9s every time. It's really fun when you start getting into that. It's just when you start playing, they don't explain a lot of stuff. With a few more additional explanations, and then maybe a bigger magic inventory, and maybe being able to draw, like use some of your magic without using your magic stock, it would probably be a lot better. I think they would have done a lot better to allow you to use your magic and make it more potent without using your magic stock. That's a big complaint that I have.
Imp.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ruin your life here in 5 seconds. Okay, I am gonna read this bad review because I just want to know if you have, like, you'd be surprised on Metacritic. I don't know if this is a nostalgia thing, but it's actually got a 90. So people do like this game. I'm surprised. This is another case of hating it at the time, and now with the nostalgia glasses, everyone's like, "This game's actually great."
Yeah, that.
But I know,
a lot.
Imp, you're not one of those people that's looking at it just because it's nostalgia. You actually have liked the game this whole time. So
yeah, I would if I only liked it because of nostalgia, I wouldn't have beaten it vanilla 3 times and once with a randomizer.
No, 100%.
It's also the only Final Fantasy that you could actually do randomizer because of the way you can break it.
That's true.
Which one?
It's
Which
the
one?
Final Fantasy 8.
Final Fantasy 8. Yeah.
It's the only Final Fantasy you can really use a randomizer because of how you can break it.
One thing I want to say, because I never got really far in it as a little kid, because I had no idea what the fuck a RPG was, a JRPG. But so I watched that opening cutscene over and over and over again because I thought it was absolutely gorgeous and amazing. And compared to everything I was playing at the time, it was just like, holy shit, this feels like a masterpiece.
And that song being played is actually amazing too.
Yeah, like the intro, the very intro to the game is great. I haven't seen much else apart from that. I'm curious, would the game be better if it had a standard leveling up system that you could grind?
Yeah.
You think so?
I think so.
I actually kind of like the monsters leveling up with you. I don't disagree with you. I think that it wouldn't be like if that were the case, a lot more people probably would have gotten into it, but then it would kind of gimp the whole magic equipment system, because that's what it is. Your magic is your equipment.
Right.
That's the whole point behind it. Like the way I understand they wanted to try something different and unique, and I give them a lot of credit for that. Like you'll notice with my picks here, I think I give a big points for trying interesting things and doing, like, giving credit for effort rather than just having like a well-established thing and then just fucking it up and being, oh, well, we tried, why don't you give us some more money?
Interesting.
Like I'll never defend Halo Infinite. I'll never defend 343. Dude, I know you will, but I'll never defend 343.
I have a love-hate with Infinite, but I can't really defend it for multiple reasons. I'm curious, because Final Fantasy is like a game where story is first. People mainly love their Final Fantasies based on the story. It's interesting that we heard about 10-2, and that story is considered rough, and now 8, and that story is considered rough by some. What is everyone's favorite Final Fantasy story? Is it like, hey, is it 10-2 for you? Is it 8 for you, Imp? Dude?
It's 6.
Not 10-2 for me. I think 10 would be my favorite story out of all of them. But I do I need to go back and play the original ones because I think I'll like those more.
That's
but
a funny way of saying 6.
In my brain. What?
So 6
That's
is
a funny way of
Imp.
saying 6.
6.
No,
Crazy
have,
God Joker.
It's not one that I spent enough time with to be able to give that answer. When I think of Final Fantasy, my brain always goes 10, no matter what. So it's
I mentioned it
stuck with me.
So 10's got a really good story. 10, I'll give you credit, is a great story. It's unique. It's very interesting, and the way that the twists and stuff really matter, and they make it feel good. But
I think the music lends to that game as well, though. I've said this on gaming with shrooms and all.
Gaming
that
with mushrooms. That's the after
gaming
hours
with
show.
spoons. Sorry, and power up mushrooms.
Gaming with mushrooms. This game's a trip, man.
Gaming with shrooms. No, but I said this to them. Like, To Zanarkand is like one of the few songs that I hear and I instantly choke up just from hearing it. Yeah, whatever. Fuck, I don't know.
Well,
I
they actually pronounce it in the game, and you can't pronounce it the same way they say it in the game.
I know, I'm retarded. It's fine. The point is
my favorite song is Otherworld. And it's not even. It doesn't even sound like a Final Fantasy song.
Yeah,
I mean,
true. No,
if
but
we're
I'm
talking
saying,
about
like, the music, like, it reminds you of that story instantly. Like, I think they did a really good job of composing that game, because you hear that music, you even hear like a few notes, and you're like, oh god. And not a lot of games have that impact, so I think that partially impacts my opinion on it.
In terms of video game composers in general, I have to give as much credit as humanly possible to Nobuo Uematsu. The man is an absolute fucking legend. And I think 6 was actually the first game where he really just started to think about how... He started to think about the score in terms of story and telling a story through music. But then again, when I think about games, I think of production value separate of the game itself. And that's part of why I don't simp for 7. As great of a game as I think 7 is, I think the story is still it's a classic Square RPG. And yeah, they had like the most important twist of the century with Aerith's death, but there's still a lot of weird points in this and everything else, and it's still Square RPG. And I think 8's story is weaker, but I think the biggest reason people didn't like 8 at the time was because it had big shoes to fill. 7 had a lot going for it because Square and Sony were both taking huge risks at the time and went hand in hand advertising each other. Because Square could very well have just stayed with the Nintendo 64 and gone that way because they were already established on the Super Nintendo.
Right.
So they had an install base already. And then between that, the big jump from 2D to 3D, and going from Final Fantasy 2 and 3 to Final Fantasy 7, all of this combined just really paid off in this big mystical ad campaign that paid off big dividends for them, because they sat there saying, oh, what's all this? Final Fantasy 7? Where's 1 through 6? And then they look at 3 and they're just like, wait, what happened to 4 through 6?
Yeah.
No one really knew for years, but everyone played 7 and they thought it was great.
That's your
combination
localization issues.
Yeah, big combinations of a lot of different factors
They did
skyrocketed
fix
7
most
to
of that
1.
during the PS1 era because they released a 2 and 5 on the PS1 as well.
Yeah,
Just
they
3
did.
never got re-released in America until the DS version.
Yeah, and I have the DS version, but I don't know how to stream it. I'll have to figure that out.
Retro.
I want to read off this really terrible review because I just want to know how much Imp disagrees
Yes,
with it. And I
ma'am.
think that's
Let's
what
go.
that's what's going to make this show fun and unique, is us actually looking for bad reviews about the games that you guys are defending. So
Okay,
here's a review from GamePro 3093 back in September of 2022. And he says, terrible game. How this piece of shit failure has defenders is past me. It's about as horrid as the 13 trilogy and 15. It's offspring, but those abortions get far more criticized.
What?
The plot is a broken, horribly convoluted mess that's MST3K? Is that
Mystery Science Theater
Science
3000.
Oh, he invoked Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah.
Material full of ginormous holes, astronomical coincidences, and laughable plot twists. The characters aren't interesting or very deep at all. The romance is artificial in its entirety and gag-inducing. The soundtrack is mediocre in general, with a couple tracks that are
fuck
actually
off.
really good. The gameplay innovations are pointless and get in the way of getting any possible fun out of this abortion by causing unnecessary frustration and
They
tedium.
love that word.
Was that 2 or 3, James?
The locations aren't that interesting or exciting looking, and Squall is a whiny emo bitch who
Wow.
isn't particularly
Okay, he's not
fun
wrong.
or interesting, and Lightning and Noctis seem to have regretfully borrowed a bit too much from him.
It's
One of
an
the
anime
biggest-
game. They're all whiny emo bitches,
I
though. Like,
know.
what?
one of the biggest mistakes to come out of this franchise. People wonder why this franchise has been struggling more than succeeding with its fans, but Final Fantasy VIII is a big part of what caused this. Almost everything to come out of it was a bad thing before it was a good thing. That is from GamePro 3093.
Okay, he's not wrong that Squall's a bit of an he's not wrong that Squall's a bit of an emo bitch. He's not wrong there. But
He's better in Kingdom Hearts.
100%. He's also like, I think one of his best depictions is Dissidia. The original Dissidia on the PSP. It's actually a good game.
Actually, the sequel was also fine.
Duodecim 1012 is more of an expansion, and they actually retained Tifa's bust size, thank God.
Okay, I just want to point out how much superior Steam reviews are. I'm looking at Steam reviews of Final Fantasy VIII. One of the best ones here. I want to bang Rinoa. Thank you. Sold.
That's a great review.
I love Steam reviews so much.
Shit taste detected.
Oh no.
I'm hot for teacher.
Okay, now I need to buy that game just so I can put I need to bang Adia.
There we go.
By the way, I do prefer Steam reviews. I just thought like
the dude has
the
much
normies
better
use.
taste confirmed. I've got basic bitch hot teacher taste, but okay.
Everyone's
I'll
seeming
take
to
it.
love the game on Steam. The only thing I'm seeing is that
Same with Metacritic.
the only issues I'm seeing are that the ports to PC, be it the remaster or the baseline version, are fucking garbage. So I'm not sure what the best version is to play. I assume
I recommend the original PC Steam release. Is that the 2013 release?
Yeah,
that's the one you're probably looking at.
And
not the remaster.
I do have a friend here. I'm not sure who this is. Oh, actually, I know who this is. And he says you pretty much install this and then you mod the shit out of it, and then it's the best version. So and he linked a bunch of mods. So
the first one I would recommend 100% is the Roses and Wine music mod, which replaces the original. It replaces the shitty MIDI versions of all the songs with the original soundtrack PS1 quality OST, which is the only way to fucking play the game. Play the game with the original OST from PlayStation 1. It's the best. There's no question.
My Steam
Well,
friend
I've only played the PS1 version, so.
Well, then you play the superior version. I don't have a PS1.
My Steam friend actually dropped a video of like the remaster compared to the original with mods, and the original with mods looks so much fucking better.
Yeah, the best thing about PS1 games is you don't need a PS1 to play them. You can have a PS2, a PS3, or even a PC with a disc drive.
Yep.
I don't have a disc drive. I'll have to buy one. I'm sure USB will work.
USB disc drives
my thick PS3.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's interesting
100%.
because like I don't have much memories of this game. I remember I bought it and I liked it because I like Final Fantasy. But I think this game's biggest problem is like for me, the characters, the plot were all just like completely wiped from my memory. The only thing I really remember is like the Gunblade was cool, and that was it. I think that's this game's biggest problem is like it's
forgettable.
Overall, like characters are weak, plot got nothing.
Yeah, I hear the plot is rough from a lot of people.
Once you get like, it's got some really fun. It's got a lot of really fun moments. The characters are actually really fun. I don't like Rinoa. I think Rinoa is one of the weakest characters in all of Final Fantasy. And if we're talking about like villains, I think 6 and 7 both did villains better in overall in every aspect than basically any other Final Fantasy game. 10 did a very good job.
I actually really like 15's villain.
I haven't seen any.
Arden is a really good villain.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't played 15, so I can't comment on that.
Just let you know, he kind of has like an in between of Sephiroth and Kefka because he's constantly there messing with you.
Well, and that's the point I was about to bring up because in terms of villains, the best villains have been, in my opinion, Kefka versus Sephiroth. I lean a little more towards Kefka just because Kefka makes me want to fucking strangle him. And Sephiroth, the more I read up on him, the more I see about him, the more I really sympathize with what he is and what he's become.
Sephiroth is overrated, though, at this point. I don't know.
I wouldn't even go so far as to overrated. It's just that he's so popular that there's no mysticism anymore. Kefka is just
yeah,
like
that's a good
such
point. They kind of eliminated because a big part of his character is the mysticism, and it's almost completely gone because of his skyrocket in fame.
Yeah,
mean,
I
Arden-
just simp for Kefka. I love Kefka as a character. I think he's there from the very beginning, just like Sephiroth. He's fucking with you, or he's either messing with you directly, or he's doing things very close to you that you can see and you know that they're bad. But he's doing them. Like Kefka's doing it out of mania or sheer narcissism. And you can tell, like, he knows it's bad, and that's why he's doing it.
Just to let you know, Arden, some of his story isn't actually in the main game. It's some of it's in the DLC in a book, but he's actually someone who's sympathetic, but but by the time the game starts, he's doing it all out of spite for the gods.
Yeah. Well, and there's
he's still someone who's actually a villain, but you can still sympathize with what caused him to get into that point.
There's a common trend among Final Fantasy games, and certain ones exemplify this way better than others. The Final Fantasy games are so Japanese that they actually showcase one of the biggest traits is their extreme disdain for organized religion. And some people will look at that and scratch their head and be like, wait, what do you mean? I mean, what was it? Final Fantasy. It was the original Seiken Densetsu was Final Fantasy Adventure. They actually have you climb the tower, and you're facing all these trials. And when you reach the top, then you meet the creator. And the creator, he talks to you, and he talks about like, oh, you've passed all my trials. You've done such a great job. And he offers you a wish or something like that. And out of sheer spite, you murder him. Like, look at Final Fantasy VI. What does Kefka do? He fucks with you so much, and then on the floating island. Like, oh yeah, spoilers for a 20-some-year-old game. On the floating island above the floating continent above the land, there are 3 mystical goddess statues, and he absorbs their power and becomes God himself, and takes over the world and starts destroying it bit by piece, and punishing anyone that he sees having so much as a glimmer of hope. Until you gather your party, and out of sheer spite, you destroy God. This is a common trend.
10 is very self-explanatory for the organized religion.
Exactly. 10 is literally you against the organized church. Like, Seymour is the Pope with better hair, and his entire mission is, I am going to become sin to stop the cycle by destroying everything, and then there will be no cycles to repeat because everything's dead. So, and then throughout the story, in the entirety of the story,
what's funny is going back to 10.2, it actually shows some of the positives of organized religion,
which is actually incredible. It's very not Square.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like, Square's very much not.
It shows that some people need that for a pillar to be able to lean on.
And I see people in chat talking about Shadow, and it's like Shadow's one of the best characters in all of Final Fantasy. Shadow is actually shadowing. There's some rumors and some stuff, like people like fan things, but I actually kind of give a lot of credence to it that Shadow's story is so directly interlinked with Kefka, because Shadow's former train robbing partner is Kefka. Like, Shadow used to have a partner. He used to rob trains, and then one ill-fated day, they decide to rob a train. It was an Empire's it was a Gestalian Empire train, and they got the drop on him, and then just fucked him up so bad that Shadow's partner was like so injured, and the original Super Nintendo localization was like, it got it reversed. The guy was like telling him, "What are you gonna do? You gonna piss your pants? Like, you get scared or something?" No, it's like, you go back to the remake for the GBA, and it gets it completely reversed. He's telling you how he's so scared, he's ready to piss his pants. You need to get out of here. I can't do anything. You need to run right now. It's like they kidnapped him and they turned him into Kefka. They used him as some of his early experiments for their Magitech, nights. And when you read into some of the soldiers' commentary as you talk to them, they talk about the Magitech Knights, which is what Celes is. They experimented on people, and they talked about, well, these people were experimented on, but Kefka was one of the first, and even though he survived, it completely broke his brain. It turned him into an absolute psychopath. And when you look at him, every single time that you run into Shadow, Kefka's not too far behind. Everywhere you go, Kefka is immediately behind him. Like, he is shadowing Kefka.
Shadow.
He is shadowing Kefka, trying to end him. And he is actually trying to right his wrong and save his friend by killing Kefka. Like, it's a very...
I want to read a few comments from chat, because people are liking what you're putting down here right now, Imp. Wait says, this guy,
We're no longer
he
defending
gets
a
it.
bad game.
I know, we're protecting a good one. Wait
Yeah.
says, this guy, he gets it. I know FF6 will be well defended here. Yanu says, do you think FF6 would benefit from a remake, or would they screw it up so bad?
No, they would fuck it up. I will
get the
go to
same
bat for this every fucking day. Do not remake 6, do not remake 8. Give me a prequel to Final Fantasy VI in a Final Fantasy Tactics style. Let me use all of the interesting characters and units from the Gestalian Empire. Let me use a contingent of Magitech armor suits. Let me use a contingent of knights and soldiers. Let me have General Leo and Celes and Kefka on my team. And then there's something that drops and betrayal happens and things go off the wall, and then there you go. And then the story gets set in motion. And you could even have like something happen, and there you go. Like, I don't know what the story would be, but there's so much prequel behind it that we could very easily make a very unique style of Final Fantasy VI prequel with a completely different battle system, like tactics style, because there's not enough Final Fantasy Tactics out there. And we would see so much more love for that rather than getting a remake of 6. Like, don't give me a remake of 6. I don't want to see what happened to 7 happen to 6.
Yeah, but Square's already shown that if they completely remake it, they're going to alter the story. And if they just remaster it or whatever, then they're going to fuck that up too, like they did with 8. So they're either lazy or they completely change everything by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And Kay, it sounds like you're not even a huge Final Fantasy VII Rebirth respecter after your recent playthroughs of it.
Oh, God, I'm starting to not like the game.
You
wanna
see
talk
what I
about
mean?
a game that, like, you know, we're saying other Final Fantasies are linear. This game is not linear at all.
opposite of
It's
that.
just fucking, like, open garbage. I've spent 5 hours playing the game, and all I did was tard wrangle Moogles and then fight, like, one enemy that I had to
Moogles.
cheese. And I ran around a field, pecking at the ground as a chocobo. I just, like, oh my God. I just want to play
Yeah.
the story.
So with that, we have learned Final Fantasy VIII good, but it makes a lot of people mad. Final Fantasy VI, everybody loves.
Anyone that doesn't like 6 should just be
Actually,
like shamed.
I found a review of someone that hates 6.
Did I write
Oh,
it?
no.
I've never played
You
it.
want me to read this? Let's
After
read
we
this.
read this, we should go to an Insidious.
I was
bad
gonna
game.
say,
Yes, absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah, that is the plan. Zach Abraham, June 3rd, 2020 says,
We're coming for you, Zach.
if forced
No.
at gunpoint, I would still choose FF7 over FF6. FF7 is the type of game that makes me want to play other Final Fantasy games, including 6. FF6 just does not have the same charm. The towns are repetitive. 14 characters is great in quantity, but lacking in quality, especially in story exposition, something FF7 achieved way better. The story of FF6 was bland, the villain even blander, like some rip-off Joker. The bosses were jokes too, all super easy to defeat once the right magic and equipment were obtained. FF6
That
gets
sounds like
too
any
much...
turn-based game.
Yeah.
Um,
FF6 gets too much hype among Final Fantasy purists. If there's one thing I agree on, it is that FF6 is the one in serious need of a remake. Who knows?
No.
Improve the graphics to modern standards, and FF6 may be so much better to play. Then
No.
one can seriously compare 6 and 7.
No, okay, fuck off with this graphics bullshit. Graphics do not make the game. Everything else, literally the graphics are the one thing that don't make a game. Fuck off with your graphics arguments. Fuck off. I don't care. Final Fantasy VI needs no remake. Patience gets it. There you go.
Yeah, chat's lighting up from that. Yanu says a
I like-
bad 6 review. To arms! To arms!
Here
prefer the
me
next
lighting
one.
my pitchfork.
That
And
soul,
sharpening my
that
torch.
review hurt Wait's soul. It's making him sober with rage.
Oh my god.
Sober? No, I'm
Drink
gonna go.
more.
Okay. All right,
Oh
I need I need more water and more whiskey.
All right.
You grab your water and whiskey. I want to give Insidious a chance to talk. I promised
Well-
him like 30-40 minutes ago he could chat. so-
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh,
No, it's me,
no
it's not
worries
you.
whatsoever. I
This is
don't
me.
care.
Don't worry.
Well, I want to at least hear what the topic is
We're,
before I leave.
we're all passionate about our shitty games.
Game.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean it's funny because like I think so far, like I have liked most of these games. Now, I would give the exception to Duke Nukem Forever. I've never played it. I bought it though.
I'm gonna
I'll
stream
try
it and sell it to you. I promise.
Dude, I actually own it. The biggest thing, and I said this in chat, is the load times are cancer.
I'd be
That's the
open to a
only
community
reason.
night.
If I actually bought it on Steam, like I'd rather pirate it because I own it already. Why would I buy it after paying for the Balls of Steel edition? Do you still have your statuette, your bust?
I've told this story before, super quick. Someone came over and broke it, but you were able to like just kind of delicately place it like so it rested. And so I was cleaning one day and it just kind of crumbled in my hands. And I don't know when it broke or who broke it or anything. So some party at some point, someone probably got drunk and knocked into it and it broke. And they're like, oh, and they didn't tell me. No idea who it is. I will fist fight you. Come find me. So I still have it.
I'm glad,
but,
you added the fight. I'm glad you added the fight.
Yeah.
It's probably the same asshole that broke our drum set for fucking Rock Band.
And our
too.
TMNT arcade recently.
And our copy of Guitar Hero, Arrows.
Oh my God.
I need to
Drunken
stop having
rampage.
parties. Yeah, my TMNT.
Was it Jim Jam? Did Jim Jam get drunk?
Am I like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Oh
and when I
my
get
God.
drunk, I'm just like, ah.
You're right though. Our TMNT arcade. Somebody was over recently. Was like, did you know that like your player 1 is broken?
Yeah,
We're like,
Leonardo's jump
"Excuse
is
me,
sticky, so
what?"
now I have to take it all apart. This
Oh,
is a
and
bitch.
then it was if it was sticky, it was definitely Jim Jam.
I would have come on Raph, not Leo, but anyway. Yeah.
At least my rock band drums. I just need to fix the battery corrosion.
Oh, damn. Yeah, ours was snapped in half. This is like I can fix my TMNT. I just got to pull it apart, which is a bitch.
Although I would prefer to get a Rock Band 3 drum set instead of having the Rock Band 2.
Yeah, some of the drums are fucking rough.
Yeah,
all right.
Because of the-
Insidious.
well,
Continue.
it's for 3 because of the symbols you can add to it.
Oh yeah, the sim. Anyway, I do like that for the Metallica game. But anyway, Bliss. Let's hear it. I'm very curious what your shitty game is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, I picked something that is actually about the same time as Final Fantasy VIII, and I can actually remember this game. So it's got that
Angry
going for it.
Canadian tipped $5.
All right.
Hail to
What
Melee
do
Games.
Blood Rain
Thanks for creating
and
this
the
awesome
2000
community filled
Blair
with
Witch
real,
games have in
genuine
common?
gamers.
Anybody
you guys
know?
rock.
Boobs?
Shout out to the chat too.
Oh, damn it! You took the word right out of my mouth.
Sort of. Close. And that is, they're all part of the Nocturne universe. Nocturne was a game from 1999, survival horror, and the reason I even thought about this topic, right? Because I think Neo was doing his show with, was it Cyborg? Mark, is that what his name is?
Oh, Mark the Cyborg. Mark the Cyborg. Yeah.
Yes. And I was telling him about this. So I was like, oh, yeah, there was this Nocturne game, and it's got something in common with Blair Witch and Blood Rain. And they're like, what? No, it can't possibly. And it's like, no, it absolutely does. This is a game, basically, it is a game set in like the 1930s. It is a horror game, a horror noir game. And basically the whole premise of it is that the U.S. government hired people and monsters to basically fight back against the United States monster enemies. which kind of sounds weird, right? But whatever.
I'm so in already, but yeah, go tell me more.
Right.
Down.
So basically, they work for the Spook House, and that's what they call that secret organization. And it is really kind of like a monster of the week type of thing, right? The game is broken up into different episodes. They're loosely connected, but you're just basically playing through that specific monster or that situation, beating it, and then you move on within the story.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I have it up on stream right now. I have never heard this game, but I love my Universal monsters. I love horror and vampires, and it's looking good. I'm gonna while you keep telling me about
What's
it.
crazy is I can't find reviews on it.
No, because the unfortunate thing is, like, this game was good, but also bad in a way because it completely died, right? They set up this whole nice world. The only way they could keep this thing going was to release other games. So they sold off part of the IP, which is how they made the Blood Rain games, right?
Oh, okay.
One of the original characters in there, they kind of took her character design and turned her into the half-sister, which is the character that's now in Blood Rain. And then they couldn't sell this game, so they basically were like, well, what we could do is we could get a licensed game, Blair Witch, and they basically made it so that the people who were investigating Blair Witch were these Spook House agents. So it kind of lived on, but it could never actually do well enough to make it on its own.
It would have had to skyrocket in popularity on its own. Problem is, I never heard a word about it.
I've never heard about this,
serious.
even though the gameplay is obviously not up my alley because it's like it's got the fixed camera, like akin to Silent Hill or Resident Evil.
Or Resident Evil.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell like how the movement is. Is it tank controls?
It is absolutely tank controls. That's why this is a bad game.
Oh, I see.
So
So I would have
tank controls.
All right, that's
it's got
every game that has
tank
tank
controls
controls is
make
bad.
a game.
Right.
I disagree.
Though there's two games
has
I
to be
love that have
designed
tank
properly.
controls, but I hate that they have them. That's Grim Fandango and Monkey Island 4. But I don't even think tank controls are always bad. I personally don't like them, so I'm interested in this game. I want to watch through this game. So I don't know if I could play it, but like it looks good to me, like story-wise, atmosphere-wise, all that stuff. This actually looks like enjoyable to me. And there is people that love tank controls. I mean, there's people that still prefer it for Resident Evil and Silent Hill and all that. So
This seems like such an underground game. I found 4 reviews, and
Oh, look
3
at
of them are
this.
giving it a 10. One person's giving it a 0, but it's not even in English, so I can't even read.
yeah.
The reviews are kind of all over the place, right? Because when it came out, like either it got 9s or it got like 2s, quite a bit of 2s. Some of them were 7s. One game company, Computer World Gaming, actually gave it the Coaster of the Month award because it was basically the system requirements for this game were kind of very high for the time. It kind of used advanced like lighting and graphics. Like if you've seen the gameplay, you can see how the coat moves around. Like that really wasn't done a whole lot at that point in time, but it was system intensive. So either you had the system capable of playing this or you didn't. And if you didn't, it really kind of killed the experience. The other thing too was like this game took like a gig in hard drive space, which games usually at that point in time were like 500 megs.
Oh god, it was the Call of Duty of its time.
I-
Then again, with
Right.
seeing the video that he was showing and the environments and how huge everything looks, I could see why. But still,
Yeah, it looks kind of ahead of its time. I was looking it up, and it only came out on PC. I could see this being successful if it went on PS1, but then it would not at all look like what we're looking at right now, because like this was kind of the bread and butter of like PS1 games. Like this would have fit along quite perfectly, but you would have had to scale back these environments like fucking crazy. So then it's like, what is the question? You wait for the PS2, and then it's like, then it might be a little too dated for that. So I think this game has an issue of it came out at the wrong time. I'm learning about this for the first time. I had no idea this game existed. This is super freaking cool, though.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think the only other game it may have system it may have came out on was it was slated for like the Dreamcast, but obviously that died.
Oh, like so many. Yeah, I'm skimming through the Wikipedia. Yeah, the only thing I'm seeing mentioned is Windows, but it's quite possible. There was so many games on the Dreamcast that were like they were supposed to eventually come on it, but come on, but they didn't make it in time. But yeah, no, this is super freaking cool. And I love I love learning about like horror that I never even knew.
Yeah.
So this is
I'm
awesome.
kind of sold on this game, honestly. You've defended it properly because I'm like, oh, this is cool.
You brought the research, and I appreciate it.
I've got more bad for you. The bad thing is like you probably it's impossible to find. You can't buy it legally, and it does not run on anything nowadays. So it's kind of impossible to get running.
Which platform was it on again?
Windows.
PC, the only one that matters.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding.
Not if you don't want it. Not if you want a disc.
Yeah.
Yeah. People are asking.
The other
for a
thing about
reboot
this
in the
too.
Comments, but yeah.
I was wondering if it was on a console to see if it was a support
No.
on retro achievements.
No console whatsoever.
The other thing that this game did really well too was like it did kind of like develop its characters. So you get like the Stranger. The Stranger is basically, you know, at that point in time, it was very popular to have like the edgy, real gruff voice character, and this guy kind of fits that. But I think what he did well was, you know, it was back in a time where you could actually have characters with flaws, and they would develop those flaws, right? So this guy really, like, you know, his job is to go out there and basically just hunt and kill these monsters, and he's forced to basically work with monsters and what to do that. And the guy just absolutely hates it. Can't stand his coworkers. You could tell at any particular moment, like he is about a breath away from just shooting them.
Oh my god, story of my life. Stop.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. And well voice acted. And they did something too where like you could tell like they set up this one mission, and it's gonna be spoilers because no one's gonna really be able to play this.
Yeah.
Basically, the Stranger's asked to go provide help to a former coworker. It was kind of like the best agent they had before they got this guy. This guy had a breakdown. Basically, what happened was a vampire bit his wife. He tried to cure it, but there's just no way to cure once she'd been bitten by the vampire. Takes over, and the guy kind of lost his wife, went completely crazy. So he's retired now. He's living in a mansion. He asked for the Spook House to give him some help. So they send the Stranger there to go do it. And basically what the guy did was set up like a death trap. And what he's doing is he's just inviting all of his former Spook House coworkers, because he hates monsters, in there to create like a labyrinth, a death labyrinth in the trap to bring them all in and kill them. So basically, you know, they go through this. And I don't know, if I send you a link, can you play this video with audio?
Yeah, I can. Everyone in here won't hear it unless they watch the stream, but I can do that for everyone watching. You can post it in the chat. Everyone has a chat on the side here. You can post it there, or you can even just post it in the Discord. While you were talking about the game, I didn't realize this is the same developers. One, they're still around. Two, they were the ones that were gonna make a game I was super hyped for, Demonic, which was going to be a 360 title, and that kind of famously became the game that the main character from Grandma's Boy developed. So they just sold, the game got canceled, and they just sold the footage to Grandma's Boy. So the game he's making,
that's really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's the same guys as these. So I love these devs because they actually make cool, interesting games. I was so hyped for Demonic. I had a 360 magazine at the time that was like highlighting all the games coming out, and it was like Darkness, Gears of War, and Demonic was one of them. And I was planning on getting it, and then it got canceled. Do you want me to play it from the 18-minute mark or from the beginning here?
From the 18-minute mark.
Okay.
Because this is basically the end of that meeting, right? And I'll set up a little bit more. So basically, he is forced to work with his other coworker that's a monster that's trapped there to go and beat this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what they're doing is obviously they're setting it up to, oh, this is foreshadowing. Here is the Stranger who hates his coworkers, angry, just, you know, if he continues down this path, he's going to turn into this guy, which is now turned into his own type of monster where he's killing these good monsters and whatnot. And so it set this up. So you set up this lesson, and this is how the game treats that.
Perfect.
Go ahead and do that.
All right, let's check it out right now. Last 2 minutes right here.
Stranger, you've made it. Thank God. Help me. Get this fiend off me.
If there's anything you want to say to this man, stranger, say it now. He's on his way to a hell worse than the one that spawned me.
Ah!
Stranger, wait. Come back. Aren't you going to help me?
Nope. Oh my God.
Nope. Bye.
Oh.
Yeah, and I didn't hear it, but I think you got the point. The guy just does not give a fuck, right?
That's amazing. And then it does.
Right. So, you know, they're setting up the classic story, but of course they're sticking true. It's actually got good character writing. He's not going to care, right? He used his coworkers to reach his end goal, which is to survive, and that was it. Otherwise, the guy gives no fucks.
That's fucking amazing. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love the silent walkout as well. Like any other game would have had all this dialogue. Yeah, not a single fucking word. That's amazing. Holy shit. Oh my God, I love it. Well, no, thank you. Thank you.
Nowadays, the best way to have done it silently would be just to have him do the middle finger behind him.
There you go. Yeah, I liked the deadpan stare though. That was fucking brilliant.
That's some good stuff right there.
Well, yeah.
I'm always a fan of unique storytelling, right? Like the tropes exist for a reason, but like learning the tropes is important before you try to subvert them.
Exactly.
Like, that's really important to me.
Right.
I was talking a lot with Dronami Dev, like Dronami Tube, whatever.
Right.
I was talking with him a lot. He actually does not like stories in games. Overwhelmingly, he thinks stories in games, for the most part, are just really stupid. Mostly because they're just inconsistent and they're not well written and all that. And it's like I completely agree. One thing I really value in storytelling is consistency. Like I say what you want about the guy, what he's become, what his stories have become, but especially his early works, I will always give Stephen King a lot of credit, because one thing he managed very well was consistency. To the point where he created, in his own private notes, he created a small town from the ground up, every little detail, like who lives where, the details of their houses, what they do, every little bit of their lives. He created that town from the ground up to create a world for his story to exist in.
So if we have one lesson to learn from Stephen King for all those game writers out there, it's do mountains of cocaine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do mountains of cocaine, but don't fall into the TDS.
Don't write child orgies, maybe, and then we're good.
Oh, jeez.
No,
Did he actually do that? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know about that one?
Oh, yeah. It's awful. It's fucking disgusting.
My mother is a massive fan of his work, but I don't know if she knows about what.
Definitely, it's in it. There is a child orgy in it, and it's very descriptive. But no, I do. Even though he is an idiot, he is an excellent writer. I'm a big fan of a lot of his work. Not the biggest fan of child orgies. Not the worst, but I'm not the biggest fan of child orgies.
You can't see me grimacing over here. That's probably a good thing.
Yeah. No, but it's no surprise. Like any of his books, like again, he just does mountains of cocaine. There's literally involves like a giant space turtle as part of the lore and all this stuff. It's fucking wild, man. It's wild.
Well, when you talk about consistency, then you talk about it, and it's like, well,
That's
giant
true.
space turtle child orgies.
Yeah. But that was where he just did too much cocaine. That was the thing. But no, his work is super impressive. What is that? I never read that one. What's that one that's like that Fallout-esque story that he has several books in? But I remember people really like, oh fuck, Watchtower? Is that not Watchtower? Dark Tower? Dark Tower? I never read it. I only liked him for his horror, but that one, like, if you want to talk about world building and creating lore and all these characters set up perfectly, I think it's Dark Tower. Has...
Yeah, it is.
People in the chat are going off about Stephen King, and I'm just laughing my ass off over here.
Yeah, no, hey, look, most people that are creative are fucking cocksuckers a lot of the time, so it is what it is.
If I was at least good at it, like I would hope to get paid for it.
At least.
And I was in the military, I was in the Navy, so I hope I'm good at sucking a little bit of cock.
Oh God. At least we can all agree it's the funniest thing ever that Stephen King absolutely hated Stanley Kubrick for making his work better. No, it's not supposed to be written that way. No, and it's like, wow, this sounds lame. I'm gonna write my own thing, nerd. And then
James,
yeah,
I got a ping that we had a stream elements earlier. We didn't mention it on.
We did. I just didn't want to interrupt Insidious Bliss.
Yeah, of course. I just don't want to like sit too far.
Oh yeah. I did say thank you in chat, but I will read it once again. This was $5 from Angry Canadian. Says, hail to Melee Games. Thanks for creating this awesome community filled with real, genuine gamers. You guys rock. Shout out to the chat too. Angry Canadian, thank you so much, man. That means the freaking world. If you want to come on and defend a shitty game as well, by the way, please do, buddy. But I'm really happy that you're enjoying everything we're building here, and we're happy to have you a part of it, man. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. You guys are so kind to us, honestly.
I
The
love
words
this
mean a lot too. It's like
I love this community. You guys have fostered something absolutely beautiful, and I love it. I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you can have jackasses on here like me, and you guys embrace me, I'm just all for it.
I like how we're saying how
love the
great we are after I
conversation.
bring up child orgies, but yes, thank you.
We just laugh about it. No, like seriously, one thing, like I've always wanted to get into game development myself, and because I've actually got a few different ideas of my own, but you know, working 40 to 50 hours a week kind of makes it difficult to get any time in on doing that kind of stuff, right? Plus homeowner duties and managing other stuff, like, you know, doing my streaming stuff on the side. But I've got ideas. Once upon a time I had ideas for like 3 separate big ideas, and part of that was like, oh, you got like psychological character designs and physical designs, you got weapon designs. I built a religion from the ground up for one of them. Like one of the things was literally to the point of creating a world Bible. Like that was the point that I was taking away from Stephen King, is like create a world from the ground up. And so you have a whole world that you can consistently draw from, so you can minimize these inconsistencies in your stories, things that like pull at people's attention, and they're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. So it just little things like that, right? Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm all for. If you're gonna write a story, write one properly.
Right, yeah. Well, folks, if you're in our Discord, maybe reach out to Imp Black Belt and say like, hey, I can do this, I can do that, and maybe we can make these games come true, and we can kick Stephen King's ass with them, because it'll be better than anything he's made in the
I
last
remember
10 years.
Static said if there's people that want to make games or anything
Yeah,
like
that's
that,
right,
to reach
that's
out
right.
to him, because I don't know exactly what he does, but he did make it clear. He's like, if there are people that are trying to make something, talk to me. So
There you
message
go.
Static, see
That
what
could
he
be
can
a
do.
lead.
I would love to, because I've got a million ideas, and I'd love to reach out to people to make
I've
something.
got one idea that I'm thinking about, but but it's actually very story focused and branching. So I'd have to think about the story first before I went anywhere else.
Interesting.
I would need
The only
help.
thing I caution people to is careful how much you reveal of your idea publicly,
Yeah.
because anyone
at
on
this-
the internet can see
point.
this stuff and be like, yoink.
At this
100%.
point, if I could have a positive impact on the gaming industry, then go ahead and steal my idea. Just give me credit in the story. Talk to me if you can, but like just go ahead and steal it. I don't even care. I make enough money with my job as is. You can fucking have the idea if you make it a good game. That's all I say. Make it a fucking good game.
I like what.
Don't make
Oh, but I guess I should say to close out Nocturne,
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
turn it over. Is basically, if you ever get a chance, it's a super fun game. The tank controls and I don't know if you guys noticed from the actual fighting, but like he's got the wavy arms because the aiming is done automatically. So you end up fighting a lot of monsters off a screen, which is I think another reason why it's bad. But it does so much with like the world building and building like the good stories. You know, while you know the stranger is a killing machine, They don't make him super powerful. Like he goes up against like an old god in like Cthulhu in one episode, and basically, you know, what's he gonna do? He can't kill a god like that, so he just kind of like bury it in a mine. It's someone else's problem. So super fun game. I don't know if you guys got to the full end of that, but also too like just the character and like you know, it subverts the whole like, oh, he's gonna learn to love his coworkers, and it's like at the end he tells the guys like, no, like I use my coworker to survive, and after that I don't give a shit. So
Yeah, that's fucking great. I love the look of this game. I love like just the characters and the monsters in this game. And these devs are still around. So hey, if you guys do somehow play this game, maybe these devs are on Twitter and you can just be like, make a remaster of this, or just how about you fucking release it properly? Because yeah, you'll definitely have to probably sail the seas or do some bullshittery to get this game running in current year, because it's not on Steam or anything. But if you can get, this guy did it, so if you can get your hands on it, like it's definitely possible. It's just a little tricky, and it seems worthwhile if this looks kind of up your alley. And
right, or if you're interested, check out Grimbeard. He did a great review of this game.
Oh shit. Okay, cool. We'll check it out. But yeah, thank you for that. I do want to like at least watch through the game. I would probably suck too much to play it myself, but I want to watch through it for sure and just see what the full story is. Jason, how's it going? You got a brand new spanking camera or something looks fancy? You look fancy.
No, I just have not my lights turned on, so it looks even worse actually.
It looks better. I love it.
And that's a funny way of saying better.
I don't know. You have some blur effect or something going on there, but I think you look.
No, that blur effect's always on. I just have my actually office light on instead of off with all my cameras over or my lighting over here. So technically, it's worse lighting and worse everything else. Is just, I guess the camera just makes it me look good. So I guess good. My camera's doing its job.
Just don't question it, and it works.
Yeah.
So let's hear. What is your bad game that you want to defend on the pedestal today?
Well, I mean, with all the games you're saying, I thought we were bringing bad games into this. So
it's been a lot of good games.
Hey,
yeah,
I
so I
tried. I tried. I did my part.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like I'd actually enjoy that game if I actually played it.
Yeah, Kay doesn't have to worry about me bringing Smash Ultimate into this because, you know, it's a good game, so I wouldn't mention it.
Kicking the hornet's nest there.
It is
and then the one other game I was going to bring in, but I couldn't because it's actually fun if you play it, was going to be Street Fighter the movie, the arcade game. If you actually play it, that's not the game I chose, but if you actually play the game, it is just broken upon broken. So it is actually kind of fun to play, especially when you could just make your opponent not do anything. So yes, it's a bad game on that part, and it was terrible to bring out during that time. But
that's how you
it's a lot
play
of fun.
fighting games. You just don't let your opponent play. That's all the best fighting games.
Exactly. So the game that I was thinking that I had to bring in here, just because I have one game that out of everything, as I was talking to Kat, I was like, I have no idea what to bring into this. I will say this might be my favorite terrible game, and I don't know why, except for I will try to sell it without telling the name of the game. It's a PlayStation 2 game. Okay. It is a 4-player game, and it only works when you play with 4 players. It actually might be a 3-player game. It's a 3 or 4-player game. No, it's 4-player. It's a 4-player game, so you have to have the multi-tap to play it. If you don't have friends, I've never played this game before without friends. If you like mini games and trivia, it's going to be right up your alley. And then also, if you like music that has to deal with like Reliant K, 12 Stones, and all of them, it'll be perfect for you too with all these mini games. My game, lighting, is the Bible game.
The Bible game.
You lost me on having friends.
Yeah.
Yes. So this game is absolutely terrible. But when you have friends just playing it and you hear this random corny, cheesy music, and there's all these like catchphrases for like different games. I mean, one of it's called "Do Unto Others," and literally that's like an in joke. That's like an in joke that we have is when anything happens, we just say "Do unto others," like how they say it in the game, because it's a trivia game and like a game show.
I'm sorry, you wouldn't
There's-
want to say "do unto others" to me because you talk about
Right.
Mario Kart. I'm like, absolutely, just hit me with the blue shell because that's exactly
Oh,
what
man.
I'm gonna do you.
But it is the most ridiculous. And after you play it about, I'd say, I don't know, like 5 or 6 rounds, you absolutely know every trivia question and you know absolutely everything. So it becomes the first person who ever hits the buzz-in button with like lettering that's just like 2 letters is going to end up winning the game. But as you can see on the stuff, it is the most ridiculous character creations because there's really no character creations. You have to learn how to navigate the board because you could get the locusts, and if you get the locusts, it's like bankrupt. So you get 0 points for the round, and then everybody else gets points. So it's like one of the things where you keep going. It's like, all right, do I stop here or do I risk it and get 0? And then you can end the round whenever you want. But if you clear the whole board, you get those 500 points that you see in the upper left-hand corner. So there is some really, really weird game showy thing with it, but it is absolutely awful. But again, when you play with friends with it, it becomes hilarious because again, the music kind of like carries it, and then really,
That's
really
kinda
terrible
cheating
mini
because
games.
any game that you play with friends is usually better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's a bad game. That's why I'm
wanna
saying this
say
is
that this is the lowest rated game mentioned on the channel so far in this show. This
That's what I'm
has a
saying.
3.0 on Metacritic for user score and 60 average.
That's what I said. I thought we were bringing bad games into this, and then as you guys were talking, I'm like, oh no, do I have to defend Remake and Rebirth because those are great games? And then do I have to? There was another one too. I was like, oh no, do I have to defend the bad games that you're saying? I'm like, those games are good. So I'm like, all right, cool. I have the actual bad game with me, but I mean,
It looks great.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
so sold.
I've got my ace in my pocket. Don't
To
worry.
be perfectly honest, I don't have many. The games are just absolutely trash that I've actually played, so I tend to stay away from them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, when I figured this out, I was like, what's a really bad game that I have that if I had to sit down and play, I would play? And it literally is probably this one, especially with people, obviously. Because like 8's great. Only thing I mentioned in the chat was the hero's drink and like the Irvine card that kind of broke the game for invisibility, but the characters are fine. That was like the first Final Fantasy that I mastered at a really, like, I beat the game really quick and I just mastered everything, especially beating Omega Weapon super quick.
Yeah, Omega Weapon's a bitch, but if you know the real strategies, like he's still pain in the ass, but not impossible.
No, yeah. And there's just other ways around it.
Certain versions lock him at level 100, so that's kind of a pain. But again, Heroes and Holy Wars do him in.
Yep. And then casting potions on him so he doesn't attack sometimes. And then gotta stay away from his pillar or light, or I can't remember the exact attack, but he can do 9999 to you and you're just done. So
there's Pillar of
there's
Light.
random
He
things.
goes through various cycles. Pillar of Light is a single target, 9 guaranteed 4/9s attack. There's he'll cycle back and forth between that. Megiddo does not exactly 9998 damage. So if you're at max health and your max health is capped at 4/9s, he will leave you at a guaranteed 1 health. If you're below that in any regard, he'll kill you instantly. But between that and the amount of time that you have, if your speed is high enough, you should have enough time to recover your health. Between that and the inevitable tornado, quake, Pillar of Light, or other Ultima or whatever. So,
Yeah, and then,
that whole thing is a big pain in the ass.
Besides 7 and obviously just breaking 7, I think 8 was I mean, I could be wrong on this. Final Fantasy, more Final Fantasy experts would have to let me know. But I think Haste made you even quit. Like, for some odd reason, I felt like Haste was even stronger in 8 than a lot of Final Fantasy games. So even just that in general, with all the speed and stuff like that, it just made everything. Was it okay?
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to how broken haste is between different games.
Yeah.
But
I just want to
it
say,
is
if we're
very-
gonna continue the Final Fantasy talk, I do want to give Dude a chance to speedrun his games and then leave because he messaged me about that. So
okay,
we can
yeah.
have as much Final, because I know like me, Imp, and Jason will get into Final Fantasy forever. So I want to give Dude
Yeah,
a chance
Same.
to do his
I
run
can't shut
through.
up about Final
I
Fantasy.
I actually kind of want to. After he's done, I kind of want to speed run. only got 2 more.
All right, actually,
but I can
Oh,
do
Jason,
them
did you have
quick.
something else?
yeah,
before-
last Final Fantasy, and I swear to be done. So you didn't hear anything about like the theory about the Final Fantasy 8, and so it'll be quick. About the being oh man, I just lost his name. Yeah, Squall being dead.
Oh yeah, he dies.
I've heard that theory
I've
before,
never
but
heard it.
I think Imp
Yeah.
said he didn't, right?
Yeah, that one's new to me. That's not a theory I've heard.
I've heard the
Yeah.
coma theory and I've heard the death theory.
Yeah, so like if it pretty much says like he dies, and then everything you play out after that is just in his imagination and everything. I think that's cool because again, the game changes so much. But yes, and then now I'm done, dude. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do one game that's gonna anger Kay, 2 games that'll anger James, and then 1 game is more just a fun one.
Yeah, I
But,
saw that look.
Yeah, of course. I think Kay already knows where I'm going with this. I'm gonna
Right.
defend the
Any
DMC
feelings?
reboot.
Oh, there you go.
No.
I have to
Okay.
pull it up.
I still think this is better than 5.
Wow.
I don't even know what to say to that opinion.
I haven't
But
even
this-
played either,
this also-
but
I
5
can't,
wins
like,
just with the
there's no
music.
way.
Depending on-
There's
depending
no
on
way
your-
that game is better than 5. There's no
Depending
fucking
on
way.
your reasoning for why you think it's better than 5, I might be down. Let's
This
see.
is coming from my completionist perspective, and even if there wasn't achievements and trophies, if I had played the first 3 games on PS2, I would have tried to S rank all of them.
You know my
5.
opinion on achievements, sir.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. I said that even without achievements, I probably would have done the PS2 versions as a kid and tried to S rank all of the levels on every difficulty.
But
I
that's
would have tried
technically
that.
trying to achievement hunt. So even if the achievements didn't exist, it's still completionist mentality.
Yes, but that's a completionist mentality, not just an achievement. But
We
this
enjoy
game is
different
way
things
more
in games, so I will. Don't worry, you can talk about
this
it.
game
but
is way more fun to triple S rank than 5 is to try and S rank because of just because of this a couple of broken missions that they are not well balanced around the S ranking. And also
What about the gameplay?
gameplay, I actually like this one more because of the way you switch weapons. I actually like the idea of
How
holding L
on
trigger and right trigger to
Earth.
switch weapons.
See, that's what you should have led with.
Okay, I can tell him back on your show because we're going to agree with this because yeah, 5 is way much better. The music,
5
the
is the
dealing,
pinnacle.
yeah.
DMC.
Well, I
I
love the
just-
music.
I
I haven't
think
played
4
any
is
of them, but
better.
the
Weird
music
about
in 5
5
is
because
so good.
I still
5
think
is
4
an
is better.
amazing game, but 5 is a celebration of every previous title and all the best things about the series.
Literally,
for
and
this
I
one.
every
don't.
other title up until this point built up to 5, and 5 is like, this is what we've been trying to do for
But-
years.
Yes, but what other DMC actually asks you to skip fights to get S ranks?
Wait, shit.
Why would you
really?
want to skip fights?
Because in 5 you have to get it averages your scores across all the fights.
I know, but why would you want to skip the fights? The fighting
Because
is the
some
best
of the
part.
well, some of the fights don't give you enough style points to get you a high rank.
I know, but like, I
That's
just want to like.
wild.
Yes.
That's actually wild. Like what? What? Really?
You
I
know,
need
like
to
whenever
play
you
this
find like
game.
those couple of random enemies that are in like hallways that like 1 or 2 of the bugs, you do not fight them because it will lower your style rank by a
Huh.
ton, and it
That's
will actually
actually
break your
crazy.
score.
I hate
Every other
style
game,
ranks,
every other game, it's it's your total style points throughout the entire level. You're supposed to get your points up to a level, not average it out. And then some of these fights are not well balanced in a way that you can get like 6,000 points on this one, but then other fights you're getting like 2,000. You're probably getting like 2,000, and it's lowering your score so much that even when you're doing amazing, you're not really doing anything to help your S rank.
I have a feeling part of the like disconnect you and I have is I'm more of a journey rather than destination person. So for me, it's like I'm having fun playing the game. I'm not worried about at the end of it.
I'm
what
sitting.
it
I'm
gives
sitting
me,
there.
like, a
I'm
check mark to
sitting
be
there
like,
trying to master
"Woo!"
it. I'm sitting there
Same.
trying to master it, and it's better to use the Dr. Faust hat to cheese every fight and get no hits to double your score at the end than it is to actually play like an actual stylish man.
Am I the only person in the world? I know I'm minority here. Am I the only person in the world that feels like ranking shouldn't even exist? It should just be level complete and that's it. Doesn't as long as you can get through the
That's
level.
too easy.
That well, you have
I think-
difficulty.
I do.
I
do
always get
actually-
annoyed. Sorry, go on.
I do actually defend like the ranking system if things are well done. But then again, I'm always the type of person. I am the type of person that thinks if you're going to do something, do it right. Make it worth doing. Something done right is worth doing. If you're gonna do a rank system, make it feel good, and don't add some shitty level where in order to get the proper rank, you have to cheese it and do one stupid bullshit strategy that doesn't feel good, doesn't work right, doesn't balance properly. Just like the Dr. Faust, like the Faust hat, like don't do that shit. Balance the game properly so it feels fun to play. Don't give some bullshit strategy on thing, and that's the only way you're gonna get the proper rank on it.
Yeah, because like one interesting thing that dude said was like he's mastered the game. Like, are you sure you're mastering the game, or are you playing it in a way that you're gonna mastering getting the score on how it scores, right? Is that a genuinely good measure of being good at it?
That's how the developers are telling you to master the game.
Yeah.
So no, right?
It is actually yes.
I mean,
because
the
that's how
answer there
developers
would be no,
telling you-
because
telling
like
you how to master it.
you're mastering like a score that the system is giving you. Like that's not an actual measure of your skill.
I mean, you're supposed to be getting better and
Speedrunners
better
prove that all the time. Like speedrunners break the game and they do it and they go through it quickly.
Speedrunners
Right.
don't count. Speedrunners are a
Speedrunners are
completely
different.
different breed. They're a
Yeah.
completely different breed. They do things. They are, in a sense, they are as much alike of achievement hunters as they are completely different from achievement hunters. Because speedrunners exist to do a specific thing with a game, and they don't care what the mechanics are, how fun it feels. Like if it takes them breaking their fingers for hours or days at a time, practicing a specific way of pressing buttons to copy the current tool-assisted speedrun in order to break the current world record, then they're going to do it.
So it's the
And some
exact
of
same
those
thing as a rank, right?
And some of those, some of those speedrunners can't
what's
play
the
the normal
difference?
game.
Yeah, some
What's
of
the
those speedrunners
difference?
just can't play the game normally. That's the other
Here's the
point.
thing, though: getting those points in the style, you're still trying to play the game normally. It's just that you're
There's
trying
no
to do it in
difference.
a way. You're just trying to do it in a way where you're not getting hit, and you're changing up which moves you're using.
Well, I mean, you could apply that exact same definition to use as to like getting the rank and how you played, right? It's however the system's doing it. It's like not actually a great measure of like if you're really good at the game. Like it's just a score that the system is giving you. You're good at getting the score that the system gives you.
That's part of the game. It's scores have been a part of the game forever.
We finally reached the point. We're just like autism. Oh, I can't read
I'm gonna
That's
make
what I'm
this
here for, man.
spicy. I'm gonna make this spicy,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna challenge the achievement hunters.
Oh, go for
Okay.
it.
Just like
Because I mean, all you're
autism,
doing,
hooray.
all you're doing is like you're basically playing the game in a way that the score is going to award you, right? How that's scoring. It's not an actual measure of like whether you're good at it or not. You could manipulate that score. You could do something which is probably not in the way the developers intended, and you're just getting a better score. Same thing as with a speed hunter does, right?
Speedrunner.
Speed Hunter.
Whatever.
Yes. Speed Hunter.
Don't-
Sure.
I don't give a shit about I don't give a shit about what I say. Like to me, you're so indistinguishable. I confuse the words.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, you can't even define it like what you're doing in a way that meaningfully is different.
I mean, I mean, to be honest, it's how I always played games. I always try to complete them.
So,
well, if a game has a really shitty completion way because of how it's designed, it's worse for me.
well, I know, but I think people going for scores say the same thing, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
You know, I'm always
Yeah,
a big,
it's
I'm
no
always a
different.
big fan. Like however, like that's part of why they put achievements in. Like it's a thing that people they want to see funny number go up. They want to complete the game 100%. And in Dude's case, there's like an actual visible, tangible way to measure this is completed 100%. I've enjoyed this to its fullest.
And like
he
I said,
might-
I would have done it.
I'm
in
not saying
previous-
it's like wrong for him to.
And I
look
would
at
have
it
done it
that
in
way,
those
right?
earlier DMCs on
But
PS2.
I am challenging like
That's
the
what it
idea that like doing that makes you a grandmaster. But like no, it's just like you're only mastering like getting the score that the game is giving you.
But I mean, that's
So-
but that
It's
is-
very much like a speedrunner.
So just I'd help like I see both aspects of Dude and Insidious, but just like kind of what Insidious kind of talking about for you, Dude. Obviously you said that all the games that you play, obviously with achievements that are achievable, are better. Obviously I know you're in the community that makes achievements and all that kind of stuff. Say someone else other than you were to take a 10 out of 10 game that we all know and everything like that, but for some odd reason they put an achievement in there that was a little bit harder, not harder, but like not achievable as it should be. Would that 10 out of 10 game kind of go down on the list for you because of that? Because of, again, you like to complete everything in the game, which again, I like doing the same thing as
going
well.
back to that community type thing,
Yeah.
I would treat it differently between retro achievements adding that
Okay.
achievement and a developer, the developer themselves adding.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Because the developer is like, hey, this is a challenge we expect you to complete.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, retro achievements is like, this is a community made challenge.
Makes
So
sense.
sometimes community made challenges are a bit more harder because like
Yeah,
Nintendo's
look at
never
the,
asked you to. Nintendo's never asked you to do a 3-heart challenge on any Zelda.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
look at the community achievement challenges for fucking Sonic Spinball. Talk about bullshit.
Yeah.
No joke. One of them is literally beat the game without losing a single ball, and I'm like, you're fucking insane. Literally, what was it, dude? We talked about it. It's like 9 people or something like that out of
Something like that.
everybody, out of everyone that's attempted it. It's such a low percentage.
Well, at least they have that have tried playing the game.
Yeah, like people have tried. It's something like 9%. Like 9 out of everybody that's played the game has gotten that achievement. And I'm like, you're fucking insane. I've beaten a game. The best I've ever done is losing 1 ball. And I was marveling at like, what the fuck is going on?
Now do it without losing that 1 ball.
Jesus Christ. Next thing you know, you're gonna tell me to beat the entire game and get the multi-ball bonus, the all-ring multi-ball bonus in every single stage. Oh wait, that's another achievement.
But again, those are community design, not
They
not
are
made
community
for-
designed, and that's the problem with some of the communities. Well, that's the problem with achievements overall, is every once in a while you'll run into the really genuinely bullshit achievements that just don't make sense, and like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Like,
But
I
I mean-
understand like buckshot roulette. Like, I played that on stream. One of the achievements is literally shoot yourself, like use the magnifying glass and identify a live round, and then shoot yourself in the head with a live round that you know is live. And the achievement is literally called "Why?" with a question mark. Another
Sometimes
one
it's
is
funny.
literally use a handsaw to do double damage to yourself with a live round and kill yourself to end the round. That's like going out. It's called going out with style. It's like those are 2 of the achievements on that fucking game. Why would you do that?
But I mean, going back to Devil May Cry, the S ranks have been there since the beginning, so they've always had a system in place. It's just that this is the first time they've completely changed it in a way that you wants you to skip fights, and of course some of the balance is not there, so it kind of messes with my enjoyment of the game.
I mean, yeah, if that's what you want to take out of the game, yeah, my take on that,
And also the fact that you fight Urizen 5 times and he's not a good boss.
I've played games.
That's a genuine criticism.
That's a criticism I get behind. It's like you fight Virgil 5 fucking times.
Well, it's actually Urizen, but I actually like the Virgil fights. There's two of the actual boss fights I
But
actually enjoy.
Urizen, but Urizen is literally Virgil, like half of Virgil. You
Yeah.
literally fight Virgil 6 or 7 times in the game.
Exactly.
All right.
Like get the fuck
And
out of
and like half of them are scripted for you to lose
I can get the argument,
because of the
especially
way the S
because,
ranks work. It's actually better to just let them hit you until you die on those scripted deaths
talking
instead
about
of actually trying to beat them.
talking about ranking and stuff, like for me personally, I haven't played any of the Devil May Cries. I still want to go through them. I have played Bayonetta.
Bayonetta
1.
does have them.
Yes, Bayonetta does have them, and I actually don't like them. It's something I don't like of the game, but it's there, and it's for people that like them. For me, it kind of detracts from the enjoyment. I prefer my games kind of just to have like a level complete flow. It's something that just happened with the industry. I kind of like the more narrative, go to level. If you think of like Halo, I don't want to beat the game and then in between the cutscenes that tell me the narrative, it's like, by the way, you sucked. You got 2 stars. Anyway, keep going. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's weird.
I mean,
why don't you
Halo
try
does have that
getting
score
good?
system.
Well, not
Halo
like
does have the scoring
not in,
system.
like,
It's
the
just a
base
par score.
version. Oh, okay.
They've had that since 3.
Since 3. Oh, okay. I don't recall that in 3. At least it wasn't in your face. I don't remember, but
It was mainly just, did you beat the score or did you not?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I just ignored it entirely because I'm like, why would I try to race through a level when I can enjoy it at my own pace? It doesn't make sense to me. But
Those are more. They're, to be honest, they're meant for you to replay the game and actually get better at it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
To me, it's always just been like how do you want to play the game? And so I guess it's there if you want that. For me, it's just like, no, I want to like look at everything and kind of take in the level and play it how I want to play it and flow it how I want to.
And that's fine. Honestly, like if you want to enjoy the spectacle and you just want to play it once, maybe twice if you want to see some of the extra stuff, like some of the weapons or some of the secrets, like Bayonetta 2 has a Star Fox reference. You can play as an Arwing in one of the levels. If you don't know, like literally you use one of the levels is like a weird, like you're supposed to play and you fly around as like Crow or whatever it is that Bayonetta transforms into, shooting angels.
I mean, to be honest, DMC also had a Star Fox reference in its first game.
Oh,
Same
really?
creator. So same
Yeah,
creator.
when he fought one of the forms of Mundus.
Yeah, but if you play as with the Star Fox skin in that specific level, then you play as an Arwing. You're flying around as an Arwing, and it changes all the sound effects, it changes all the graphics, it changes everything to match Star Fox. And it's really fucking cool. But that's like if you really just want to play the spectacle once, twice, maybe 3 times at most, more power to you. That's what the game's there for. If you want to play and master it like Dude does, I'm all for it. Like as long as people aren't trying to impose that will on other people, like I don't really give a shit. And especially
I mean, I
if
think
someone wants to get
you look at those
achievements
scores.
Yeah,
I think
go ahead.
like it's perfectly valid, and I don't have any issue, obviously, with what Dude does. Like, no one should tell you how to enjoy a game. I think my thing is, I just think it's kind of funny, like, to think that the game is actually scoring you based on skill. That I just don't see, because like the game doesn't really have a real great way to measure your skill, right?
It
Like,
measures your skill artificially by measuring specific things.
Right. It's you have to play it a specific way, and I don't equate that with skill.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can see that.
To be honest, the way the Devil May Cry games do style is that you're not using the same combo over and over and over and over again.
Right.
Different
That's kind of the
attacks,
point.
different ways to do these different attacks. Add just
Yeah.
as much one-ofs as possible to beat a level. Is your skills going to go higher? But obviously you can't do that because it's obviously money. But how you can just randomly add stuff into it and just have more flavor in each level is the reason and the way you can do it.
Yeah, like just don't keep grabbing the enemy over and over again as Nero, and
Right. I mean, it's
and you could just get through the level just easily, but you're not really playing the game.
it's forcing you to play a game in a specific way, and that's where I just like I don't equate that with skill. Like you're just playing it the way to get the score.
I mean, I'm actually kind of an advocate for having, like, you could play it however you want, right? Like, play it your way, but give options. I'm absolutely an advocate for giving people options for playing games. Like, I recently played Billion Beat on my own stream after watching James play it on his stream, and the two of us played the game completely differently. I was actually kind of like, I was looking at the EX missions, and I was like, oh, how? And he was on the stream with me, so I was asking like, wait a minute, because I was like pausing frequently to look at the ability list and saying like, well, how do I do this move? Because it says you do this, and he was like, oh yeah, you have to like alternate this and this, but you have to keep track of like, well, do left and right, but then right, left, right, and I was like, actively trying to complete those missions and look at like, well, how do I do counters? How do I do disarms? How do I do this specific move that it's talking about? Because then it kind of opens up for me. I look at that and I'm like, I could do the same lame like dodge, then left, right, left, or I could just like try different things, and I'm okay with either way. Like, I'm absolutely an absolute advocate for games that give you options for how to play. You can play your way, that you're like set in like, well, I'm gonna do these 2, 3, 5, whatever combos, but then if it gives you a slight incentive for trying to play a different way, I am 100% on board with that. As long as it's not trying to force you to only play a specific way, like certain techniques or tactics may not work in certain fights, and you really need to kind of like branch out and be like, all right, that didn't work. What does work? Because the one tactic that I've used the entire game is just failing miserably. Like, I'm okay with that. I think if you have 8 million options and you only do one, sure, have fun with that. If that's how you want to play, that's great. But if the game gives you 20 options to play, try a couple here and there. I don't see a problem with that. I think a game that encourages you to experiment and try different things is great.
I mean, I'm going back to the DMC thing. The way Dante works in almost every game is that he has multiple weapons, and the way you increase your style is switching weapons. So you're using different combos. Well, while you're switching weapons, you start seeing what weapons work on which enemies better. Also.
Yeah, some of the, especially like DMC3, enemies have elemental weaknesses. Certain elements work they just do much more damage. So
I just really don't like how Devil Trigger works on enemies in Devil May Cry 3, because it's like, oh, you killed an enemy, now everyone else in the room is now Devil Triggered, and they don't take flinches.
Yeah. I think it goes back to, like, again, I think that gets back to my criticism of the skill and the scoring, right? It's like, it is not an actual measure of skill. It is teaching you to play in a certain way and rewarding you based upon that preset way of playing it.
Yeah, which then leads into like what Dude was talking about, was like, oh, well, in this one level, the only way to triple S rank is to use the one hat and cheese the game so you never take damage. It's like, that's not fun. That's just cheese.
But I mean, to be honest, the only game that's ever done that right now for Devil May Cry for me has been 5. And it's just because they did not balance out the style system correctly.
Yeah, for
because
me,
they had to change it completely.
For me in these games, the one thing I noticed because I did play a few hours of 5, the thing I had with it is that visually it was stunning, because I don't care about the point system, I don't care about the ranking system, I don't care about all that. In fact, like I was saying, I think that can sometimes detract from a game. I didn't play enough of it to see if that bothered me in this game. But if it's a standard for Devil May Cry, then I am in favor of keeping things in line with what is known for the franchise. The thing I noticed with the game is it did have a lot of bullshit hits in it and everything, and so there was times where I'm like, I shouldn't have got hit there, and it wasn't on my fault. It was just like an unavoidable hit and all that stuff. Now the game was great, the music was great, story was great, but there was just...
It also doesn't help that there's 2 enemies that really detract from the way the style system works as well. But every Devil May Cry has had one or 2 enemies that do that. Even 4, and I think the only one that really didn't have it was the reboot.
The interesting thing is, like, I want to play through the series, but funnily enough, I would probably skip DMC just because it's such like a self jerk off session from the lead designer, and it's not canon. And I care more about like, you know, the story and everything. So unless I was like a super fan by the end of them, then I might go back and play DMC. But like to me, DMC is such like an offshoot, and they even ignored it. So I would have to play that one solely for the gameplay. But in my brain, I wouldn't even include it.
I mean, another thing I would also defend is I don't hate any of the bosses in the reboot either. I actually like all of the bosses in that game.
Interesting.
In every single DMC game, there's been 1 or 2 bosses that really irk your playthrough. And even DMC3 had some bosses that were kind of wonky because of their way their hitboxes work and all that.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I know one of the DMCs is considered actually bad, and it's 2 or 3.
Yeah, 2.
It's 2. Okay.
2 is pretty rough.
That's the
what's
one.
funny is 2 actually has a fun final boss.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
I've heard a lot of people
It-
say skip
it's
2
a-
and pretend it doesn't exist. I couldn't
It's a
remember if it was
series-
2 or 3. But
It's a series that's hard to go back to the beginning to, and that's why I think DMC, like Devil May Cry 5, is like so good, is because you can jump into that game and it feels fine. Whereas like you go into the older games, it's kind of like Legacy of Kain and other games I've mentioned before, where like they need remasters, like they don't feel good.
Yeah.
And yeah, those games are just way too dated. It just doesn't feel good to jump in anymore. So I think like as they've gone forward and made more games, they've gotten better at making the games. That's why I think Devil May Cry 5 is great. I understand why people like DMC on a gameplay perspective. But at the end of the day, when you're a fan of a series and you see it get completely subverted, you're just not going to like that game. Like that's really where I come from more so, is that it completely shit on the series. And it's like if we're talking about any other series, and like with Star Wars or something, when you see a Star Wars game and it completely shits on the story, you're pissed at that game.
yeah,
You're like, they
the
ruined
self
fucking Star
insert
Wars.
in DMC is next
Oh,
fucking level.
God.
Like he
That's
looks
where I come
exactly like
from.
the lead designer looks exactly like the main character, and it's like Jesus Christ, he's like the Zack Schneider of fucking video.
At the
games.
very least, they didn't actually put it in the same universe. So at the very least, it's on its own.
I think
If I had to suggest any games for someone looking to get into the DMC series to play, I would say 3. I'm not gonna lie, like I would say 3, 100%.
I think also DMC, it's got a little bit of, I don't know what the term is, not rose-tinted glasses or, you know, nostalgia goggles or anything, but I think it was almost like a sigh of relief that this game is a one-off, and it's because it could have easily been like, that was it. DMC is now dead. Anything going forward is this new reboot era. And so now that we're living in the future, and we were like, that's the one weird offshoot, I think people are kind of more forgiving of it, and now they can play it and be like, okay, let's see if this game's actually good now. But if that was like the last DMC we ever got, or if it continued in that, there would be a lot more anger, and that would still be boiling and all that stuff, and there would be even a bigger divide. So I'm interested to see if they ever acknowledge its existence, or is it going to be forever Ghostbuster 2016, and they're just going to like pretend it never existed.
They did remaster it for modern consoles.
Oh,
so
really?
it's not like
Okay.
it's completely forgotten.
Yeah, okay,
So
that's interesting.
There is
That's
that.
interesting.
I mean, also with like how time jumping and time different multiverses exist and how that game is, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do DMC6, which we know eventually will happen, or it might be mentioned or something might happen with that.
Who knows?
this
Maybe
might
the
be a
reboot is
hot-
just a different universe that's connected to the same hell.
This might be a hot take, but I would actually probably enjoy seeing a spin-off series featuring Trish and Lady. I think if they did a series
Not a hot
right,
take at all. That's great.
featuring the
Interesting.
two of them, I mean,
not many
well,
people like Lady's gameplay in 4 Special Edition because she's just
No.
Yeah,
Um,
but Lady's
oh,
a great
well,
character. If they make
Lady,
Lady
exactly.
good, I'm in.
Kay gets it. Like, Lady's
Yeah.
just a fun character, and Trish, like, come on, like, Trish is just a fun character. Like, the two of them are fun characters to have. Give me good gameplay designed around them and their strengths. Like, I would love to see it. I don't care what bad design decisions they made in previous games. They have the opportunity to fix it in a better spin-off.
Yeah,
Like, if they could make it better and they can focus on what makes those games great, like they already have the setup with 5. There you go. Like there you go. Trish and Lady. Maybe you get like the little sticker on the bottom of the fucking box art saying featuring Dante from Devil May Cry.
I mean, another thing
Oh
too,
god,
because it is
I need that sticker. Where is it?
because it is Capcom, and Capcom always does like half stories for their DLC. I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible thing to do something like that either, just to get like see how people feel about it, like interest, by doing
From what
like
I heard,
another
whenever
game.
they did DMC4 Special Edition, they were actually thinking about actually having like Trish and Lady having their own missions added in instead of just having them play through the same campaign. But Capcom wouldn't give them the resources to do that.
Well, that's old Capcom, and we know how Capcom was then.
Now.
Yeah,
we know how Capcom is now.
And what's funny,
I mean, they're better than they were.
One other funny thing is a lot of Virgil's upgrades from 3 were started in this game. Like his Judgment Cut and a couple of other things were actually done in this game first. And also one thing that I like that 5 did that brought in is every time you go up in rank during a fight, the announcer actually says the name of the rank. Like whenever you go to Essek, he actually announces Savage, and that was started in the reboot. So it's not like you have to actually pay attention to the meter whenever you're doing it. You can just hear the Savage. You're like, oh, I'm doing good. Let's continue.
Okay, what's the better game, DMC or Raroff?
We already know the answer to that. We
It's
know
already
the
bad
answer to
enough
that
that
one.
I owe Insidious 10 minutes of that fucking game.
Jesus, wait, how? Oh no, never mind. I'm not even gonna ask.
Insidious
I'm
was
not-
super kind, and he tipped us $100. Thank you again, Insidious. And yeah,
We were like,
during
what do we
that,
do for
James-
this? I'm already shirtless.
James, like, what do we do? Because it's a Pac-Man that happens. It's of course the one that combines was it Chemical Plant Zone? Because I fucking love that.
Oh, we got a sticker coming in.
Oh
But it's
god, the
big.
featuring Dante. But yeah,
Oh,
we
God.
agreed that I would
was
play.
trying not to let that happen. My bad.
You're
Sorry.
fine. We agreed that I would play 10 minutes of Raroff, so that's the hell I'm being sent to. Between DMC and Raroff, it pains me to say that DMC is better.
There you go. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, there's no question there.
There's no question. I would be disingenuous if I said
know.
otherwise.
I
but-
think
how
Raroff
does
is
that
more
get
respectful to the
backwards?
lore franchise, personally. You've got a spaghetti
fuck
monster in it.
Raroff, man.
You've got a 360 in it on the Switch. It's a crossover. It's the only 360 Switch crossover.
There we go. I had to do it.
These were supposed to be quick hits, so let me go ahead and go to
Oh
my
yeah,
the two
Go
that are
for
gonna-
it. Sorry.
Let me go to the two that are
You,
gonna
you
make
just
James
burned
mad.
it down, dude. You burned it down with the DMC.
I'm gonna go with the two that James hates, and then I'm gonna go with the fun one.
Oh, okay.
But I can defend the campaign from Halo 4.
Okay,
Oh, no.
I agree because that's the hottest Cortana. I hate Halo 4, but at least I got 2 big distractions.
Here's the thing, though. I actually like the idea of having Chief be more robotic than the AI.
Okay, mute yourself if we're talking about Halo 4 plot, because even though I've been fucking yelling at you for years to play Halo 3, you haven't played Halo 3, and we can't talk about the plot of Halo 4 without Halo 3.
Yeah, but
Okay,
I like
Yeah, I'll just zone out for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I like the idea. I like the idea that the fact that the AI acts more human than the super soldier, because it kind of it makes an interesting idea. Of course, sadly, it was ignored in 5, which I will talk about in a moment. Crazy enough, but I will not be defending that game's campaign.
Okay.
I actually like the idea of the Prometheans because of the way they try to swarm you, and the way the knights are supposed to be like are a bit more aggressive. But of course, I don't like the way that they just are bullet sponges in 4. That's one thing I like about 5's campaign is that they actually made the knights a bit less more of a bullet sponge and something a bit more interactable.
Right.
But with Halo 4, again, it was actually a good story that was a really good jumping point into what could have been. It's just that they decided to kill the villain off screen in one of the comics, and then continue on with something completely different in 5. But that's more of 5's problem than it is 4's.
Nerdy Neo says I'd love to hear someone defend 5. I think 5 has a better story than 4 because it's so funny. It's literally so parallel to Star Wars for me. 4 is like The Force Awakens for me, and then 5 is so bad that it's hilarious. 5's story is so hilariously bad that it's like a comedy.
Here's the thing, though: 4 wasn't a copy of 1. beat for beat.
No, but my problem with The Force Awakens is that they want to take themselves seriously, and so they just kill off a legacy character just to be like, here you go, now you have to take it seriously, everyone has to feel emotion, so we're going to kill off this person. So they artificially made this whole lore with Cortana about, I have AI Alzheimer's now, I'm dying.
To be honest, that's one thing that they actually brought in from, that's another thing that they brought in from the books, and it made sense that they would bring it in sometime because all AI go rampant. Because they overthink themselves.
Here's a hot take.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the
yeah,
book
it's
lore.
literally thinking themselves to death.
So is them bringing some lore from the books into the games?
I don't care about the book lore. For me, the Halo lore is like contained in the games.
I want the
my
book lore to
God.
come into the games in a way that the games actually try to bring in the books.
Okay.
But of course,
Right,
that.
that lore comes from Marathon, right? Where the Marathon is the basically precursor to Halo.
Right.
And the whole thing about Marathon is it's about the AIs going rampant.
Yeah.
So in the context of the games, for 4, suddenly Cortana is going crazy because she's going through AI menopause or whatever. And then the whole game, she's just spurging out and freaking out. And then at the end, they just kind of kill her off. And that's my main problem with the game. Also, the enemies are very Michael Bay. They're just like generic robot. Like they feel like Transformers Michael Bay characters. And I didn't like that.
I like them from like I said, I like the idea of their mechanics from a gameplay perspective.
Okay.
I mean, and there is like from the books, in fact, and on top of everything else, like there is precedent for setting rogue AI, particularly the concept of them going rampant. Like rampancy is a noted thing in AI, but in generated AI, especially the class, like not just human created AI, but also Forerunner created AI.
Yeah, because the Flood actually corrupted a Forerunner AI to work with.
What was it? What was
Flood.
the name? Mendicant Bias?
Mendicant Bias was the one that they built second that actually was able to resist it and was able to win.
But Mendicant Bias was the one that went rampant after the Flood corrupted it, and then
I think
destroyed
Mendicant
all-
Bias is the second one that succeeded. There was another one that before Mendicant Bias, I can't remember, because Mendicant Bias was actually foreshadowed in Infinite, from what I heard.
But yeah, but in the end, like the 343 Industries succeeded where Bungie failed because Bungie looked at the concept of making Cortana go rogue as soon as she went into the control room, and like someone asked them in an interview, yeah, we thought about this and having Cortana go rogue as soon as we put her inside the control room. Oh yeah, well, what happened to that story? It was too good, and then just laughed about it.
Perfect. Perfect.
But,
Team Bungie all the way.
That's my quick hit for Halo 4, and of course, me and Paul will eventually get to that game after we've done 3 ODST and Reach.
I'm so sorry.
So,
I really hate 4. I actually like Infinite in comparison to 4.
And also 4's multiplayer had good maps when and on as DLC, but a lot of those base games were terrible.
Apart from
base game maps were
Cortana
bad.
being attractive, I liked Spartan Ops or whatever they were called. I liked that.
Spartan Ops was fun too, but
Yeah.
I never really got a group to play through it completely with that 100 missions.
I actually I own 3 and I've never played it. I've successfully managed to avoid most spoilers, and I plan on playing it eventually. When I finally get past the glut of bullshit in my Xbox OG Xbox queue, I'm going to move on to 360, and it's going to be Duke Nukem Forever, Sonic 06, and Halo 3.
I implore you not to play Duke Nukem Forever on 360. Dude,
Too
it
bad.
feels like you have to go quickly, so I want to keep going
Yeah.
because
So,
I could
I will
totally
def-
yell about Halo 4 more, but let's keep it going.
I will defend Halo 5's multiplayer because I actually liked the Spartan abilities in it because it still went back to the idea of everyone starting off with the same stuff. So it wasn't like Reach or 4 where everyone had different abilities. It tried to bring back parity to everyone, and I actually liked the maps in Halo 5 because they felt more like Halo maps than Halo 4's maps, and I actually liked Warzone and Warzone Firefight too. So those were a lot of fun.
I only
But of
played
course-
it for a couple hours, but
I
because
missed all of them.
because for me, I am one of those people where I'm like, there's sprint, I don't care. I leave. I leave. Oh, there's sprint now. I don't care. I'm out. Halo for me doesn't have sprint. It feels,
But
Infinite felt like Call of Duty so
I know
much.
I know 4 had sprint, but most of the maps were not designed properly for it.
That's true.
5 actually felt like they designed the maps a bit better for the sprint.
If you like, I mean, I don't even know if you can play 5 anymore, but to me,
You
it
can
just
still.
didn't feel like I like the multiplayer. It didn't feel like Halo at all. It felt like a good Call of Duty game. Take that as you will, but oh my god, it did not feel like what Halo was back in the day. You're killing me, dude, and I want to scream, but keep it going, man. Oh god, I'm in pain.
I still
here.
won't defend the rec packs or the campaign story.
It was so funny.
So,
it was so hilariously bad.
but
that
again,
Infinite
it's
retconned
another.
it.
But it's just still another story that got retconned in the next game. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, are they going to do the same thing to Infinite at this point?
Halo's dead at this point, from what I've heard. They don't know. Even though I thought Infinite was the first time they did a step in the right direction, because for me, Halo, I mainly care about the single player. I thought Infinite was the first time they actually were like doing something. I'm like, you can go forward from this for once. Oh my god! And they, from everything I've heard, they're just like.
It sounds like management is screwed up. to be
Yeah, they
honest.
wanted to do DLC, and Infinite has a great base and blueprint to add more
And
story-based
now that it has,
content.
and now that it has Forge, a lot of communities have sprung up around Forge.
Yeah,
and
that's
playing
true.
custom games.
It's so stupid. Like literally, that map is so perfect because it's like the open world Halo. It's perfect for having story-based content, but apparently they're just
Yeah.
not. Even though
And also, Halo
343
5 had a
touched
really
it.
good Forge as well. So,
Oh, really? I never touched it. I was never a Forge person. I would play on people's maps.
well,
but
I mean,
never
to be
played
honest,
it
I
too much.
wouldn't be one that would touch Forge, but the
Mhm.
things that people can make were really cool.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you there for
Like
sure.
you know the Jenga map in Halo 3. That's nothing compared to what could be done
Oh.
in 5 and Infinite. Like I think Infinite was even making Mario Kart maps with actual like items you can pick up and actually throw.
Oh
throw
fuck!
your
Send, send that to
That's
me.
Forge.
I want to see
When
that.
you give players enough agency to do silly shit like that, like the Dota 2
Yeah.
community did the same thing. Like they had like a kart racer in Dota 2's custom maps with everything like all the same shit. It was wild.
Yeah.
Like when you
So the
give
Forge-
players enough agency, yeah.
So Forge and 5 and Infinite are amazing, and that's part of what has saved them. But that's still saying like again, it's like modding,
Mhm.
but at least everyone has access to it.
Yeah.
So that's one of the cool things. And the last thing I'm going to talk about, it is a video game based on a bad movie based on a famous board game. I want to know if anyone here
I
can
know
think
this
of it.
one.
Oh god,
I know this one.
Based on a bad movie, based on a board. game.
Battleship?
Oh, Jumanji?
It is Battleship. Insidious got it.
Battleship.
This is actually a
Okay.
really fun game, and it kind of plays like it kind of plays like Call of Duty, but there's a system where you pick up cards from enemies, and it only has like 6 missions, but the way that it plays, it's like you pick up these cards from enemies, and then those cards you can put on your ship. There's a ship system where they're on a grid, and you have to move them in specific spots so they fight the alien ships. But you can also have them call in like a artillery strike on where you're at, so you can actually have them affect the first person shooter area.
It's an FPS as well.
Yes.
Like, what? The
That's
fuck?
interesting.
I figured
That's
it was like
really interesting.
Battleship, but like I'm looking at it
But-
right now, and it is not. It is not.
Have you never seen the movie?
No, I haven't actually.
I will tell
It's
you
actu-
from my personal experience in the military, it's actually shockingly like
Accurate.
slightly accurate
Really?
to naval to the naval military.
Oh my god!
It's
you
weird.
got-
It's fucking weird. It's really fucking weird being in the Navy and seeing that. And there's just little things like one of my watch officers, like he saw it and then came back the next day. He's like, "Yeah, it's really accurate. They call battle stations. Everybody put on their flash gear." I'm like staring at him, like, "What are you fucking talking about, sir?"
God
Like,
damn! I didn't know you guys were gonna get me
exactly
interested in a terrible movie and now a game. I didn't even know they made. I
The
love
movie
movie-based
is-
games, so I'm
the movie is
in.
bad, but
If
not,
you can just sit down and enjoy it, just turn off your brain and just watch a movie. It's a fun, stupid movie.
That's
It actually
what-
is a really fun film.
That's what alcohol is
Oh,
for.
yeah.
So I'm fucking in.
Exactly.
That's perfect.
Also, hi, Winter Prince.
But,
Good to see you.
This game is on 360 and PS3. I don't know if it's on PC, but it is a fun game.
Okay,
And
I will
Let me
grab a
look.
copy
I played,
of that.
and I
for
only
sure.
and I only first played this version because it was like a 10-hour completion for achievements. And it was like
It's not
it's
on
actually-
Steam,
it
but
was
that makes
actually
sense
fun.
because it's a movie-based game. But I'll find a 360 copy. This looks fucking great.
It's amazing.
I'm in. Well, dude, thank you so much. Kay, you can come back now if you can hear my voice. The spoilers
Oh,
are
I
over.
saw him hold up another case that wasn't Halo. I was like, all right, I'm good.
You're not on camera though, on my end.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
you're
you're 3 dots.
having the squares.
Yeah, you're just loading screen right now. Hi.
Oh, she's gone. Goodbye.
And she's back.
But look, I gotta
Am I
give.
back
There you
now?
are. Hi.
I gotta give props to dude
It's fine
for
on my end,
being
what the
the
fuck?
first person I think to trigger us. He so
Ah.
triggered Kay with DMC and then triggered me with Halo 4, and that's the point of this is fuck yeah. I think I triggered some people in chat with Duke Nukem Forever, but you definitely were the one to actually burn it down because everyone else had genuinely good games or interesting games, and this one I was like, whew. Oh
It's
my
good, though,
god.
that we're having these conversations because I think a
Here's the
lot of
thing: at least
people
Halo
get
4 and
afraid of
DMC
it.
weren't broken. They just
There, I want to send
Yeah.
it to you if I can find it before
I
you go.
don't know about Halo 4 not being broken. I
Are
don't
we
know.
talking about Halo
that.
again? Goodbye.
Just okay. I just wanted to mention super quickly that even though I don't like its story and I still don't, there was a really good Twitter thread I read many years ago explaining how the writer of Halo 4, like his mother was like passing away at the time, and he pretty much rewrote the character of Cortana with her in mind as a tribute or something like that. And I'm just like, well, now it's hard to argue and call it shit and seeing that. And so it was similar to like whatever that horror movie was where it was like a mental breakdown of this woman slowly, and it was that kind of
Well,
thing.
that's also like Final Fantasy VII. Funny enough, going back to that, like the lead writer is someone passed
He
away.
had a-
Someone
yeah,
in
he
his
had a-
life passed
he had a
away,
family
and
member.
and he came in and is like, we're not doing this. Aerith dies. Make it fucking happen. And that's how that happened.
Wow.
Yep.
Someone important in his life passed away, and he walked in and he was like, no, Aerith dies. Make that fucking happen. And that's how it happened. Like they had entirely planned for Aerith to be in the game. You can mod her back into the game at the end stages of the game, and you get dialogue with her in your party. It's fucking wild. But it's like, no, you don't get that.
So dude, thank you so much for burning it down. Kay, you can come back again. Sorry.
I'm back again.
Are you heading out, bud, or do you want to hang out a bit more, or?
I'm gonna head out.
Okay, why don't you
this is like
quickly
1 o'clock
tell
now.
the people what it is you do and where they can find you here?
Well, I achievement hunt on stream. I've been achievement hunting DMC5, which is part of why I have some strong opinions on it. I'll continue to be running through Dante Must Die mode tomorrow night. Luckily, most of the missions are fine on S ranking. It's just a couple of those that are so badly balanced. But I'm probably gonna be skipping them, trying to get S rank until later. But and then on Saturday, or not Saturday, Sunday, me and Paul are gonna continue our Halo 2 run.
That's fucking excellent, and I appreciate that you have been. I really like the thing when you have the split screen and everything. So it's cool to see Paul in the anniversary edition.
We
and
haven't
then you in the.
We haven't been able to do it since that first stream because his
Oh,
computer's
really?
not strong enough.
Fucking computers, man, are so annoying. But I did like seeing you in the classic and Paul in the anniversary because I have very strong opinions on the anniversary. I'm a snob when it comes to Halo, no doubt about it. But I really liked that side by side comparison. I think that was fucking brilliant, and I like that you guys were like multi-streaming it. So everyone, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Dude is absolutely a guy you want to check out. wherever you can find him. You primarily find him on Rumble. Kay is dropping the link to his channel into every single chat, and you can find this guy being absolutely whiz when it comes to gaming. If you want like top tier 100% completionist style gaming, he is the guy to find. You want to see why DMC is actually a good game? Well, you just saw it on the camera, and you can go check it out over on his channel because he 100%ed that game, and now he's working through DMC 5. So, dude, thank you so much for burning it down. You're the freaking best, and good luck with your Halo run with Paul, because I think that's gonna be funny. Because yeah, Halo 2 is the painful.
I think
one.
I've been carrying him.
Oh no. Well, I mean, your
I can see
first
that.
first time,
Because-
first time Legendary is like brutal. Like
Especially Halo 2.
I love Halo. I just play it
Yeah.
on normal because I just want it to flow as intended.
We almost
in the
got into a
story,
death
so-
loop with Paul going over a hill.
Oh,
I'm playing
the
through
checkpoint.
everything on heroic right now because legendary's just too hard for my
Yeah, for Halo
casual
2,
blast.
Legendary was not balanced correctly.
It's
They
a
admit it.
bitch. Those fucking jackals.
Yep.
Those little shit weasels.
Yeah, but yeah,
Yep.
dude.
Well, I told Paul too when we joined you for Halo with Neo, you and Neo are basically going to carry me and Paul.
Well, to be
So
honest,
look
Halo
forward to
3,
it.
anything after 2 is not that bad.
Oh,
So-
you're gonna join them for 3. So I think it's the,
Yeah, for everything after 3, we're
It's
gonna
the
do
flood
4-player.
level that you have to look out for, if I remember correctly. That's the bitch one.
Cortana isn't even that bad now that I've played through it so many times now.
So he's gonna carry everybody. So, that's the
Yeah,
name of the
you're
level,
fine
by
with
the
that.
way. The level's called Cortana. That's what he was referring to. That's why I just call it.
Yeah.
I'm like the flood level. If you know, you know. But yeah, and
I've still managed to avoid most spoilers about 3, so I'm hoping to play that, experience it blind
Hey,
for
fucking
myself.
play 3 with me already on stream. And I'm not gonna force you to play Legendary. We're just gonna play it nice and normal because you're not a shooter person. So we'll do that someday, dude.
The
thank
easier
you so much.
difficulties are too easy at this point, especially when you're playing co-op like that.
I think Heroic's pretty good. I think Heroic's pretty good. But yeah, me and her beat 1 and 2 on normal. And then I was like, "Are you ready for the best game ever?" And then that was years ago, and she never jumped into 3.
I normally don't care about spoilers for the record, but I know it will impact you, James, if it gets spoiled for me. That's
Yeah.
why I'm being protective of it.
Yeah, for fuck's sakes, don't let 3 get spoiled for you. Okay, but thank you, dude, and that was a blast hanging out with you and hearing you cause me immense pain with Halo 4. There, that was lovely. I loved feeling something again.
You're welcome.
Thank you, man. Kay, why don't you introduce our newcomer here?
Y'all have a good one.
You too,
Have a
buddy.
good one, dude.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for hanging out.
Everyone in
dude.
chat, go
Thanks,
check
man.
out dude. His links are in every single chat there.
Oh, we have the Winter Prince that has joined us today to
Oh,
talk about
shit.
some games as well. Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Wasn't expecting all the wows. Hi, hello.
Hello there.
This is Winter Prince is one of my friends I invited to the server.
Nice. Well,
awesome. There you go.
I know Imp, you are also on a time limit, so I don't know if we want to hear from the prince himself first, or if Imp, you need.
I'd like to at least let him do one game, and then I can quickly try to do my 2.
speed run the rest of yours. Okay, let's hear your bad game, Prince.
Well, I was gonna ask because I made that list earlier. Is there one specific that you want to hear about out of that, or
Yeah.
is
throw
You can
throw up
choose.
the list.
I think maybe not even necessarily in this call, but maybe the people watching, they'd be interested in your Final Fantasy Tactics conversation. Me, I was only weirded out about Wario Land 3 because I'm like, everyone loves Wario Land. I don't know why that would be considered a bad
What was the
game.
list? I'm curious.
Well,
what the games are.
that's what I said in that list. Is that I know Wario Land 3 is not a bad game. The reason I included it is because it's not a well-known game, and most people who know about Wario Land know about the 4th one, which inspired Pizza Tower. But my personal hot take is that Wario Land 3 is leagues better, even though it has totally different game mechanics.
Are you guys gonna fight now? Look, we're all fighting
No,
on
no,
the
no,
stream.
no.
You guys need
James,
to fight.
I think you and him are going to fight because he said it's better than Mario Odyssey in Discord.
I don't even know this game.
I don't like Mario Odyssey. James loves Mario
It's
Odyssey.
the best Mario game ever. God damn it.
I'm not saying Mario Odyssey is bad, but I am saying I never finished Mario Odyssey. I played to New Donk City and then got bored, and I actually got bored before that point. I have played through Wario Land 3 multiple times throughout my life, and I always play to the end.
You have to finish New Donk City, and then you get revived to want to finish. I mean, I didn't get bored, but as soon as you finish New Donk City, you're like, okay, this is really good.
Mario Odyssey is so fucking boring, guys.
I do need to finish it. I honestly keep forgetting about it. I'm
It's
sorry.
so good. In New Donk City, it confirms that Italians aren't people, and it's so funny because everyone is like normal, and then it's Mario. It's just
This man gets it.
That's part of why I wanted to get to New Donk City, is because I'm like, that's the one part that's actually really interesting for this game.
It's so funny. It's the Sonic 06 level. It's like they're all human, and then Mario's Italian. It's just like, what the fuck are they implying here, Japan?
Humans and Italians. Let's
it's so
there's another hot take from me. I've never played Sonic 06. I acknowledge that game is probably garbage, but it does look interesting.
I would recommend to you, if Sonic 06 looks interesting, you should play Sonic Frontiers, because I think Frontiers finishes what 06 tried to do.
I intend to play that. I haven't gotten around to it, but I fully intend to. I need to add
Why
that.
would
to my
I
list of
play
future
Frontiers when I could just play 06 and snowboard uphill?
I mean, true. I don't think Sonic 06 is as awful as everyone says. I think it's pretty fucking bad, but
I think it probably is as bad as everyone says. That's the best part.
There's some parts that are fine. It's obviously a broken mess. Like, I'm not saying it's a good game, but I do think that people meme on it more than anything. It's not like the
What
worst
parts
thing.
are fine in 06?
You can get through it.
No, you
That's
can't.
not
Can
selling
you?
anybody
Can
on
you?
anything.
You can get through it.
Can you actually? I
That's-
highly doubt that.
You-
I'm
you
sure
have to
there's
keep-
parts.
Perseverance. I'm not saying it's a good
No.
game at all, guys. I'm
I
not
know you're not, but,
defending this
like,
game.
Well, you said it's not that bad, so you say not that bad means you're trying to.
I would
What's-
rather play Sonic 06 for the rest of my life than touch Raroff ever again. But
You're
we know
crazy.
I have to play Raroff
You're a
for 10
crazy
minutes.
person. You're a
But,
crazy.
like,
person.
again,
How much money to
What's-
get paid to play Sonic 06 on stream?
Okay, name it.
The irony of this
Name the
conversation.
number.
The irony.
The
What
irony
are
of this
my-
conversation is that Lethero just recently uploaded a Sonic 06 video, and I thought to myself, oh yeah, there was that remake that somebody made, and it's finally out. I should add that to my future streams list. And I just put that on there today, and now we're talking about how we
there
should
are
play
people
it.
that are actively trying to rework Sonic 06 to a playable state. It's like, oh my god, why?
Well, someone actually did it. It's out now, and apparently
Is
it's
it?
actually really good.
Is it? Wow, all right.
Well,
I'll
at
have
least
to take a
part of
look.
it is out.
Okay, you don't get to play that, by the way. You're playing good old fashioned Sonic 06.
When I'm done with mine, I'll send mine to you, okay?
There you go.
When I'm done with mine on 360, I'll send mine to you.
Is Sonic 06 actually beatable? Like, can you beat it?
I don't know.
I don't think
I
you
don't
can
know.
beat that game, honestly.
I will certainly
I don't
fucking
think you
try.
I
can.
genuinely
understand-
don't know if it's beatable.
I don't think
So the Sonic 06 was actually one of the most famous playthroughs that the Game Grumps ever did back in their early days.
I watched
And
it.
I
on
have
Game
watched-
Grumps.
Never finished.
I thought they did. They didn't finish the whole game,
didn't
but
beat
they
it.
finished like 3 of the campaigns. I think it was just Amy's they didn't do.
I know.
Wait,
And that was
Amy's
because
is
John left
playable?
the channel.
Oh no.
They were so close. They just had to not break up for like another month, and they would have fucking beat it. I'm
Maybe it was
forever
Sonic
mad.
06 that broke them.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
Oh god.
I was about to say.
So, Kay, do you want to stream it with? Maybe we can finish it together. How about that?
Oh god.
We can sit
I
on the
mean, it
couch and do it
certainly
together.
broke Aaron for that one episode.
Maybe
that one
it can-
famous scene.
If John and Aaron couldn't survive their relationship with Sonic 06, can we? That's the question.
We're powerful.
Aren't you
enough to
two
do
married
shit,
though? You have a legal obligation to like.
Will
part of my wedding vows
This
when I
is
get
gonna
married
be the
is like
most expensive game
there's
of my life.
through sickness and health in Sonic 06. That's gonna be my wedding vows.
There you go.
We're like sickness and health and Raroff. My
I will.
God.
I will do that, Kay.
The days that I'm
I will
stuck
do it.
playing Raroff are the worst.
At
days of my
least
life.
Raroff is only like a 5-minute game. Sonic 06
You don't
is like a multi-year.
understand, Imp, how long that 10 minutes felt last time.
It goes by in a flat. It goes by as fast
it
as Sonic.
It was like the most
It's a pretty
painful 10
game.
minutes ever.
It's a great game.
But James, the problem with moving faster than the speed of light is you always live in darkness.
That was-
Oh my
Hey,
god.
My heart, my
I like
soul.
that. I like that. That's
Oh.
good wording.
Can you get that on a tattoo? I think that deserves it. That deserves a face tattoo. I think that would look amazing.
Oh god. Also, I love how I've got like so many more memes on my picture now.
It always grows with you. So I don't even know what the bad game is anymore. What are we defending or not?
Oh god.
Oh yeah, I got triggered again because of people insulting Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I wasn't insulting Odyssey. I do think Odyssey is a good game. I just also think it's not quite as good as people made it out to be. But there is one thing I think I have one gripe about Odyssey. I think New Donk City is a stupid name.
It is stupid. That's why I love it. Does that
New
make
Kong
sense?
City would have been so much better.
But I love stupid things. It's so stupid
Yeah.
that I'm like, it's
Yeah,
genius.
Yes, it's like I
My-
hate that it's in that game because it is a really funny name.
My
There's also-
gripe is Nintendo's
It's like it's like it's like naming the states, and it's like Pennsylvania, Virginia, Delaware, Anvil Drop.
That's how I love it. And of course, Pauline is managing a town called New Donk City, and her top priority is getting a jazz band together. So it's just like the real New York. Their priorities are completely out the fucking window. It's a total shit show, and the leader of the city is like, "I need to get a jazz band." What?
Hey, Japan's got their finger on the pulse.
Yeah, they know their shit. Japan writing this
Anyway.
game, they're just like, all right, Italians aren't people. It's like, I love this game so much. Mario's gonna be a fucking tank shooting up the New York equivalent. It's brilliant. Write it down.
You
Write it
love
down.
this game because of the lore you created for it at this point.
That's every game with me. Yes.
That's just James. Like my beef with it is that Nintendo's insistence on what's the way they put it? Intrinsic enjoyment. They want you to
fucking mean.
they want you to find your own enjoyment. It's part of the reason they don't have achievements on their consoles,
Which
is because they don't want you to be directed on how to enjoy their games. They want you to just enjoy the games the way they want. But that becomes a bit of a problem when one of the moons that you collect is literally just get the coin bag and sit there for about 5 minutes shitting about 1,000 coins at a plant to collect a single moon. And that's not an exaggeration. You literally have to shoot about 1,000 coins at a single plant in a single place with no enemies around for about 5 minutes until it sprouts to the point where it spawns a moon, and then you jump out and collect the moon. It's like what?
I zoned out for a
That's
second.
amazing.
What is that you're talking about?
The
It's Mario Odyssey.
Completionists hate this. You know the meme, the porn meme of like, people hate this guy because he keeps getting laid. That's like the Mario Odyssey of this. Like, completionists hate this game because there's like 800 moons. Thing is, I'm not a completionist, so it appealed to my childlike brain because I was able to just go find my fun. There's a part where you play fetch with a dog and it's adorable, and then if you play with him enough, he'll be like, here's a moon, by the way, enjoy it. And I'm like, this is the fucking best game ever. I love it so much. I didn't think I'd be defending Mario Odyssey here, but I am. There's a level that has water, and for no reason the water is soda pop. So you're just swimming in soda pop for no reason. You can barely tell, but it's all fizzy. It's great. You kill a giant bird in it. It's a great game. I love this
isn't
game.
that every fucking Mario game at some point?
Now, I'm going to defend my claim that Wario Land 3 is a better game with this one statement. You've got all that going on, but do you solve any puzzles by setting yourself on fire?
Oh, do you? There's so much I haven't even done in Odyssey.
Or
No, you have
squishing
to be a
yourself
T-Rex.
under a massive press? Wario Land 3's whole game mechanic is slapstick powers.
That's great.
It
though.
sounds like I would love this game. That's the problem. So what?
I just recently, like maybe a month or two ago, played through it. I completed the whole game in 2 streams. So you can go watch those if you want to. And I
Okay.
go through everything I love about that game. And I actually need to bring that back, but I'm waiting on a friend of mine because there's like some post-game content that I want to get into.
I know how much you like the Wario Land series. I still recommend that you play Pizza Tower on stream, especially now that they have the free the update for the noise playable. It's a free update
I might eventually. Something about Pizza Tower just bugs me, and I can't really put my finger on it.
I agree.
I think it might just be the animation style bugs me for some reason.
Yeah, I know the animation style and the aesthetic is literally over 9,000 hours in MS Paint, but that's part of the charm for me.
Yeah,
that's
what I like about it, actually. The only thing I don't like about Pizza Tower, well, and it's not even a gripe against it, is just like I don't think I'm good enough to play it. It's like I played it on stream.
I am not as good at it as a lot of other people. I will say that.
When I was playing it on stream that one time, I'm like, there's gonna get a point where I fucking hate this game and I get stuck on a level, or it was mostly the bosses. I'm like, there will be a boss that will make me fucking go apeshit mad, and I don't know if I want to commit to this game and get to that point, because I could look into the future and I'm like, I know where this game is going, and I'm gonna get stuck and I'm gonna get so fucking mad. So if I commit to it, I'm locked in and I will beat it. But I was early enough that I'm like, do I back out now or do I dive in? But the art style and everything, I love the Pizza Tower. All that stuff.
Unfortunately,
I like the art style.
have to.
I like the music. I just don't like the gameplay at all.
The music is like literal 11 of 10. Absolutely. I think the music for Pizza Tower.
Oh, the music's great.
The reason, there is a reason that Pizza Tower was my game of the year. Like, over everything else, it was Pizza Tower was my game of the year last year, 2023. Like, I thought it was like the best game of the year, hands down. I thought it was the best. It's a 9.5 out of 10. I wouldn't give it any less.
So you haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 yet, in other words.
You have not fucked the bear. Sorry.
I would not. I don't want to fuck the bear. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, it doesn't appeal to me at all.
I understand. Like, I'm not gonna throw shade at people that's their game. More power to you. I don't care. Go for it.
I have never.
You go fuck that bear.
I'm going to make a point here that I think is worth trying anyway, because I've never liked that style of game before. I love Baldur's Gate 3.
I have a love-hate relationship with D&D games. I have played a couple of them. I have played like 3 separate ones. I actually have a pirated version of Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Amn, like with the expansion and everything on my PC. I spent I don't know how many hours trying to get the best possible roll on stats and make the perfect character that I wanted to make. And I went through the entire starting dungeon and everything and fighting every fight, and I loved it and I thought it was great. And then I got to town and I putzed around for about 5 minutes and I just dropped it. I'm like, this is boring. I don't want to do this anymore. So it's exactly what I'm afraid of. And if I'm afraid that I'm going to spend $40 or whatever it is on Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm just going to do the exact same thing. And I'm just like, why would I do that when I have like 800 games that I'm already actively playing? Spend a bunch of money on something I'm going to like for 30 minutes and then get bored because I get to a town and get bored and don't want to play it anymore.
The only reason I haven't made much progress in the game myself is purely because I'm too thorough, and I make almost no progress unless I put several hours into it, and I just haven't had that time for a while.
That's one of the reasons I'm avoiding it, because I play games the exact same way. So I'm like, oh, well, that's one of the many reasons I'm avoiding it. But it's like, oh, if I get into that, that's all I'm playing for like 2 years, and I don't want to do that. I was playing Hogwarts Legacy today.
Yes,
because
Hogwarts
I still haven't
Legacy
beaten it.
And Red Dead Redemption 2, my god.
Red Dead Redemption 2 took me like 150 hours until I fucking finally put it down.
Well, no, that makes sense. Knowing how James plays games, like knowing how he has to touch everything like a fucking child.
Yes! Look at this
has
turtle!
To read every fucking line. Everyone thinks I'm the one that cares about story. It's this fucking guy that does. I don't give a shit.
Knowing
I
Red Dead,
gameplay.
8 hours to do the RoboCop demo.
And thank God they let me transfer that over. I was so upset. They added that after the fact. They said, you know what? We are going to add that. Thank you so much. Also, there's a lot going on, but how's it going, Nerdy Neo? And then Imp, did I also hear that you had to head out? Or are you staying for a bit? Or...
Soon, yes. I'd like to try and speedrun my games if I can.
Since you need to go. That's it. Hi, Nerdy Neo. Let's
no problem.
We've
gone all over the place with no survivors, but Imp, why don't you speed run your final game?
Crash the stream with no survivors. Oh, exactly. The first one you guys talked at length about. You could probably tell. The second one, you guys paying attention, you probably already know already. It's what my the status strip at the top of my screen is inspired directly by is Sonic Spinball. I love Sonic Spinball. I've beaten it multiple times on stream, and I love the game. I think it's great. A lot of people don't like it. It's fucking hard.
I gotta be honest, your love for Sonic Spinball made me forget that people consider that a bad game. I love that game too.
It's a great fucking game. I love it, but it's hard. It's not just hard, but like I've seen other people play it and they're like, "Where do I go?" And they're just like, "Dude, okay, stop. All right, you're in the upper arena. Go into the barrel, fall into the acid, go into the barrel." Like literally, like what the fuck are you doing? I'm sitting there laughing my ass off. Like, what's going on? Is like you have like it's very much a game of like you have to know how like it's pinball plus Sonic. You have to know. It's
like it's a pinball game that has a reason to be tied to a franchise.
Well, but also like they try things, and that's a big thing with my theme of like you tried something interesting. Try and make it the best that you can. Just because it doesn't work doesn't mean that you don't have to call it a terrible game, never talk about it again, and then that's it. Like, try something, and maybe you'll see if something works out and it's interesting. I love Sonic because not only is it Sonic the Hedgehog, right? It's pinball plus you have Sonic the Hedgehog things here and there. Like you can see on the screen right now, it's you get these Steam arenas, you get these other things where you get random mechanics that you can do that aren't just pinball. Like you can directional influence, you can do other things like that. You can actually on a flat surface spin dash and try things out. The problem with this game is that there are times when everything is just like stuff just breaks. I've had multiple times in this game on original hardware where the game just breaks and everything just stops and you just freeze and you're like, oh well, I just wasted 30 minutes of my life and I did nothing. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to the next game and that's it. And it's like, but then again, I've had that with Sonic 2 because all those games are spaghetti coded and it's unreal. Is this one of them actually? This might be one of them. No, probably not.
I appreciate how in this level that we're looking at, it looks like Sonic is worshiping Garfield like a golden god in the corner there. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but
it's welcome to Lava Powerhouse. It makes no sense.
I've always been interested in this game, and like, yeah, I wasn't a Sega kid at all. Kay was, but I'm a lifelong like pinball fan, and this is one of those games that I was jealous of because like I wanted Sonic. It appealed to me being a kid in the '90s. And I just couldn't play any good Sonic games. I only had a PC. But this is one of those games I was jealous of because I'm like, oh, a pinball game? Like, I wanted to play this. I wanted to play Kirby pinball. I thought that Pokemon pinball I was super jealous, super jealous of. As a
I might just gift you this at some point, James.
I think I own it. I'm not. I would have to check, but I mean, I appreciate the sentiment. But
the problem is that there are a lot of like it's not necessarily frame perfect, but you really have
owning
to
Sonic
know.
Spinball? We own Sonic Spinball.
Yeah, it's like it must be in the Sega collection, isn't it? But
we own it physical.
If you own the Sega, if you own the Sega collection, like they sell each individual ROM for like $1 or $2 each, which gets ridiculous.
This is a Genesis game, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
we own it. Like I have it physical from back in the day.
Through Steam.
Even better.
And through Steam Workshop, if it's a Genesis game, you have it because Workshop allows you to.
I also
ROMs.
have like through some other collections on disc somewhere here too, but we can play the original way.
Yeah.
Too,
so
if you ever play this, let me know. This is another one. I'll just be like, yeah, just hit me up. Let me know. I'll jump on a call with you. But because there's a lot that's like you really need to know where you're going and what you're doing because you could directionally influence. Like there's pixels that could influence like, well, which direction are you going? What are you doing? How do you get to point A, point B? What's the most optimal path? Like right there, like now I could open up the bottom of the arena there into the robo boiler. I could, with the right pixels, I could shoot upward into it instead of having to shoot all the way up and around and drop from the top.
Right. Yeah.
Like if you know what you're doing, like the game is not, it's not easy, but it's much more interesting to play when you have the options and you know how you're impacting on it.
Yeah, man.
It's a lot of fun when it opens up, and it's very pinball. If you love pinball and you like Sonic, it's a great game. It's just jank as fuck.
Yeah, no, I'm totally sold on giving it like a proper college try, and I think that it's like, I don't know if people think it's bad, but it's just so hard and people don't get it, so then they go, it's bad. You know what I mean? So it's,
yeah, that's a common problem. It's like, oh, it's hard. I don't understand. Well, I don't. Fuck it. It's bad.
Yeah, hard doesn't
Zero.
mean bad. It might mean it's not for you, but yeah, it doesn't immediately mean that it's bad. It just means it's a fucking bullshit nightmare game, and so that appeals to a lot of people. I totally get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a masochist about games, like to the point where you get past the point of suffering, you start understanding, and then there's a whole new level of suffering.
Yeah, no, I get that entirely, and I can be that way as well. That was me with Pizza Towers. I was just like, this could be my suffering. Do I want it to be?
Well,
Do I want to get that
Sonic
mad on
Spinball-
stream? But yeah, so
Dude,
Sonic
you definitely
Spinball
do.
is a 6.3 on Metacritic, so there you go.
I'm not surprised.
I'm curious.
The
about
last
that.
one, I don't even know if it's gonna have a Metacritic score. Metal
It does.
Metal
Yeah, it's a. Oh, you're
Metal
saying for your
Dungeon.
last game.
Metal
Oh,
Dungeon.
You've told me about this. I think.
I've heard about this. I don't remember anything about it.
I have a whole series on my
I've watched
on
this
my
man
YouTube
play
channel.
this game, and every time I see you play this game, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And you're like, it's Metal Dungeon.
It's Metal
Oh,
Dungeon.
yeah.
Metal Dungeon is basically an auto battler RPG. You take a team of people into a dungeon. Yes, you have tank controls, and your character when you're moving with tank controls in the overmap, you have faster movement than the camera. So you stop, and the camera has to take time to catch up to you.
Brutal.
But it's the game is just weird and not. It's this game. I give it big credit because the aesthetic is super interesting to me. It is essentially like take all your regular stock standard magic monsters like kobolds and sprites and undead and skeletons and ogres and this and everything else, and give them like a techno-futuristic skin. The story is essentially like there's 3 factions, like there's 3 different countries that are in the midst of a 3-way war. And in order to gain an edge, the country that you're in, I don't even remember the name of the country, decides to do research to develop a new weapon in the form of weapon monsters. And then the gods of magic decide to take control of your research facility and warp it into a dungeon, and you have to go down and stop them. Because if you don't, then you're gonna fucking lose the war and kill like millions of people from the inside. So that's really about as far as you get on the story. No one ever hears about the story inside the game itself again.
Interesting.
And the game, and if you start the game, turn up the battle speed, because otherwise you're gonna sit there and everyone's just gonna be sitting there waiting for like 3 to 5 seconds for the next attack.
Well, like what Imp just said, so my favorite review of this game here is overall, it's an experience that redefines the word bland. It's such a, like, if Imp wasn't the one playing the game, I don't know if I could watch that game. You know what I mean? It's a bland game.
The most interesting thing is the Dimmadome hat that's halfway up the screen on the left side.
Oh god, I can kind of appreciate it
What?
just because I'm an original Xbox simp. So just the fact that this is an original Xbox game,
I think this game, I give it credit because it has the bones of something really unique and interesting. It was one of the original, like the first auto battler RPGs. So you have
Is there
characters-
like a sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Is there like a picture or video that you all are looking at right now that I just can't
Oh,
see
yeah.
for some reason?
Yeah,
Oh, it's on the
I'll
stream.
link it to you.
It's
on
yeah, you have to watch the stream.
actual stream.
Oh.
Here, that's the actual video that we're watching. You just mute it in the background.
I see
Okay.
somebody in chat mentioning that this game reminds them of Diablo. A review says Diablo without the story, characters to converse or interact with, variety
Yeah.
and graphics are well fun. It's just a tired, slow trudge through 10 levels of a dungeon you have no motivation for.
That's actually kind of true, but like the reason is like I give it credit because it tries to do unique stuff. Because every time that you go down into a dungeon level, each dungeon level has a different gimmick or like a different unique gimmick. The first and yes, and you can accurately recreate Will Smith and make him a fist fighter.
Oh no! Oh, that's beautiful.
That's exactly what I did. I named it after viewers, and then Will Smith was a fist fighter. So he's the main character, and I just regularly joke about Will Smith. Slap him. His wife's name's in your mouth.
Keep my wife's name.
That's Fi and Amin in there.
Yeah, Fiera, Amin Ra, Union, Kartik are all friends watching it. This game just really suffers because it wants a few really good quality of life things. One thing I'd really like for this game to have, if it ever to even remotely see the life of day again, give me the ability to either before fights or when a fight starts, let me dictate to the game what kind of strategy I want them to use. Because as it is, you don't get any ability to dictate tactics. You don't get any ability to tell characters what to do until a fight starts, and then the timer's already starting. And Will Smith is already going about his way, slapping whatever is just right in front of his face.
It's so
and there's
accurate.
it's very much like just it automatically determines like this is the character they're attacking, if possible. If not, it's going to default to this character, and that's the timer just starts. You can tell it to like start casting spells or start doing attacks elsewhere, but it's already started. So you've immediately lost however many seconds of strategy time telling it to kill this priority target over whatever you're fighting instead. Give me the ability to change that and let me like dictate starting tactics and change the controls so they make more sense. Change the map, like little basic quality of life updates to make things feel better, and give me a little bit more active story. And I think this game would shine really, really well. As it is, like, I'm going to go through it. I'll probably just play the 10. I might play a little bit deeper for fun, but this was never on my radar until Fiera gifted it to me. At all. Like, this game was a gift, and I'm bound to defeating this game because I cannot for the life of me find any guides, any videos that get past floor 5.
Oh my god, you're forging the path. What happens after floor 5? We have to know.
After floor 10.
Just get the Pac-Man dead screen at the end.
Well, after floor 10, I do know that after floor 10 it repeats with a higher difficulty and better gear. So you just keep going. You just repeat floor 1 through 10 until level 100, and then I don't know what happens.
God damn.
That's it. Like I don't fucking know. I might even go all the way to 100 if I'm truly a masochist.
How
But that
is there
would
even
require me.
100 levels to go? Like, what?
It just you go through 1 through 10, and then it repeats 1 through 10 until 100. So it'll just become 11 through 20.
That's brutal. I want to make sure we give Neo enough time to also talk about his game before we head out. Is there any other games that you want to talk about?
No, it was just the 3 that I wanted to tism about. I actually got to get to bed. It's getting late.
All right. Well, folks, Imp, quickly let us know. I had it up on screen for a while so the people know what you do and where they can find you, but do you have a plug for yourself before you go to sleep time here?
Well, I like to play a lot of retro stuff and a lot of indie games, especially multiplayer madness. I like to play whatever's fun and whatever we can all have fun with, just playing multiplayer madness. I play a lot with viewers, a lot with friends, especially bigger scale multiplayer games. Not as much like the more common random stuff, though. You can see Among Us. I play a lot. Right now I'm playing Halo 2 Blinks. I am so mad that I could not beat the final boss of Blinks the last time I played. I spent 4 hours and could not beat the final boss.
Wow,
I will
didn't
beat
expect
that
Blinks to be that hard.
Oh
the
my
final
god,
boss.
Blinks is hard.
The last
is
boss.
janky as fuck.
The last boss is a boss gauntlet.
Oh,
I've heard people talk about it being an okay game. I've never heard anyone say it was hard.
It's fun. It's very fun. It's really aesthetic, but it's just the final boss is actually just a bullshit boss gauntlet.
Yeah,
And
I was
if
gonna
you-
say
and
it's
if
not
you lose-
necessarily that the game's
if-
hard. It's just that like it works against you.
If you lose at any point in the final boss or the gauntlet before it, you have to redo the entire thing.
I hate that so much.
It's stupid.
Oh
my
I hate
gosh,
that.
And that's the only thing that I have against it because the music is 10 out of 10. The gameplay is really fun and very aesthetic, and the time control mechanic is really fun. It's just once you get to a certain point, the difficulty ramps up so hard, and then it meets you at the end with a boss gauntlet. So I'm
Mega
doing
Man,
that.
anybody?
Yeah, I'm doing that, and I'm doing Halo 2, and then once I'm done with those, I will be moving on to Halo 3 and a couple of other Xbox 360 games, including probably Duke Nukem Forever.
You really shouldn't play it on the 360. You're gonna
I
come.
know.
You're gonna come to me and be like, "Why do you like this game?" And I'll be like, "I understand. It's
No,
terrible."
I already beat. No, James, I already beat it on 360. You don't understand.
Oh,
I own
God.
it with the. I have the bust of Duke. It's right
Yeah,
on
it's
top of my
he owns a
soundbar.
special edition like you.
Oh,
The
okay.
Balls of Steel edition.
Perfect. So
Come
you're a
on.
fellow respecter, folks.
I-
Imp Black Belt is the freaking best. I can talk with this guy all night long. I love this guy. He's one of the funniest guys on the internet. I implore you, go check out his streams. You're gonna have a blast. You can make his hat launch. You can make him do silly things, hear silly things. He's the freaking best. Go give him your energy to beat the final bosses in Blinks. Give him that energy. Go check him out. Kay has dropped the link to Mr. Imp Black Belt into every single chat. Thank you. I love the confetti. The confetti. It honestly killed me earlier.
That's you're welcome. I that one was already there. That one was just like, oh, I bet the confetti would work. Here, tism.
Oh my god. All right. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, man.
I gotta get to bed so I get enough sleep so I don't strangle a server or manager tomorrow.
Okay, well, that would be really funny, but don't do that. So I hope you have a good night, bud.
Nocturne? Anyone?
Yeah, you're just gonna back away like Nocturne.
No, at that point, I'm just gonna quit my job and go streaming full time.
Or I
And
will
you guys
walk-
will never get rid of me.
I'll walk into him strangling him, and I'll just like walk backwards, open door, keep walking backwards.
No, you're just gonna walk backwards through the bush like Homer Simpson.
Oh, perfect. All right. Have a good night, buddy. Thank
Alrighty.
you.
Thank you guys again. You guys enjoy. Winter Prince, you have fun. I'll see you later, dude.
You too. Have a good night.
Bye.
All right. He has been waiting so patiently.
Like and-
What? I don't know what he said there.
I think he just called us nerds and left.
It was like blah 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 blah. Left. Nerdy Neo, you've been waiting for so goddamn long. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear
no,
it.
is my camera not working?
Rip OBS.
Stupid.
OBS being OBS.
I'm not using it. Oh.
It says you're using OBS. I don't
It
know.
says it.
Yeah.
Discord being
running.
Discord, OBS being OBS.
Oh, I'll try to figure it out.
It's all good.
But good evening.
Hi.
Hello.
What's going on?
Give us your defense.
Obviously, there's one that came to mind first when this was talked about like a month ago, which you probably already know, given how much we've talked about stuff in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought of another one recently that, given how much talk there has been about this franchise, and I'm surprised it hasn't been mentioned, given that it's the best Final Fantasy because it's not a lame strategy or JRPG. It's Final Fantasy Devil May Cry. I mean, Dirge of Cerberus.
Let's go! I've never played it, but I've always wanted to. Let's go, because I feel
I've
like
never heard of it.
Really?
No, I just want to hear how he defends this one.
I have always been interested in Dirge of Cerberus, and I figure it's gonna be
You shouldn't.
but it's me. I will like it probably.
Okay, I've heard a
James
lot
will
of
like it.
people talk about bad Final Fantasy games. Is this a Final Fantasy game or is it like
Yeah.
similar?
Yeah, it's
It's
in
the
the like
yeah,
Final Fantasy
canonically
VII universe.
success.
Yeah, I have
successor to
never
Final
heard
Fantasy
of
VII.
this.
Let's hear the defense for it.
It is
Yeah,
good. There's reasons why.
I hear a lot of hate for this, but everything I've heard of it, I've never looked into it too deeply, but I'm like, everything about this sounds good. So I'm very much on your side with this, Neo. Let's hear the defense.
It's not turn-based, so that's a bonus. It's not a JRPG. It's got guns and shooting and action, and it takes place in real time, so it takes actual skill, not like waiting your turn to attack and hope that your attack does as much damage as you need it to.
Oh,
and
man after my heart here.
you can activate your limit break and go into like Super Saiyan Beast mode and just tear everything to shreds. And it's got really great weapon customization.
The character design is fucking great. I'm just looking at it right now. I'd like.
You could play him in 7.
What? Oh, okay, not the 7 I played, but I guess the original 7, or maybe he's in Rebirth. I don't know.
Yeah, cool giant hand cannon. You can customize it with a bunch of different magic and barrels and stuff. I mean, it's freaking great.
Yeah, I'm looking at the gameplay right now, and I guess maybe the issue is that everything sounds great on paper, but the actual aiming looks a little off and tilted. It looks a little rough.
It looks like they tried to incorporate arcade mechanics onto a controller.
Yeah. So like this game sounds fucking brilliant on paper, and it might still end up being my favorite Final Fantasy, but it's like, why is the crosshair so big and then like the aiming is like,
because you don't have to actually, I mean, well, depending on what setting you put it on, you can actually put it on where you have to aim like right on, but by the default setting, as long as you're aiming in the right direction, you'll hit an enemy that's within your reticle, so you don't have to aim.
Okay.
Does it have a lock on? Is there like a hold L1 and you just auto lock on them or something? No? It looks like it could be one of those games, you know what I mean?
It looks like they tried to combine Time Crisis and Drake of the 99 Dragons with the Final Fantasy skin on it.
Yes. I mean,
that's fair.
The reason why the reticle is so big is because obviously they knew the aiming was so bad that if the enemy's inside that circle, you hit them. But if you have the dot and you're aiming at certain spots, you can get the critical hit. So obviously you want to hit the dot so you do more damage. But as you watch the gameplay on the thing, you could be like, why did that one shot do 147, then it does 20, 20, 20? Is because you can see where the aiming is at. So I mean, that's one reason, but again, it's something.
So I can't remember the name of the game, but I played a game on the Xbox One. I actually liked it and wanted to beat it. That was like Ray Simulator. I think it had the writer from Halo 3 in it, but it was like a third-person shooter in a sand world, and you had a little robot buddy. I can't remember the name of it, but it almost looks like Sorry?
Sounds like Recore, but
I think that was it. I think it was Recore, but like that game, it was weird because like all the aiming could be done with a lock on, and I feel like I would love this game if it just like, as jank as it is, if you could just like press L1 and you just lock on to the enemy. You know what I mean? Like that style of gameplay. I think that could literally fix this game. But yeah, the giant reticule to make up for the fact that they don't know how to aim in the game is a little rough, but I want to try this. It looks kind of good. It looks tilted good. Like it's just missing a little bit of a something to
Hey,
it.
there we go.
Oh, there you are. Hi. There, I'll take it off the screen so everyone can see you. So how's the story in it? Is the story good?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why do I have
I'm
these stupid
genuinely,
little
I've
cars
been
in
interested in this
over me?
game for like 10 years or so.
The thing is,
so I'm genuinely asking.
I'm looking at negative reviews, and I think one of these reviews is gonna sell James on the game, even though the person gave it.
Tell me more.
Yeah, don't read that one then.
Please.
I have to. Part of this is we're reading the negative reviews for games. So
tell me.
Shooting Stars 99 says, "Have you ever sat and wondered, hey, you know that game Hatred? I'd love a Japanese anime version of that."
Yes.
That's what this game is. Edgy protagonist, gunplay, half-baked action, all set in the worst post-SNES Final Fantasy storyline. It'll probably be hit with the kids in your high school anime club.
I wasn't in that, but I probably should have been. Oh my god. Holy. I gotta give this game a shot. I think I'm Team Nerdy Neo with this.
Somebody else says this is perhaps the single worst example of a cutscene and gameplay segregation I've ever seen in history.
I'm gonna look at more. Like, yeah, it's really just the aiming. Everything else I've seen I like, but it's just but I need to get it in my hands. Do we own this game, Kay?
I think we do, yeah.
Okay. We might. I feel like I bought it and it's on the shelf forever.
I think I have it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because if you give me a protagonist with long hair and a red tattered cape, I fucking buy it. It's that easy. Oh, you kind of resemble Spawn. I'm in.
He is nowhere near Spawn, but I mean that's okay.
Yeah, no. I mean it's hard to touch Spawn, but yeah.
He's technically a part of like this in 7, like a group of like not soldiers, but like a group of like secret agents kind of thing. And unfortunately, he was kicked out or retired, however you want to look at it. And then he's just now looks like that, and then he can do that.
I like the demon mode. I like this. I'm
it turns into a beast.
It's crazy powerful.
Yeah. Okay. I think
there's something really amusing about the way he runs in demon mode.
He's jacked, and he's just going rah rah rah.
It kind of looks like he's trying to pull off the T pose, but he has a hunch that he can't avoid.
he skipped leg day, and he's just walking like jacked up. I don't know. I think I gotta get my hands on this. So I dig this. Nerdy Neo. Thank you.
All right.
So what was the big draw for this for you, Neo? Like, what was the thing that really attracted you to this game?
Okay. So confession time. I've never played this game.
Damn it! You sold me on something. You've sold me on a lie.
I never even knew this game even existed until someone was talking about it on Party Chat not that long ago.
Oh.
And because we were talking about Final Fantasy and how I have zero interest in the Final Fantasy franchise, but we were talking about other stuff that I do like, and he's like, "Well, you might." Most people hate Dirge of Cerberus, but you might like it. So I actually just watched the video like an hour ago to get kind of brushed up on what the game was about.
You did. That's literally what I would do. I'm so happy about this.
Yeah.
So the game I actually wanted to come on here and talk about is the one that you probably know if you had to guess. What do you think it would be?
There's 2 because we actually. It was nice to agree with you. Okay, there's Kate. It was nice to agree with you for a bit, but. Yes!
Actually, you guys do
Let's
have it.
go! Oh, let's go. I'm so hyped.
If you like Final Fantasy, you have to buy all the games. So yes, we have to stick with even the really bad ones.
I think Kay was away for my reveal.
I was away for your reveal, but I will say this. I couldn't find this game for a while, and I was like, well, I swear we have it. Why? We have our collection organized in a way. I want it to be alphabetical.
No.
James wants it to be organized by, these are games I want to play, and then
Yes.
here's the rest of the games in the whole
The
collection.
first row
So-
is games I want to play that I haven't played yet.
Yes. The very top left.
You're too small. You're small.
The fourth game in, this is on your, this was that high up
Yeah.
for you, that you wanted to play this game. Because
Yeah.
it's all organized by stuff you want to play.
It's
That's
simple.
crazy. This is the fourth game you
The
want to
first row is games I want to play. Everything else is whatever because we have moved and so many times, and it's just like I can't be bothered to alphabetize it every single time, so they go up there. Some of them are together. Like I think I have the Arkham games, the Halo games are all together, so they're like clumped. They're in
Anyways,
clumps.
I don't want to, derail this too much, but I was like, this is the fourth game you want to play,
So,
really? Out of everything in our
There's
collection.
a lot actually that I can disagree with Nerdy Neo on. I don't know if it's a disagreement that I have or Kay has, but this could go so
Wait,
many
so
different.
what is the reveal? Sorry, I was
So
trying to find that
the
game.
plot twist is I was trying to trigger the Final Fantasy fans. I've never played this game.
Oh,
He pulled a me,
It was all a troll.
but I'm
So-
sold. He sold me.
Is I didn't even know this game existed until not that long ago. Someone on my party chat mentioned it to me because we were talking about Final Fantasy and how I don't like Final Fantasy games because I don't like JRPGs. But they're like, "Oh, you might like Dirge of Cerberus. Most people consider it a crappy game, but you might like it given that it's a shooter." So, like an hour ago, I actually for the first time ever, I looked up a video on what the game was about so I could talk about it a little bit.
I love it. I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, so the real game I came on here to talk about that I actually do know stuff about because I played like 300 hours is what were you about to say, James, when Kay came back?
There's so many ways this could go. And
I think I know what game this is.
I would guess
pretty confident.
bad game. If I actually think bad game that you love, I think your favorite game of all time, I think a lot of people consider a bad game, which is Mass Effect 3. And
That's
then
what I was thinking.
another game you love is, I wouldn't say it's bad, but it is split the community. And some people think it's bad, and some people think it's amazing, and that's Doom Eternal. And I would say that's more of not a bad game, but it's really split down it's literally like a 50-50 split on whether or not people like Doom Eternal, in my opinion. So it's one of those two.
I would guess
love
Andromeda.
I think it's Mass Effect 3.
Like it's a story.
I'm gonna go with Andromeda.
Nailed it.
I think
No!
Andromeda,
Come
yeah.
on! My face is
Because
too
I
tired
think
for this.
I think Neo genuinely believes that Mass Effect 3 is a good game, so he would never.
It is
defend
a
on this
great
show.
game.
But with Andromeda, he
think-
can concede that it's a bad game, but he likes it anyway. So I think it's Andromeda.
Oh my god. Oh
So
my god.
I think most people because when 3 came out, everyone hated it because of the ending. But after they got over their emotional rage, most people have come around and realized, no, it is a good game, except for.
I don't know who.
That's
these
why I said
people are that
most
you
people.
Talk to Neo,
I don't
but
think so.
who?
Say it's a good game.
Mass
Just the
Effect
ending
3.
is not great, but
Mass Effect 3.
It's great under
it's a great
indoctrination
game.
theory rules.
You have to make up a conspiracy theory to make that game slightly enjoyable.
The story, the game itself is phenomenal. It's got the best gameplay of the original trilogy, hands down.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot when we did because we were
Mass
playing a
Effect
bunch of
3
Mass
is a good
Effect.
game. Andromeda is not a bad game. It's just not great. It's very middle of the road and got overly
There's
hated
no
because
way
it
this is
launched
a middle
in a
of the road
bad state.
game.
Yeah, it's like a 6 out of 10.
Oof. Oh my god.
You're being
I mean-
so generous to Andromeda.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I know there's rumors, everything like that, but and it's EA, but if you had a franchise like that that's so big and you bring a game out and then it kills it that quick, I'm on the verge of saying it's not mid tier. It is way worse than that. So, yeah, that's where my thinking is on it. But again,
So
that's why
yeah,
we're here.
it as a lot of games do. We've sadly come to get used to for the most part is that it definitely launched in a bad state. I played it about a year after it came out, so all of those bugs and everything that was plaguing it on launch were fixed. I didn't run into any of those issues. Kind of like Assassin's Creed Unity, was launched in a terrible state. I didn't play Unity till like 10 years later, so I obviously didn't run into any of those problems. But yeah, it plays perfectly fine now. It's got arguably the best combat in the franchise.
I have heard that it has the best gameplay. I have heard that. That the
You
gameplay
can mix and
designer
match
was
all
good.
powers. Your powers are not locked to a class anymore, so you could put like soldier powers with adept powers. So you can max out every single one of your skills. If you play, you have to get to like level 136 or something to get enough skill points. But if you wanted to, you can just keep New Game Plusing and keep going through and maxing out your character to have every single skill at max. I'm sure someone has done it. I have not done that. But yeah, it's got great gameplay. The enemies of the game are lackluster. Definitely nowhere near like threatening or anything as bad as like the Reapers were, in the original trilogy. And
what
I mean, it did look next gen compared to Xbox 360. Obviously, there's a lot of other games that look way better than it of its generation. So, it's not a bad looking game. It plays great. The probably my biggest complaint is one of the big complaints that a lot of people have had is the lack of, like, you're in an entirely new galaxy and there's only 2 new alien races. All the other aliens are from the Milky Way. That was one of the things that was most annoying. But the story was definitely lackluster. I wouldn't say it was bad, but it was, it could have been a lot better, especially coming, after Mass Effect trilogy and the highs that had.
But yeah, that's my issue is I've never played Mass Effect like for the gameplay. I would play other games for the gameplay. And Mass Effect Andromeda, even if it has the best gameplay, it's just like I played about 20 minutes and I couldn't stand the characters. So, do the characters get any better? Is the story get interesting at all? Is there anything redeemable in any of these people that I just want to throw into space?
For you, no.
Okay. just check
that did remind me of another point, is that it has the best character creator of the entire franchise as well. If you remember the character that I showed you when you guys were on open mic way back, I
remember
pull it
that.
up.
Yeah.
You could not do something like that in the first 3 Mass Effects. So it's got a way more robust character creator.
Oh my god. My face has never been more tired. I just can't. I can't. Oh my god. I don't even know. Like, so I mean that's my main issue with it is does the gameplay really make up for a story-driven series and then tanking that? Well,
I wouldn't say that the gameplay is like makes up for it, but it definitely helps. The multiplayer was still really fun, and the amount of gear there is in the game is way more than there was in the previous one. So you have so many more options for guns, and you can level them up a lot more. So there's a lot more stuff to collect. I mean, no, it's not. I was thinking whether the weapons are like Destiny, where when you get a gun in single player, you can use it multiplayer and vice versa. But no, they are separate, but they are the same set of weapons. But the one thing that was a bit of a disappointment in the multiplayer compared to 3's multiplayer is that 3's multiplayer was supported for a couple of years, and they were always doing fun events, and they did a bunch of free DLCs and added in a bunch of new characters and helped keep the multiplayer alive. And Andromeda didn't do one thing to the multiplayer after it launched. So what it launched with is what you had, and the biggest disappointment in that is that the characters' power sets in multiplayer, because in multiplayer you can't pick your powers. Each character has its own predetermined set of powers. The power sets on the characters in Andromeda's multiplayer were not as good as the DLC ones were in Mass Effect 3's multiplayer.
So, yeah, because that was something you showed me. Is I had no idea that the multiplayer in Mass Effect 3 was still alive and thriving, and it is. Whether you're on Xbox or on Steam, you can still get into games, and there's still people playing, which is fucking crazy. But Andromeda doesn't have that, right? Like the online community is effectively. Geez, oh god, sorry, I just was reminded of this face here. I had to throw.
Oh, did you find it?
No, it's just the main character's default face.
Oh,
that's the thing. It's
okay.
like I loved male Shepard, Chad Shepard default, and then the defaults for Andromeda are like the just worst looking people I have ever seen. They're just so tough to look at. I hate.
See, it's funny you say that, because I feel like male Shepard's face looked just a little bit creepy.
I loved it. It looked like he was gonna eradicate the galaxy, and that's what I love him for. But I mean, come on, like Chad Shepard and then FemShep compared to the twins and Andromeda. There she is again. Stop showing her as I bring this up. Oh,
See,
dear
this
God.
is my thing. Yeah, the character creator, you can do more with Andromeda, but every character comes out ugly. So why would I care that I can do more in it if they all look disgusting? Like,
Not to mention you have to deal with Mr. Peabody.
Better than Pokemon.
Well, now after they
okay, if you're talking about what Pokemon might be planning now, maybe, but like this is
No, I mean like the past several Pokemon games have been like, oh, create your character. You've got 2 options.
I would much rather
for each thing. 2 hairstyles.
I would much rather look at my
Pokemon's,
Pokemon Unite character.
I think the
than any
Pokemon
of this.
models are pretty fucking ugly now too, to be honest with you. I talked about it I think yesterday even.
I don't think they're
But-
ugly. I think they're too plain.
No, I think they're ugly. I think going from like Sun and Moon onwards, X and Y, I don't know which one came first, but like all of those, like the 3DS era, I can't stand looking at them. But Andromeda, like I can't. No matter what you do with that character creator, they look ugly.
So,
So what's the point of character
Onkel, I
creator?
think Onkel is with me. He says custom Andromeda characters look better than the original trilogy custom characters.
Maybe.
Yeah, but is that really saying much? Like the original custom characters were bad.
I don't think any Mass Effect characters have looked that great. But I think with Andromeda, it really leans into
Miranda.
all this like colorful, dumb shit, flattening faces. So it's very body type 1, body type 2 without creating body type 1 and 2. Like, I think it's ugly. But I would say, even in the trilogy, I think that unless you're like really good with the character creator, it tends to be like certain angles your character doesn't look good in game, regardless.
Anka also
And did
reminded me
anyone
of
try
something.
importing their character from like their custom made character from 1 to like 2?
It doesn't work properly, to my
Yeah.
knowledge. At least when I tried it, it looked like super botched.
I have always
I always
Yeah.
imported
only
my character
done.
from previous games, and I remember
I've done
looking
import and
exactly
I've
like
done
I remember
I've
it.
done import and from scratch, and like both times I don't think they look that amazing. I think I could make a femshep that's decent, but
Yeah, you made the
I've seen
blonde,
way better.
the blonde femshep. Your femshep look good. I've only ever done the default Chad shep. A soldier only way I've ever played. I've been the most boring vanilla thing ever, and I love it. But yeah.
But
So
Ankel reminded me of something else that I forgot to mention is that they brought back essentially the Mako from the first game, except it's called the Nomad.
oh, that's cute.
And
Everyone hates the
uh,
Mako except for me, so I will take that.
and for the most part is way better than the Mako because it's got like thrusters on the back as well, so it helps you climb mountains. Although I don't remember having to do that as much in Andromeda as you have to do in Mass Effect 1. The only bummer is that it doesn't have a cannon on it. So, but you
Aw,
don't
that was
really
so
need one.
The
because you
cannon
don't
was the
really-
best part.
Yeah, the big thunkin' cannon to take out the Thresher Maws. Man.
Jake's like, oh, Mass Effect talk bites my nails. I should be there.
I mean, we're probably ending soon, but yeah,
we're
man.
ending in 10 minutes. We're
Aw,
going
damn
about
it.
half an hour overtime, but
I've got it on my weekend because Jake is going to come back on for another open mic next month, so we can definitely talk more Mass Effect.
But yeah, Jake, if you want to be in the last 15 minutes, that's totally fine.
And just scream about
But,
Mass
yeah.
Effect.
But we're like when we hit 11:30,
I think
we're gonna do extras.
it got overly hated. I'm not saying it's a good game. I just don't think it's as bad as everyone said it was.
I don't know. I put in a lot of hours into that game because like I wanted to like it. But for me, the biggest thing, like you said, was like the aliens and the 2 alien races they had were bad. Right? They were not interesting. Your companions, I think, were either kind of recycled or the new ones. I didn't want the fish guy hitting on me at all. No,
Jesus.
thank you.
Are you talking about the Angaran teammate?
Whatever he was.
Oh my god. That reminded me of Mass Effect 3 because like what's his name? The big thick Mexican guy.
Oh.
Hey, it's Jake. He kept hitting on me.
Jake!
And
Cortez, the shuttle pilot.
yeah, and it was just like I've slept only with women. What's your deal? But yeah. But do I
I'm
give
only
off
here to
that
say-
vibe? Hi, how's it going, Jake? Yeah, I don't know. It's
Hey, Jake.
Hope you're well.
Oh,
I'm only here to say
Yeah.
that anybody defending Andromeda, I will see you at recess at 3 o'clock outside the back of the school at the playground. Fuck you. The gameplay does not make up for the story. The Mako is better in the first 3 games. Fight me on it. I dare you. Also, like the stream, nerds. Comment on the VOD. And fucking peace out and rock on. Love you guys.
Oh, hell yeah. Jake's the freaking best. Hell yeah. Thank you for that, Jake.
Bring in the heat.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Jake's a lad.
I try.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I just had to get in here and say, everybody, stop defending Andromeda. Just
I
stop.
never will.
Just stop. I will find you. I will come to where you are.
Oh my
and I will
God.
get you. I
Oh
have a
my
particular
God.
set of skills that make me very good at these games. Okay, I will get you.
He
Stop.
went renegade.
Everybody, stop. Do not defend. Okay.
He went full.
Everybody, go
renegade.
ahead. Last 5 minutes. Go.
All right, Ed, I gotta fight JB on his take. You know, Terminator 2 is better than Terminator 1.
I can.
I'll see you outside as well, Neo.
I mean,
Both phenomenal movies, but Terminator 2 is better.
I like Terminator.
Yeah, Terminator's way better.
I can appreciate it because I think
mind.
Alien is way better than Aliens. So
Yes,
like,
agreed.
Oh, there
Okay.
we go.
Well, see, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. All right, I'll allow it.
I honestly I can see a point made for Terminator 1 being better because it's like a fucking slasher sci-fi film. Like in that he is literally like Jason Voorhees. It's really fucking cool. I love a lot of the scenes, the horror scenes in that. Terminator 2 is just such a great story though. That's the problem.
It's one of the greatest sequels of all time.
But I love both. Again, everyone, go watch Terminator 1, go watch Terminator 2, then go play Terminator Resistance. Perfect trilogy.
Ooh.
Look,
Uncle
James,
likes
one
Alien
thing.
3 over
Is
Aliens.
the T-1000 more terrifying than the T-800 or 805? I'm just saying. Is the T-1000 more terrifying? It's so terrifying that Skynet never made another one.
No.
Because it was so terrifying. I'm just saying.
I prefer Terminator 2. Like I love both. It's weird because I love both movies. It's but yeah, I love I prefer
It's
Terminator
like picking
2.
kids, but the T-1000 is more terrifying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think as a kid I was
No.
more creeped out.
You
Oh
can
my
put the
God.
T-1000 in a 30-ton press, and it will still keep coming at you. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm
You
not
can put a
arguing you,
can put a
Jake.
T-800 in a 30-ton press
I'm on
and
your
crush it. You
side.
win.
I like
It'd be
T2
fine for
better.
like 20 years. The T-1000 is way more
I
terrifying.
think
I'm
you're.
sorry.
Oh my God! I think you're arguing JB, who thinks T1 is better, but
Well,
I
James, we got here late. Sorry. I'm on fire. Let's go. Let's
JB is saying that Terminator 1 is better because at the end of Terminator 2, instead of just pretending to be Sarah Connor, he tells her to call up to John. And that is a good argument. I would say that because the T-1000 was pretty effed up at that time, he may not have been able to fully impersonate her.
But come on, the TX, we all know that's the best.
All right, you and me are having a call.
No. You didn't see my face. I was completely lying.
You gotta look at Jay.
I was
He's got
looking
the
at your
subtle
face.
sarcasm
I know.
here. Oh my God!
Almost
Well,
fought you in the schoolyard too. There, be careful.
I'll tell you what. It
Yeah.
was the day after. So summer break had just started. It was the day after school ended. In my 7th grade, my mom woke me up at 7:30 in the morning to take me on an 8:30 matinee to see Terminator 3. And
Oh,
I
I'm so
did like
sorry.
the scene where she made her boobies bigger.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neo. Good looking out.
I think I liked it. Like that scene in the graveyard looked badass, and that was like the only thing I liked about that movie. Like the mini Arnold
the
with the minigun
coffin.
or whatever. That looked sick. And then
It was a
apart
50
from that,
cal, but okay.
I don't. Yeah, I haven't watched it in like fucking. What year is it? Like I haven't watched it in like 15 years. I never want to watch it again. But yeah, T1, T2, Terminator Resistance. For the love of God, everyone should go play that game. Okay. I guess we're ending the stream on Terminator talk, or Jason. Were
No,
you
I
gonna
have
say- yeah, go
I
ahead.
have one more thing that
You had
we
your
were kind of
bad
talking.
movies? Terminator Genesis is a good movie.
No. Which is the Terminator?
I'm just kidding on that one.
Don't
I'm totally
get
We were
me started
kinda-
on Genesis, please. don't.
Let's
I'm
get
still
off.
traumatized. By
I don't
that.
want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about Genesis for the love of God.
I had to listen to him wake me up screaming from that. Like it,
I
it was that traumatic.
Yeah.
So
gave K nightmares.
in chat, we were kind of talking about it a little bit in a way, but a different one. But I know it's not a game, but it's a system that I'm going to talk about for the last thing. Obviously, we were talking about the Dreamcast in the chat not too long ago, and how great the Dreamcast would have been if it would have, had maybe a DVD player waited. But I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to go with system instead of the Dreamcast. This thing right here. Also, the Sega Saturn would have been even better, or actually, I'm gonna say this thing could have been even better than the PlayStation if it had an extra year to figure out how it could have used FMV, because this thing was already better with any arcade games that were 2D. It was better 2D games on this anyway. The only thing that beat it was because of it didn't know how to handle 3D as well as the PlayStation. And obviously, if this thing could have figured out how to do 3D well, Sega would have had another. It would have taken them longer to make the Dreamcast come out, so maybe the Dreamcast could have lived. But this thing right here, I think, could have been better than the PlayStation.
Damn.
Okay. I did say let this man cook, but I did not say I was going to eat it. Just FYI.
You know what's weird is like, I don't know, crucify me. I know like so little about the Sega Saturn. I would like to know.
No one
more.
does, right?
It's
Would
if
you
you're
like
in
to know
North
more?
America, you don't typically know too much about it. I know enough because of Sega fan, but
Yeah.
like even
You're
then,
Sega kids.
But even then, like I didn't even see like many commercials or anything of the Sega Saturn. Like growing up, it was really I had to go out of my way for a Sega Saturn.
It felt like it
I
went
heard
like
about
Genesis
the
to
Sega
Dreamcast.
Genesis
yeah.
and like I heard about the Genesis growing up and the Game Gear because I had like one friend with both of them, and I never heard of any other Sega stuff anywhere else except Sonic.
So what?
I mean, well, yeah, and that's the thing you got to think about too. Like the Saturn didn't even have technically a real Sonic game on it.
I didn't even know what the Dreamcast was after seeing it in a movie. I'm like, what the heck game console is that thing?
Sega Dreamcast.
It looks neat. It's got a screen on the controller. What does that do? I've never seen a functional Dreamcast in person. I even have one, and I've just haven't hooked it up. I haven't been able to.
So what?
Definitely hook up your Dreamcast and play it. The Dreamcast is a beautiful system. It didn't deserve to die the way it did. I miss you.
So is the
Dreamcast.
timeline? What is the Sega timeline here? Did it go Saturn to Dreamcast? Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Saturn was I think 90.
And what came before Saturn?
95.
What was Sega
The
CD?
32X.
Okay. And
32X Sega CD, then the Genesis.
And so the
I think we
Saturn.
can all agree, though.
Yeah.
Saturn's. I think we can all agree. Saturn's mascot, Segata Sanshiro,
Exactly.
was kind of amazing.
He was.
Yeah, the Saturn was 94 in Japan,
Okay.
95 in North
Super
America.
early, yeah. And so pretty much what killed it is the fact that they didn't know what the fuck to do with it. They didn't know what to do with the 3D at the time, and so they're just
Yeah.
like, okay, interesting.
Yeah, they didn't expect Sony. They didn't expect Sony to have such a great 3D presence in it, and obviously the community was looking for that. I mean, they had like good like Virtua Fighter and all that kind of stuff, but like it didn't have the the adventure games ready to go that were 3D or the FMVs in a way to get that ready to go. And then as soon as that took off, then Saturn just been like, hey, if you like cool arcade games, this was the system for you. Because obviously, that's the reason why I had a lot of my Sega stuff is because all the arcade games, I'm like, if I can bring those home and play them, that's what I want to do. So I mean, having all of them is what I wanted. So that's why again the Saturn and then the Dreamcast were the greatest of all time because I could go to the arcade and put quarters in, but I could also play those same exact games at home, pretty much.
No, I feel like I really missed out on the Dreamcast, and I would have loved it. Did the Saturn have any quirks or unique things about it? Like, you know, you think about the Xbox with like custom soundtracks, and then the Dreamcast had the whole like controller thing.
I had the thing like the N64 where you put it in the back and gives it more RAM and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But no, you were just on a 6-button controller. So the 6-button Genesis controller was pretty much the controller that you used for this guy. And then it obviously had Nights in the Dreams, which had the funky Nights controller.
Oh, Nights
That's the only
originated on that.
Saturn game I think I've ever played.
I thought that was originally a Dreamcast game. I didn't know it started on the Saturn. Oh shit.
Mhm.
Okay. Damn. I've always wanted to play Nights and give that a shot. That's fucking awesome. I think that's awesome to end it on a console. And I think people are kind of now sad because they miss Sega. I don't know. What's chat saying, Kay? Let's see. Shadow says Saturn was a 2D powerhouse, but the US didn't get a lot of those games due to an attempt to only allow 3D games. Dude says the Saturn controller was just a Genesis 6-button controller with shoulder buttons. Interesting. But yeah, no, like I said, I was enjoying that because I wanted to know more because I knew I knew the name and that was about it. And apart from that, it got lost in the annals.
I
of
like
time
what
for me.
DJ Mike Fury said, which is, I'll never forget when Saturn and PS1 were first out. Blockbuster had suitcases where you could rent the consoles back in the day.
That's so
Those things
cool.
were sick. Those things are
Yeah.
absolutely amazing.
Damn. Cool.
It made no sense for my household, but I always had to rent a console before my parents would buy it. But they were going to buy it for me anyway, so we technically just wasted the money to rent it. But I mean, I'm not going to complain. But it was always a
That's
weird
you
thing.
out,
Is we
homie. No worries.
maybe I don't know. It's weird, but I mean, hey,
How much did it
I have
cost
to
to
play
rent a
games early.
console compared to like renting a game back in the day? Well, like
it was usually $3
$30
rentals for
over the weekend?
It depends. I know for my console stuff was $20 for 2 days, and then a game was overnight for $2 to $3 depending on the game.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense because they're fucking like risking a lot giving you a whole blown console. But that makes sense. I never ever saw consoles for renting around here. Kay, did you ever see consoles for rent over here?
they were for rent here. I just never bothered with it personally. I was
I
happy
never
with the
saw it.
consoles I had at the time, but like, yeah, it was a thing.
Was it a Blockbuster
I remember it
thing?
being like a, I don't know, Blockbuster
Everybody.
specifically.
I've never
think it
seen
was
them at Blockbuster.
I remember it being like mom and pop type shops, and you do
Oh,
like
okay.
$100 deposit, something like that.
My
But
childhood
yeah,
was Hollywood Video and Rogers Video.
Yeah,
I never
Hollywood
really
Video, I think did it.
really. Yeah.
Hollywood Video was. I spent a lot of time there, like closer to when they shut down. So not so much as a kid. It was much more Blockbuster when I wasn't the one picking where to go. But
Damn.
I loved
The-
Hollywood Video because of their that like section of it cordoned off for like games. It was almost like a mini GameStop.
They also had another section cordoned off Neo. Wink, wink.
The horror section.
If you're-
And the
I
beads.
would never.
If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, my Hollywood Video did not have that.
You didn't have a curtain or beads or anything.
Oh my
there was
god.
there was no section like
there was
that
a
in my
bead door,
Hollywood
I'm
Video.
Oh wait,
There
Hollywood
was a bead
Video's
door.
game section. You talking about Game Crazy?
Game Crazy, yes, thank you.
Damn.
So one
Maybe
of, one
it
of
was
my
crazy.
other favorite obscure games I actually got from a Game Crazy.
That's where I got Oblivion.
And Blockbuster's game rental was how I found out Wario Land 3 existed.
I need to play this game, and I need to see if I like it better or not than Odyssey. But I love Odyssey, so it would be like the best fucking game ever if I end up loving it more.
The thing about Wario Land 3 is the whole game is like a puzzle platformer where you can't die. Instead, every time you take damage, it's like a massive hindrance. It'll like knock you down 3 floors if you're up somewhere high or something like that. And it's just all about figuring out the solutions to these puzzles and like the timing of the jumps and everything. But they got so incredibly creative with like the sprite work and the puzzle construction and everything that it's just like I'm almost not surprised that they didn't continue this idea with the 4th game, because it feels like they dumped everything they had into the 3rd one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was saying this the other day on stream. I wish they kept doing Wario games that weren't just WarioWare. I really want them.
Oh
to,
yeah,
yeah,
100%.
I want Wario Land. I want that GameCube one. I want all of it. I want fucking all of it. Okay, with that, are we gonna go to outros? You got any final thoughts here?
I just want to thank everyone for being here. This was fun conversation. I know there was some heated moments. I think that's good. I think
like
we
the
need
heat.
to be
Bring
able
the
to duke it out.
thunder.
Exactly. So I'm glad people were honest and aggressive with their opinions, because I think it's important to make the
Passion.
industry better, or just to have fun with it. You know, like it's fun.
Sorry, go continue.
No, I was just going to say I also want to thank chat as well for hanging out. We didn't get to read out all your comments. As you know, we try to put emphasis on people that are on the show, but I have been reading your comments, been talking to you guys a bit in chat. You guys have been doing some great conversations. So just want to say thank you to chat for being super active and chatty. It was a lot of fun hearing your guys' opinions too.
Perfect.
That's why you should be like me and crash the stream, nerds.
With no
Also, like the stream,
survivors.
leave a comment on the VOD when it goes up. What are you doing? Leave a comment on the VOD. Come on.
I was
go.
going to point out that we got so sidetracked so many times in my bit that I didn't actually get to talk about a genuinely bad game that I happen to like, and that
What's-
was Quest for Camelot for Game Boy.
Quest for Camelot
And-
for Game Boy.
So, you know the company that made Superman 64, Titus? They made
Yeah.
that.
Oh
And
yeah,
It's
I
a
remember
Zelda
hearing about
clone.
this.
I was baffled when it came out on the Switch. But yeah, I grew up with that game before I heard about Zelda. I got Quest for Camelot because I loved the movie as a kid. And I don't remember all the details of the game because I haven't played it in forever, aside from a little bit when it ended up on Switch. But I will say that game is a case, in my opinion, of it's so bad it's good. Because, for example, one of the first, like, it'll have like secret rewards that you can find. And the first one I can remember that I always thought was amusing is go into the corner of the map and swing your sword, and a frickin' pond with a diamond in the middle of it just shows up out of nowhere, like 3 squares away from you.
Damn. Yeah, no, I think I'm looking at the right game right now.
That's it.
It doesn't look that terrible. It looks pretty in line with Zelda and everything. So I'm kind of surprised. Does it get really
Well,
bad?
you'll see there. There's an example of like the badness showing through when Kaylee talked to Merlin there. the screen jerked and froze for like 2 seconds before the text came up.
Oh, fucking
And
great.
everybody does that. And then it did it again, closing it out. And it's like saving the game is not just, oh, pause and save. It's a physical item that you have to equip and use.
Jesus. Okay.
And then, like, there's another thing that I just thought of. I'm like, that's actually really weird now that I think about it. One of the required items, I think, for completing the first level requires you to technically break the boundaries of the map. Because it's like, there's like walls. You can't go past the wall. You can't go outside the map. But there's ocean outside of the wall. And to get one of these items, you have to go to a beach, go out into the ocean, and then walk along the wall. But because it's along the wall, it like pushes you slightly outside of where you can normally go until you're past the wall, and then it jerks you back in. And it's just like, you can do it. Perfect. It's perfectly doable. It's technically not glitchy at all, but it's just real jank and weird. The one thing about the game that I will say is really difficult to deal with is the combat itself. Because you have to be almost right up against your enemies to actually deal damage to them with the sword, because the range is really short. And it's really painful against enemy mages because their attack involves growing bigger in a single frame.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. I'm fucking good. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll play this and I'll say it's the best Zelda game ever.
Oh, it's not. It's definitely like, what the heck is that rock that we're seeing on the stream right now? I never figured out what that was up with that thing.
I like how wide the snakes get when they slightly turn. I appreciate this. You know what? I might have to play this. I might.
Yeah, this game is I love how jank it is because it's perfectly playable. I have beat it once. And the only reason I haven't beat it more than that is because there was a specific boss that I didn't know how to kill, because the one time I dealt damage to it in the process of trying to figure out how to kill it, I misunderstood what caused the damage. I thought there was a specific, and nowadays it's obvious to me, but as a kid it was like, oh, I guess you need this specific sword skill to kill it. No, it's just when you can only hurt it when it's about to do a specific attack.
God.
But yeah, game. It has good ideas, but it's so incredibly jank, and I can't help but hate it.
I'm fucking in. I'm fucking in. I will check this game out, and maybe I can change my ranking of Zelda games.
You can see there with the combat right there, it's constantly knocking yourself back every time you hit the enemy.
Yeah,
and
terrible.
if you don't have, and otherwise it's just flailing.
Oh my god!
And it has a spin attack that goes for like 5 straight seconds, but you can still get hurt during the spin attack.
Yeah, I dig this guy's soulless eyes with his monk-like hair. Like everything I'm seeing is priceless.
His freaking lever hand.
Why does he look like he's jerking off?
Maybe he is. Maybe that's how the.
I thought it looks more like he just has like he's just a statue, and the only thing he can move is his hand, and so he's just constantly flapping his hand to the side.
Oh my god. That's fucking great. All right, we are ending it on the fucking Zelda game that no one's heard of except for the
statue
prince here.
jerking himself off.
We're
That's
ending
what
it
we're
on a
ending
statue jerking himself off.
And what a way to go out.
Yeah,
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's...
Just to do one more little comment here, Tenevo has actually dropped a bunch of Steam keys in our Discord.
Oh,
so if you're
shit.
listening, if you want to join our Discord, if you're already in there, Tenevo has messaged me on Twitch to say, dropped a bunch of keys. First come, first serve.
And
you
they're
dropped
all
like 20
bad,
of them.
apparently. That's freaking awesome. Thank you so much, Tenevo. That's fucking brilliant, man. I hope
And I
you all
also-
enjoy.
And I also want to say thank you, Insidious, for the topic. I think this was a really great discussion. So.
Great topic.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah. Well, I think we all learned Final Fantasy is the undisputed king of bad games.
It's true.
Apparently, yeah.
And I learned achievement hunters and speedrunners don't get along. I was getting kind of scared. My internet friends were fighting. I was like, oh no, what do I do?
I love it.
Oh, I
Hey,
don't either.
yeah.
I don't like either, but it's not for me, but I respect what they do. I'll just call them out on it.
I may not like it, but I accept it. Yeah, no, I as a blood sports appreciator, I'm all in. That could have gone 10 times harder, 100 times harder. We're all in for the hard here, so that's why I was just silent. I'm just like, let the fun begin. I haven't played
I'm a
it.
fan of real conversations, you know? I think a lot of people bite their tongue because they want to be nice. I would rather just be honest on both ends and remember it's not personal. It's about the idea, not about the person. So I'm happy that people were digging in today.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that JB and I disagree on which Terminator is better, I like his last comment: the completionists are the true masters of gaming. Yes.
Oh my god. And
I
apparently,
don't agree with that at all, but
they're also really good at
What, because
stealing
they
from
steal from
charities.
charities?
Yes,
I
thank
think
you.
trying to compare.
The ride never ends. The ride never ends.
I think trying to determine who's better between completionists or speedrunners is like trying to say who's better between a heavy wrestler and a sniper. It's like they both have their applications. They both have entirely different skill sets.
Don't give us more talking points. No.
I was my wrestling brain turned on there. I was like, what? Oh my god. But I'm trying to resist. Let's give these gentlemen in this late hour a proper outro. We're going to go all the way down here, starting with Mr. Nerdy Neo. What is it that you do, Nerdy Neo, and where can the people find you?
Yes, you can find me on my channel, Nerdy Neo, and I do a lot of basically everything I do is like this. I just do pretty much nothing but talk games. Occasionally I stream them, but I have a lot of different streams where we talk about different games and different methods, I would say. Next week, got a pretty good schedule. Let me pull it up right here. Jason and I have our next episode of Top 5 on Tuesday. I'll let him go into that a little bit in just a second. But on other stuff going on my channel next week is for Open Mic on Thursday. We've got DJ Axis and Angry Canadian coming on. We're going to be talking. That was Canadian. He's like, hey, I'd love to get on an open mic or something, talk with DJ Axis. And I was like, I'll make it happen. So I'm not exactly sure what exactly we're talking about, but I know it's going to be fun. And then next Saturday, I've got the next episode of Party Chat. I do not have a guest host yet. So if someone is available, reach out to me and we can probably make that happen. And then I will be on Saturday afternoon. I will be on Carlo Dojima with Adam for his RNG podcast on Saturday evening. So, but yeah. That is what I got coming up in the next week. And I will let Jason talk about Top 5.
Hell yeah. Before I get to Jason, I will absolutely point out that Nerdy Neo is excellent at what he does. He hosts all sorts of gaming discussions over on his channel. He talks about all things gaming. If you love video, and you all love video games, every single one of you loves video games in the chat, I highly recommend you go over to Nerdy Neo's channel and listen to what this man has to say. It's always a fun time. He's happy to have new people on as well, and so he'll bring people in and talk about games he's never heard of before, like Dirge of Cerberus, and then suddenly now I'm sold on it. So that is brilliant. Everyone, go check out Nerdy Neo. Kay is dropping the links into every chat right there. And
if anyone wants to come on and talk video games with me, that's basically the whole idea for Open Mic, is just to come on and go wherever the conversation takes us, as long as we're talking about video games. So happy to have people on.
Fuck yeah. And now, good segue there. Jason, one of the tag team partners, also goes solo sometimes from Nerdy Neo. What is it that you do, and where can the people find you?
I'm Jason. Nerdy Neo kind of pushed it a little bit and kind of introduced me a little bit too. You could find me with him. I am the second one of Top 5. We are having some great shows. Our last show that we had, I've got a lot of messages on Discord saying they had some fun with me, bringing up some other topics to bring along instead of just like the video game stuff, which obviously I love video games. But again, it's kind of cool seeing that a lot of the video game people wanted to see a little bit more. And I was be doing that on a lot of my channel, which is tons of fun games. Obviously, you'll see me have, if I do solo shows, you will see some gaming stuff on there too. But on Tuesday, our next top 5 is going to be airing 8 o'clock, so that's 8 o'clock my time. So what is it, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock? I forgot the time already.
6 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm Central, so every time I say a time, I'm like, I have to remember if it's that my time or whatever. But yeah, so 6 Pacific, 8 Central, we will be doing top 5 OSTs, which I've been working on still for the last 3 weeks, it feels like, because this is going to be one of my favorite things in video game is music. It helps so much, and I have no idea how to separate 5 soundtracks right now. So I mean, and then worst part, I have to figure out how I rank them too. So Tuesday is going to be a lot of fun. We have some great guests going to be on the show as well. Love to hear what they think. Love to see where they put stuff too, because again, as we're going through top 5s, I've noticed that we don't have a lot of the same, which is awesome. I love when I thought of the show, and I'm sure when Neo thought of the show too, when we thought of the show, we wanted just to hear people's thoughts of everything, and it's great seeing that it is different as I thought it was going to be too. So if you are free on Tuesday, definitely check us out at Tons of Fun Games or Nerdy Neo 21, our YouTube channels. We both will be streaming it there. I have a lot of the VODs afterwards too, but we're going to try something new and see if they're both streaming. Jump in chat. Again, I always say when I do the show is it's not what Neo and I do on the show that makes the show run. It's what the guests do and what chat does, because I know what my list is. Neo's going to know his list already. I love hearing what you guys have to say. Kind of like today, we're like, defend your bad game. I like listening to why you think a game or, something is bad or whatever and defending. Tell me why it's your favorite, because it's always good to celebrate what you like the most and what you like to celebrate. And it's always cool to see stuff like that. So again, Tuesday I'm excited for, because again, if somebody names a soundtrack that I don't know, I am definitely going to be listening to it probably for the next 2 weeks. So again, Tuesday is going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully see you there.
I think that this is going to be the most varied episode.
I think so too.
This is only like the 6 episodes, but
yeah, episode 6. Yep.
This is all the other ones have been a much more narrower scope. This one is like basically the entire video game history is open as a potential answer. So I mean, I would almost be surprised if there was any crossover between any of us. But yeah, so we're gonna be ranking so anyone who hasn't watched top 5, us and whoever is on the panel, we usually get people who are well versed in whatever the topic is, rank our personal top 5 favorite of whatever the topic is. We've done Metroidvanias, we've done Zelda games, we've done Mario games, and now we're doing top 5 favorite original soundtracks. So this is gonna be really good. I've been doing a ton of my own homework. I'm not done yet either. I still have a few more soundtracks to listen to before I can actually rank them, but I've got tons of notes, and I think this is going to might be the best episode yet.
I agree. I think this will be our best. And then also, like he said too, we do have playlists. So if you want to just get a check on what top 5 is and how the show kind of runs, we have our playlist for all our episodes there. Give it a watch. It is a longer show because again, we like to it's more like a podcast, obviously, but put it on in the background, listen to it, because again, it's just a lot of people talking about what they like and kind of just trying to not change minds, but just see if like other people are like, oh yeah, I did like that, and then kind of go like, oh man, that is as good as that is, and kind of go for that. And then again, after every episode 2, we kind of make our top 5 list, which again we did Metroidvanias Part 2, which crazily changed the top 5 listing for our channel. So it's always going to be fun when we get Part 2s to see where games and items move as time continues with each and every episode that we have.
And our guests for because I'm sure we're probably going to do a part 2 of soundtracks, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
But our guest for part 1 is Angry Canadian, DJ Axis, Paul Hadouken, and CJP from Forgotten One Music.
Oh, great picks. Great picks. Folks, they're a great team together. Their powers combined, making the top 5. It's a brilliant show. It's a lot of fun. Me and Kay have been on, well, I think, Kay, have you been on 3 episodes now? And I've been on 2, because for some reason they didn't let me in on the, what was the other one? The Zelda one? Yeah, even though it's like, I know Zelda better than anybody. Oh, come on now. Sure. But yeah, it's so much fun. Go check them out together over on Nerdy Neo Show, which is the links are dropped for that. But also don't forget to check out Tons of Fun, Jason's channel as well, because that's going to have so many non-gaming related top 5s, and those are super fun.
His link is also there too.
Yeah, so both links are in the chat to both of these guys' channels. And I had a lot of fun with Jason ranking top 5 WrestleMania matches. If you're a wrestling fan, go check that out, because there was definitely some spicy takes in that one. Also, on either channel, you can check us out talking about Mario games, and that was also a little bit spicy. The spice must flow here. So I recommend both of these gentlemen on both of their channels. They're brilliant, and I can't wait to be on future episodes. I'm excited.
One last thing. is if anyone has an idea for a topic for top 5, let us know. And
Yes.
if anyone wants to come on and talk about their top 5 of something, let us know, because the show is about, not just our topics, but you guys too.
We have the same brain because I was just going to say the same thing. Is message us if you want to be on a show. Let us know if you have a topic. Again, I have a bunch of topics here, but again, if you can, yeah, exactly. If you have something like, oh, that sounds a little bit better than that, maybe we could get more people. Again, we want you to be on our show, and we want you to talk about things that you like, and we want to bring other people in there too. So again, please don't be afraid. Obviously, we're in the Melee Games Discord. If you see me in there, don't be afraid to don't be afraid to drop me a message. Be like, hey, what do you think of this idea? Like, hey, have you thought about this? Can I possibly be on this? Because again, we would love to bring you on the show. We would love to talk to you. Again, we want you on the show. It's pretty much the bullet point.
And
On this
James
piece
is
of-
going to be on the following episode of Top 5, which we haven't announced yet. So
yes,
the following episode, episode 7, is going to be on the 30th, and that's going to be ranking our top 5 favorite Star Wars games.
There it is. And guess what? In my very hand, on the other side of this piece of paper, is my top 5 Star Wars games. I've got them on my desk, ready to go.
All
Oh
right.
my God. I'm going to be burning it down with that. Star Wars, you could say, is my favorite genre video game. As a big Star Wars fan my whole life, so this is a spicy one, this list right here. Stay tuned for that. Hey, Mr. Beady Jake, Big Dog, do you have anything you would like to shill? Where can the people find you, bud?
Well, sir, I joined late, so I'll keep it short and sweet. My name is Jake. I go by Big Dog Jake, BIGGDOGGJAKE. I am a professional VOA. I am a political writer for hire. I love video games, and I love metal music, and I will talk to anyone about them. You can find me on Discord. Feel free to friend me. You can find me on Twitter, Beware Politics. And I have a ton of curated Spotify playlists that you can find in my profile. I will also be potentially, maybe you might see me there, wink, ranking some top 5 Star Wars games with Neo and James and Jason. Also, just one last thing, Greco-Roman freestyle wrestling is better than WWE. If you want to fight me, I'll see you on the mat. Be well, peace out, horns up, and rock on, nerds like the stream.
Hell yeah. Beatty is such a freaking lad. He's been a great supporter of us, and we love hanging out with him everywhere. So I just threw up there. Nerdy Neo interviewed him and hung out with him over on Open Mic. You can check that out on Nerdy Neo's channel right there.
Was
Open
a great
Mic.
conversation.
Open Mic.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it an interview, but it was a great conversation. We still have a ton
It
to
was
talk
the
about. That's why he's
block
coming back on.
is what it was.
Well, there. Oh, that sounds super exciting. And I'm actually gonna check out your Spotify because I'm a big metalhead as well. I'm lifelong
Let's
metal
go,
fan.
baby.
So hell yeah, I'm very curious what your metal takes are, and I'd love to talk more metal with you, man. So go check
Only
out
good,
BD
by the way.
Jake wherever you can find him. You're gonna see me and him arguing about Star Wars games in the future. So he may hate me in just a few weeks from now. So that'll be exciting. But go hang out with this lad. He's a great lad. I love getting the chance to talk with him. Insidious Bliss, the Blissmeister. You've been going around, appearing on different channels. So what is it that you do, and where can the people find you?
Besides being a whore, generally you can find me on either Paul's or DJ's channel. We do the Company Boys, which are generally going to be cooperative games, and that usually happens Saturday at 2. And then also, I love to make people smile, laugh, in addition to get under their skin. So you
Yes.
can usually find me doing that in the chat, making ridiculous donations, and making this poor man take his shirt off.
I am shirtless like 90% of the time because of him. He makes me take off my shirt more than Kay does. Think about that, folks. Go check out. Oh, I'm sorry, Kay. Go check.
I wish I wasn't thinking about that.
Go check out Insidious Bliss before I make things worse. Sorry, just everyone's reaction to that is so great. I ruined it. Go check out Insidious Bliss over on Paula Dokin's channel, over on DJ's channel. We have something scheduled coming up, which I'm terrified for, that I can't wait to play with him. And also, if you were watching the Melee Madness podcast last night, Insidious Bliss gifted me a game that I probably will be playing with him in the future. I did a test run of it today, and it is fucking better optimized, let me tell you. So I can't wait to play Darktide with you. It still kind of runs like shit, but it's way better than it was when I refunded it a couple years ago. And thank you again for that, man. I appreciate it. Insidious Bliss is such a bro. He's such a legend. He's so fun to hang out with. Go check Paula Dokin's channel. Go check DJ Axis's channel. And you can see the Company Boys playing co-op games. It sounds like every Saturday, and it's a freaking blast. This trio is so much fun to hang out with. It really feels like hanging out with like a good group of friends. So I cannot recommend it enough. And you can also find Insidious Bliss over on Twitter. I'm going off memory here, but it is at Insidious Bliss _, I believe.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Oh my god, I remembered. At Insidious Bliss _. So wherever you hear this, man, you're gonna have a good time, and it's gonna be a freaking blast. Thank you so much, Bliss, for coming up with the discussion tonight and hanging out with us. Okay.
Pleasure to be here.
And oh yeah, Kay has dropped Bliss's Twitter into every chat, so you can find out wherever he's gonna be, and you can talk shit with him, and you can burn the industry down with him over there. Twitter, X, whatever you want to fucking call it. I still call it Twitter. I don't care. Now
Twitter, it's still twitter.com.
It's still Twitter to me, damn it.
It's still
I
twitter.com.
call it overrated no matter what the name is.
Ooh, nice burn. Anyways, I'll send you a Twix about it.
No.
I
now
love Twix.
I want a
Candy
Twix.
bar.
Fuck. The Prince. I want you to introduce yourself, sir. Let the people know what it is that you do, and where can the people find you? Because I'm curious as well. I got to find it on my end here, so let me know.
Yeah, I'm fairly new to things. I just started streaming on Twitch a few months ago. The
really
Winter
good
Prince
at it, by the way.
52 is my name on there. I just the Winter Prince on YouTube. And I'm mostly just a variety streamer. I'm not great at extensive conversations or group stuff, so I just kind of chill and play games that I enjoy and talk with people that are willing to talk to me. And then, yeah, I think that's about it so far.
Well, you did great today, so don't say that you're not good at group conversation.
Yeah, you were fucking carrying yourself, man.
Oh yeah, but like you might have noticed, I had a hard time finding ways to like jump into the conversation because I'm not great.
I don't
at
think
that,
so.
But,
I don't think so at all.
You're
I
totally
think you
fine.
did great. Don't worry about it.
Sounds like I need to get you on for open mic at some point.
But yeah, I just finished a Jedi Fallen Order stream like last week. That is my personal favorite Star Wars game, but I haven't played many, unfortunately.
I don't.
But
I'm not gonna start
currently I'm
streaming.
going through Hollow Knight. I'm probably going to be starting another Hollow Knight stream here soon after this. I also try to play Arc Knights 1 or 2 days a week, usually 2 days. That is my personal favorite gacha / mobile game, and I think it's better than Genshin Impact. So
Oh shit.
lots of hot takes.
I love it. No, dude, you've been bringing the spice. You've been bringing the thunder. So don't beat yourself up, man. I think I didn't even think about it. I thought you brought a lot of great conversation tonight. And we,
I'm a big fan of a good like niche gem.
hell yeah.
And so that, but I grew up playing all the popular games because it's like I'd get like one new game a year, and my parents would let me play maybe an hour most a day. So it's like most of the games I'm familiar with are the big popular ones that everybody likes. But there were a few I ended up with that are hidden gems, and I've got a few more that I intend to play or try eventually. My coworker suggested a game he likes that's apparently inspired by Paper Mario. It's called Bug Fables.
Oh.
I've never played it, but I've got it on my list. It looks good, and I'll play that
Piqued
eventually.
my interest. I need to see you play this because that sounds amazing.
Yeah, Kay's a big Paper Mario, I was going to say guy, but gal. So, yeah, she will definitely be tuning in for that.
I'm also thinking of playing Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, the original GameCube version, when the remake comes out.
Nice.
Perfect. Good. Do it.
We'll see. There's a lot I want to play this year. That's like, am I going to finish this by the time the something else I want to play happens? Because there's also Mina the Hollower coming out this year eventually, and I want to play that on day one. And who knows when the heck Silk Song is going to happen, but I want to play that on day one. So,
well,
Stalker 2 at the end of the year.
It sounds like if you go and give the Winter Prince 52 a follow, whether it's on YouTube or it's on Twitch. We've had the Twitch over on the screen while he's been talking. Sounds like you have a lot of content to come hang out with this guy going forward, because he's got a full schedule coming up. I'm looking at this game right now. Hollow Knight, I mean, Hollow Knight's been sold to me so many times, and so you're selling me just as I'm hearing you talk, and I'm seeing you play the game right now. So
I'll anti-sell you on it.
Oh yeah, that was last night's stream, I think.
Okay, so there you go. So that is the Winter Prince 52 newcomer here, and man,
I forgot to mention.
Yeah.
I try to stream at least 2 hours every night. So.
Oh shit! Nice. So there you go.
I have little better to do with my life at the moment.
Well, that's perfect. That's perfect, because we want more people to hang out with. So go check out the Winter Prince 52. You can find him on Twitch. You can find him on YouTube. And sounds like he is going to be playing a whole lot of games. And man, it was awesome meeting you, talking with you, and I think you participated a lot in the conversation. You did great, buddy. So I can't wait to check out your streams.
Thank you very much.
See what more you got to say, man. Yeah,
If you ever play Quest for Camelot, I would love to see you play that on stream.
Not only will I play it, I will probably end up calling it my favorite Zelda game ever, right behind Hyrule Warriors.
Freaking.
He wants to know why he wasn't on the top 5 panel.
Freaking directly let me know when you plan to play that, because I want to be there.
That was.
I guarantee you're gonna have some issues with that game without my help.
Oh, probably. It looked too much like a Zelda game, but that's fine.
And I intend to point out everything awkward about that game, because it is so funny in hindsight.
Oh, my backlog's fucking crazy right now, man. But I will let you know if I ever get to it. I need to beat Hogwarts Legacy in like 80 years. But
I still need to play that.
I mean, we'll be here forever. It's good-ish. I've done some streams on it if you're curious, but it's good-ish. I think if you like Dragon's Dogma, you might be into it. I prefer the combat.
I haven't played either of them. All I know is I played the first 2 Harry Potter games on PC growing up. And I loved those games, but I also had a love-hate relationship with them because our PC was not great as a kid. And so
I feel ya.
It's like I could play the game just fine, but the loading screens would take like 10 plus minutes.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I growing up, it was like being a PC gamer, it was just kind of whatever my parents had, that's what I ran games on, and it was like sometimes they were moving a frame a second, so I feel you 100%. But it was what we had, damn it. It was all we had. Now I'm a frame rate whore.
And we liked it. We had two sticks and a rock, and we had to share the rock, damn it.
That's some Markiplier poor
2.
people humor right there.
Oh, that was fucking beautiful. With that, we're going to call it. Thank you guys so much. And a special shout out to Insidious Bliss for coming up with this entire discussion idea. I think this was a lot of fun. It brought the heat, brought the thunder, made me feel fatigue a lot of the time thinking about some of the games. And hopefully I made all of you guys upset talking about Duke Nukem Forever amongst other games. I didn't even get to my list. I had a list of shitty games I was going to defend here. Some notable games, Custer's Revenge. How can you separate the love between those two people? Am I right? And another one was
my word.
Another one was like Simpsons Wrestling is on this list, and it's like I love Simpsons Wrestling. Are you kidding me?
Game is awful. When's the last time you played Simpsons Wrestling?
Like a couple years ago. It's so broken.
Play it again.
I love it. I love it. It's and like I looked up. I'm like, what's bad about it? And it's like unbalanced. I'm like, yeah, Flanders has God on his side. Of course he can't lose.
Duh. You talked about that when you came on Party Chat.
Right. So, yeah, so I didn't even get to go to that list, but literally number 1 was Custer's Revenge. I just wanted to defend that. It's also E.T., Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Night Trap's great. Fuck this. Shaq Fu.
Can I defend a specific game mechanic?
What's that? Super quick. What is it?
Microtransactions.
You reminded me with the Simpsons. You reminded me with the Simpsons Wrestling that my favorite Smash Bros. Game was actually Brawl, but more specifically, I think refusing to play with items is cowardly.
Oh shit!
Oh no! No, everybody else.
We need to leave. We need to leave.
Online for another 2 fucking hours.
We need to get out of here.
We gotta fight about this.
That is the worst take I've ever fucking heard in my life.
Goodbye, everybody.
Smash
Goodbye.
is meant to be played 3
Goodbye.
stocks, no item.
Goodbye. Goodbye. We got the fuck out. We got the fuck out of there. We survived. Oh my god. Oh my god, we were gonna... I hear her yelling over there. She's still yelling. Oh my god. She's... Guys, now I have to deal with this. I have to deal with this for fucking how many hours? Oh no, what has he done? Winter Prince? More like the Dark Prince. Fucking dropping that bomb. Oh, they're still screaming, everybody. Hi. We survived. Get the fuck out of the call. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Did you guys have fun? Did you have fun? Oh my god, who's she even yelling at? Who's she even yelling at right now? I don't know. I don't like how YouTube has changed its playlist. It's so hard for me to find fucking my play. Here it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's still yelling. She's still yelling. JB saying, what has he done? BD Jake saying deuces. Jerry Crow's laughing. BD Jake saying we made it. We fucking made it. JB said she said 2 hours. BD Jake says Jesus was out. Dirty Neo says this might take a while. I fucking got out of there. Oh my god, JB says James get out now. Solid advice. BD Jake says what a grenade. Jesus. And then nuked from orbit. So that was... They're still yelling over there. That was defend your bad games. She's still yelling! Oh my god. Oh my god. Call the police. Call the police. Folks, that was Defend Your Bad Games Town Square. Thank you again, Bliss, for the discussion. She's yelling about me right now. I'm gonna hit the music. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. Goodbye. Ah, James, if we don't see you again, it's been fun. Thanks, JB. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Triager. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Triager. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody that came in, hung out, participated, and celebrated all of their shitty games. That was so much fun. I want to give a special shout out to all of our lovely supporters tonight. Let me go check over on YouTube. Over on YouTube, we had Alpha Evre coming in. Thank you so much, Al. I hope you enjoyed the show, buddy. Then, after that, it was Wait. Wait came in with the $50 Bear Force 1. Thank you so much, Wait. I appreciate it, man. I really hope you enjoyed the show. Absolute shit show. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Wait. I really appreciate it, buddy. Angry Canadian came in with the $5, and he loves being a part of this community. All of the chaos combined. Thank you so much, Angry Canadian. And now, after that, we got a new follower just now. Wait. We got a new person in the chat over on Twitch. Their name is Z1QXP6EXFX. And he says, RA6E hi. Here's your promo code for 10 viewers. Activate it here. I'm gonna go. No dolphin porn! No droid dolphin porn, JB. Folks, that was the town square. I hope you had a blast. Until next time, stay tuned tomorrow. So long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.